You have chosen to be born into the most challenging virtual reality in the universe. At this moment, your avatar body is developing. You may come and go at any time during this 9-month period as you adjust to the feeling of being in a physical form. You may ask questions from within your developing avatar, or you may come and go between here and the spirit world as you adjust to the density of the slow-moving material world known as Earth. You may also skip ahead and observe yourself playing in previous and upcoming games. However, once you are born and enter into the Earth playing field, you will gradually enter into what we refer to as the deep sleep, forgetting everything you now know. Your mission, which you have been preparing for in countless game lifetimes, is to find a way to access your true consciousness, your awakened self, while playing the Earth game. In your upcoming game, you have chosen a female avatar body. After you are born, you will not remember that your inner world programs your game experiences. For this reason, it is suggested that you practice moving your consciousness from the sensory outer world into your inner world of feeling and focus. You will be able to access transformative technologies, which will assist you in developing a higher level of intuition and emotional intelligence. Though you will not be conscious of these experiences after you are born, you will retain your cellular memory. You have chosen to play in the outer world of sensory experience. Though there are countless alternate and parallel realities, you have chosen a highly probable experience that begins when you are 17 years old, on a geology field trip with your assigned hiking partner, Matthew. Matthew is also a high school senior. He is tall and athletic with dark hair and grayish-blue eyes. He is handsome, popular, and comes from a very wealthy family. How strange it is to be 17 and facing death. The tranquility of the desert night, with its vast array of glittering stars and the merest crescent moon, belies the imminent danger of hypothermia. There is little comfort in the fact you won't be dying alone. You barely know the boy sitting by your side. Matthew had been chosen as your hiking partner by your geology teacher, but you'd never spoken until today. It started as a weekend camping trip to Canyonlands National Park with 11 other high school seniors. You left Friday at noon, and after 3 hours on paved roads and another bumpy hour down a dirt path, your old yellow school bus rumbled into your campsite, spewing noxious black clouds of exhaust that quickly dissipated into the crystal-clear evening sky of southern Utah. By midday, the temperature is 70 degrees. The sky is clear, deep blue, and so incredibly immense. You hike through fields of coarse grass, sage, and prickly pear, and along dried stream beds, gathering rock samples for your class. You both scramble up and down over rugged outcrops that look like megalithic statues, frozen waves rising and subsiding in the vastness of the high desert, an indelible reminder that this had once been an ocean floor. The trail weaves through the desert, disappearing into a jumble of cliffs and ravines, then reappearing in the massive presence of red sandstone walls, laddered with cool crevices and fissures. As you emerge from the dark interior of the canyon labyrinth and sit down just a few feet apart, Matthew takes off his sunglasses as he slumps down onto the warm red rock surface to rest. It's the first time you've seen him up close. Though it makes no sense at all, and you wouldn't admit it in a million years, When he looks at you, you feel as if you've known him forever. Matthew smiles, and not only do you suddenly realize you've been staring, you are instantly mesmerized by the fact that he has dimples, and, as if you have no will of your own, you stare a little bit longer. Blinking, you return his smile a bit awkwardly, draw in a deep breath, and look up at the sky. "It's so beautiful," you say, hoping Matthew will follow your skyward gaze, rather than watching your cheeks turn blazing red. "Yeah, I love it here," he says warmly. You pull your knees close to your chest. Ironically, your backpack has the initials YOLO, you only live once, displayed across the front. But something about the last few minutes is bringing that concept into question. What if people actually live more than once? And if you are somehow remembering the feeling of Matthew, can he remember you as well? After a few moments of reflecting on the fact that your day just keeps getting better and better, you open your eyes and turn your head to see Matthew smiling at you as he hands you a bottle of water. "We need to get going," he says, and though you nod in agreement, it seems unnecessary to rush. Matthew points to a trail in the canyon below and says, "That's a much nicer trail than the one we're supposed to be on. Do you want to take that one instead?" "Sure," you say, enjoying the fact that he asked your opinion, since you wouldn't have known the difference between one trail and another. As you both descend into a deep canyon labyrinth, time seems to stand still. Surrounded by earthen walls, you can only see the vibrant sapphire sky overhead, with no indication of the sun's proximity to the horizon. Emerging from the enclosed space, a profound and hypnotic beauty appears before you, the sun falling slowly toward the horizon, washing deep oranges and fiery reds over the land. You stand staring for a moment, and then, as if awakening from a trance, you say in a slight panic, "Matthew, will we make it back on time?" "Don't worry. I know this trail really well. We'll make it." Matthew sounds confident, but you notice a certain urgency in his walk. Wherever the land is fairly flat, you run instead of walking. You scramble over boulder fields in your gradual ascent to the top of a high mesa, where red rock canyons rise majestically above the desert floor. Slanted rays drench blazing red rock walls with golden light, and shadows lengthen across the canyon, skating along the desert floor. The air is slightly cooler now, but doesn't breathe what is yet to come. As it grows darker, Matthew stops and says, "Hold on a sec," as he digs through his pack. "Shit, I forgot my glasses." "I can lead. Do you have a flashlight?" you say nervously. A guilty look passes over Matthew's face. "I don't. I was thinking this would just be a day hike. I didn't think to pack one." "It's okay. Let's just keep going." Until this point, you felt confident that Matthew would take care of everything, and if there was an emergency, he's a really fast runner and could have made it back to camp for help. But now it's up to you to get you both back safely. Anxiety blooming in your chest and flowing into every cell of your body, you take the lead, running from one rock cairn to the next. With iron legs you climb steep cliffs, the muscles in your thighs shaking with the effort. You try jogging through the fields, but can manage no more than a fast walk. The sky is now dark purple. The evening clouds are brushed over with shimmering gold, but there is just enough light to see the cairns up ahead. Despite exhaustion, you try to run as fast as you can from one cairn to the next, Then suddenly the horizon turns a soft sable, bringing to light 3 glittering stars and a new moon dangling by an invisible thread at the edge of the horizon. In moments, the sky and land become one. It's too dark to safely go any further. Your heart is frantically rushing in your chest and roaring in your ears as a roiling, swirling feeling makes you too dizzy to walk. Sitting side by side, you and Matthew silently watch more and more stars float out of the velvety darkness. As the temperature quickly drops, you pull on your sweater. It's oversized, warm, and cozy, and though you know the warmth won't last for long, you immediately feel better. Digging through your pack, you hand Matthew half of your peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
"Thanks, I'm starving,"
he whispers gratefully. Within minutes, the soft evening breeze is edged with a hard chill. "How cold do you think it's going to get tonight?" you say as you empty your backpack, then fumble with different ways to fold it.
"It'll probably drop below freezing. Do you know what that means?"
You know the answer, but you're desperately hoping Matthew has something in mind a little less dramatic than death by stupidity, the leading cause of death between the ages of 14 and 24, a statistic regularly quoted to you by your father. Of course, you ignored him as he was just being your dad, but now you're beginning to realize how easy it is to become a statistic.
"We could die from hypothermia,"
says Matthew, his voice low and apologetic. You involuntarily gasp a stuttering breath as tears silently stream down your cheeks. "Don't you think they'll look for us?" Matthew moves closer and puts his arm around you.
"I'm sure they will. They'll drive into town or wherever they can get a cell connection and call my dad. He'll fly down in his helicopter and use the searchlight, but they'll be looking at Canyon Rim, which is nowhere near here."
"Wow, your dad flies his own helicopter?" you ask lightly, hoping to change the topic.
"Yep,"
says Matthew in an exhausted tone, making it clear he doesn't particularly like his father.
"He learned to fly in Africa. I call him the Great White Hunter because he goes on safaris every year. And now we have the heads of dead animals hanging all over the walls of his study."
"Oh,"
"Yeah,"
says Matthew with a slight laugh. Then he draws you closer and says,
"I'm sorry. It's my fault."
His voice guilt-ridden.
"I never should have taken you off that trail."
You know he must be as frightened as you, feeling worse even, because he feels responsible for you. "It's okay," you say, squeezing his hand. "It was my choice too." As the night grows colder, the stars appear razor-sharp. Your body, tingling and numb, begins shaking uncontrollably as the freezing air penetrates your bones, a fierce, constant pain drawing out the little warmth left in your body. And though Matthew moves to sit behind you, wrapping his arms tightly around you, you feel yourself sinking into the blackness of the night sky, drowning in stars as numerous and cold as falling snow. Your body encased in ice, eyes wide open, staring. Nothing seems to exist but infinite galaxies of light and color blooming in your mind, pulling you forward with greater and greater intensity into an empty void of nothingness. Suddenly, enveloped in darkness and with all the air squeezed out of your lungs, you travel at lightning speed down a long tube composed of dense gray light. With a whipping jolt, you find yourself sitting in a dimly lit room on a cold linoleum floor gasping for breath. As your vision clears, various shapes gradually begin to emerge. A thin, flimsy mattress, coupled with a faded grey wool blanket, all of which are lying in a neat pile on a cheap plastic bed frame, screwed tightly into the floor. A piece of reflective metal is embedded in the wall above a small, rust-stained sink, and next to it sits a toilet with no lid. A gloomy light is cast by a single bulb in the ceiling, encased in a metal cage. High in a corner, a solitary security camera swivels slowly back and forth, systematically scanning the room. There is nothing else. No pictures, no windows, just whitewashed cement walls. After frantically pulling on the handle and beating on the door, it's obvious no one is coming to help you. You try yelling and waving your arms at the camera, and though you're certain you're being watched, no one responds as you anxiously pace back and forth like a caged animal. Finally, you give up, sit down on the decrepit little bed, cross your legs, and slowly lean back against the cold wall. You take a deep breath. Close your eyes. And vividly imagine yourself outside of this strange room. Gradually, you feel your essence pull away from your body. Until you are floating close to the ceiling. From this vantage point, you see yourself sitting motionless on the bed. You float along the ceiling, and then through the wall, and further on into a brightly lit hallway, lined with doors that look just like yours. You continue on and find yourself in a large community room. The television seems fairly new, but the couches, tables, and chairs appear to be at least 20 or 30 years old. As you drift through the open doors leading to the intensive care unit, you immediately see Matthew lying in a hospital bed, unconscious and on life support. You gently float in to see him, but quickly realize he's in a coma and unaware of your presence. Unconcerned, you float back out of the ICU and return to the community room. This time you notice a middle-aged woman with deep brown eyes and black curly hair streaked with gray, dressed in green scrubs and fluffy pink slippers. There is a deck of cards sitting on the table in front of her, and as you float closer, the woman looks directly at you. "Sit down, my dear. I'm Itzel. I've been expecting you," she says, hooking a chair with her foot and pushing it away from the table. You sit down. Without a word, Itzel shuffles the deck and spreads the cards out face down in a perfect arc on the table. "Do you know you're playing a game? Do you remember asking me to do this for you a long, long time ago, before you were even born? Shaking your head, you say, I don't know what you're talking about. It's all right. Just remember, it's all a game. Now go ahead and pick 3 cards, one at a time. Obediently, you point to a card, and itself flips over the Death card. The picture shows Death himself portrayed as a skeleton wearing armor and holding a black flag with the Roman numerals XIII in white. His horse is carefully stepping over a dead man with a woman and child watching. Standing in front of the horse and rider is a bishop dressed in yellow paying homage to Death. With an inexplicable, penetrating look, Itzel says, You cannot resist death, nor conquer it. The white horse is a symbol that death is the ultimate purifier, like the sun that dies at night and is reborn every morning. It means you can die and be reborn fresh and new. But notice, this card is upside down, so the meaning is also reversed. Sudden, unexpected change is coming, and you must know that everything within you will resist that change. Death always includes transformation, but if you refuse to change, you will be trapped, stuck in limbo. Do you understand? You look at her blankly. Some hazy, distant part of you does understand, but you say nothing. Pick another card, darling. You point to the Hermit, which is also turned upside down. The card depicts an old man with a flowing white beard and shoulder-length white hair, dressed in a long gray cloak, standing alone on a snowy mountaintop with a dark, bluish-gray sky in the background. He carries a staff in his left hand and holds aloft a lantern with a glowing 6-pointed star in the center. As you can see, this card is reversed, but in the upright position, it is a symbol of wisdom and the sharing of knowledge with others. More than anything, it represents a deep awareness of yourself, an awareness that can only be gained through isolation. But the meaning is reversed, which means you will not choose to be alone or go within. Your isolation will be unwelcome, forced upon you. There will be a separation from someone you care for deeply, and it will bring you overwhelming emptiness and pain if you resist. But notice, the hermit wears the gray cloak of invisibility, and in this very moment you are invisible to everyone but me. So there is potential here if you don't resist what is now happening. Without being asked, you point to a third card, and you're immediately relieved to see that finally one of the cards is upright, until you see that it's the devil. The card portrays a satyr, an unappealing creature, part man, part goat, with large horns sprouting from his head and gigantic vampire bat wings emerging from his back. From his feet protrude bat claws, rather than the typical toes or hooves, and he is perched high above a man and woman, both naked with tiny goat horns sprouting from their heads, and they have goat-like tails as well. They are chained to the podium where the devil sits, and also chained to each other. This doesn't look good, you say, shaking your head. With a sigh, Itzel says, Yes, this one is challenging, no doubt. This is just a game, right? You say uncertainly,
Yes, my dear, you are playing a game, says Itzel reassuringly. Okay, go ahead and tell me what it means. This card represents an actual person who, like a bat, sucks the life out of his prey. But in this case, it's not blood, but energy. He takes the life force of others, believing that the end somehow justifies the means. There is something about him that is irresistible, almost hypnotic. He may actually use hypnosis to get what he wants, and those that come near him are easily held within his power. The inverted pentagram above his head signifies dark intent and black magic. Is there anything good about any of this? You say doubtfully. Itzel raises an eyebrow and says, well, look here at the man and woman. It appears they're being held captive against their will. But if you look more closely, you can see the chains around their necks are loose and could easily be removed. This means they're voluntarily in bondage. This is the good news, you say impatiently. It means you have a choice. This is actually the most important card for you to understand. On the one hand, you'll meet a man who embodies these things. But unlike the repulsive picture on this card, you may feel strangely drawn to him. He may be ultra charismatic. He may have certain characteristics that are much like your own. In other words, he won't look like a devil, but he will mirror to you all of your hopes and fears. It will be easy to feel like his victim, easy to blame him for what happens to you. But if you believe that to be true, you will fall completely under his control. You'll transfer your energy over to him and he will become more powerful, while your energy becomes more and more depleted. But I thought you said we're playing a game, you say, feeling frightened and confused. This doesn't sound like any fun at all. The trick to this game is to remember it's all your game, and you have a choice. You can play it according to someone else's rules, or play it by your own rules. You can get caught up in their version of reality, or you can choose to remain in your own. Have we done this before? You say, blinking. I've dreamt of you before, haven't I? Your body begins shaking uncontrollably. Then suddenly, both Itzel and the room dissolve into complete darkness. Startled back into awareness, you realize that Matthew is shaking you. Teeth chattering, his voice low and urgent, he speaks in stuttering breaths. Amelia, our core temperatures are dropping. We have to find a way to make the most of our clothing and everything we have. Slowly you begin to process where you are and what is happening. You can no longer deny the facts. No one knows how to find you. No one will be coming to rescue you. You will either find a way to survive together, or you will die. This stark realization is accompanied by an electric jolt. Suddenly your mind is sharp, clear, and focused. A seemingly unrelated memory pops into your mind. You're 13 years old, giggling with your friends at your birthday slumber party on the subject of the Siberian survival method. You never knew whether it was just a joke or the truth, but it's the only thing you can think of.
So setting aside any feelings of embarrassment, and speaking as best you can through your own chattering teeth, you say, "I think we need to be skin to skin. My sweater is huge. We can both fit into it. So you put it on, unbutton your shirt so my back will be against your chest, and then wrap the sweater around me."
"Okay," says Matthew. "First, let's put our backpacks together so we can lie on our sides. It won't be very comfortable, but it might help."
You are both so cold it is difficult to move, let alone arrange your packs in the dark, while trying to find a spot that is as level as possible. It feels as if you are diving naked into an icy pond when you take off your sweater. With completely numb fingers, you unbutton your shirt and put it on backwards. Matthew quickly puts on your sweater, unbuttons his own shirt, and with a bit of awkward fumbling in the dark, you manage to reposition yourselves so that you are skin to skin with your sweater wrapped around both of you. Had you been on your own, you would have felt the discomfort of the uneven rocky ground, lumpy backpacks, and the annoying zipper digging into your hip. But every ache and pain dissolves into the warmth of Matthew's bare chest, pressing solidly into your back, his strong arm wrapped tightly around your waist.
"Are you okay?"
he whispers, his voice deep but shaking from the cold. You firmly place your hand over his. "Yes," you say, nodding slightly. Even with the needling cold pricking every part of you, you're only aware of Matthew's warm skin, his chest rhythmically rising and falling with each breath, his heart beating all the way through your body. You want to dissolve into this moment and float forever on the waves of light passing silently between you. Your body begins to feel a bit warmer, but it isn't yet midnight. With at least 6 or 7 hours left to go, you know survival is impossible. What is it about time? It's so inconsistent, badly behaved even. In the late afternoon, time had moved so quickly, zipping by when you desperately needed it to slow down. And now it's moving agonizingly slow, heavy as stone. Time seems more like an obstinate child. Whatever you want from time, and the more you want it, time will do just the opposite. Tomorrow, the sun will continue shining. The world will go on just as it does every other day, night dissolving into day and back into night, endlessly cycling, seasons irresistibly recurring. But all of it will exist without you. How is that even possible? You're only in high school. Aren't you allowed to make mistakes? How can life be so unfair? With Matthew's arm still wrapped tightly around you, his heart beating steady and slow, time dissolves into this moment. In fact, the entire world is dissolving into this moment. No one and nothing else exists, just the two of you. You gently take Matthew's hand from your waist, place it over your heart, and put your hand over his. Then suddenly the ground beneath you disappears as an electric charge pulses through your body, and a blazing beam of golden white light draws you up into the sky. The world is frantically spinning, breaking apart into countless shining pieces, as if stars were being flung into the heavens. It is so beautiful you can hardly breathe. How had you missed this? Everything is vibrating. Every cell in your body, every atom on Earth, every star and galaxy, everything seen and unseen is pulsating, singing a song as ancient as time itself. As if you contain the sun, light radiates out of your heart and from every cell in your body. Matthew feels it too and whispers, "What's happening? You feel so warm." Electricity runs through your body as you shake your head, unable to speak. Trying to make sense of what you're experiencing, you open your eyes. "Matthew," you whisper urgently, "look!" Before you stands a golden-haired child, a little girl no more than 10 years old, with radiant skin, rosy cheeks, full red lips, and vivid blue eyes. She is barefoot, wearing a simple white dress with a wreath of wildflowers in her hair. Though she carries no light and certainly isn't glowing from within, you can see her clearly while still unable to see each other or anything else. At that moment, you and Matthew both feel warm and comfortable, as if the cold from only moments ago was nothing more than a dream. Though there is no apparent source of light, everything around you is lit by a soft, gentle glow that seems like a combination of late dusk, pre-dawn, and a full moon all rolled together as one. The child smiles sweetly and says, "I'm Asha." Then heading down the path, she adds, "Come on, this way," as if she's about to lead you on some grand adventure. Not only does she act as if nothing unusual had occurred, she seems completely oblivious to the fact that you and Matthew are still lying together on your sides, cocooned together in your sweater. Blinking and looking around, trying to make sense of everything, you quickly unbutton the sweater, wriggle out of it, then sit up and try to get your bearings. Matthew sits up as well and pulls off the sweater and hands it back to you. Though you're not the least bit cold, you hurriedly put on the sweater rather than try to figure out a way to gracefully turn your shirt back around. Hastily, you both jump to your feet, grab your backpacks, and rush to catch up with the curious little girl. Barely able to feel your feet touching the ground, a strange, tingling current flows through your body, as if you're floating. And though you're bursting with questions, nothing comes out of your mouth as you follow the girl down the trail. Finally, you find your voice. "Are you an angel?" But before the girl can answer, you say, "Are we dead?" Asha continues walking but turns her head to address you. "I'm not an angel, and you're not dead," she says lightly.
But it's not cold anymore, and it's still dark, but we can see. How's that possible?
Says Matthew incredulously.
"You're both fine. You're just in another part of the program. What you might think of as a different dimension,"
says Asha, as if you know exactly what she's talking about.
What other dimension? What program are you talking about? The geology class we're in?
Says Matthew, studying the girl intently as she turns to look at him.
"Oh my goodness,"
says Asha in a sweet, sympathetic voice.
"I'm afraid I've gotten way ahead of you. This may be difficult to understand. Actually, it's not difficult to understand. It's just that you obviously don't remember anything, and you wouldn't believe me if I told you."
She stops walking, and then surveying both of you, she adds,
"What I have to tell you might be a bit shocking, so maybe we should sit down for a moment."
"We don't have time to sit down," you say urgently. "We have to get back to our camp. People are worried about us. They're searching for us." Kindly yet pragmatically, Matthew says,
"Whatever it is you have to tell us, maybe we could just keep walking back."
"Oh, I'm afraid you don't quite understand. maybe it would help if you were to think of this as a parallel world, says the little girl hopefully. You and Matthew look at her blankly. Asha thinks for a moment and says, in this parallel world you're now in, it's warm instead of cold, right? Well, your friends and the people searching for you are in the world where it's cold, she says, appearing rather pleased with herself.
What are you saying? Says Matthew.
I'm saying that if you went back to your campsite, no one would be able to see you. No one would know you were there. You both stare at her in silence, trying to assimilate the gravity of your situation.
So we are dead, says Matthew quietly.
No,
says Asha, throwing her head back, laughing.
Okay, I'm just going to say it. There is no death. There never has been death. There never will be death. You will never die. Death only exists in the eyes of the beholder. Oh dear, I wasn't really planning to start there, says Asha, sheepishly rolling her eyes. I was thinking I would break you both in a bit more slowly to that idea. Okay, listen. What I'm about to tell you is, well, it's something that's known throughout the universe, but it's the biggest secret on Earth. It explains absolutely everything about so-called life and death, and it answers all unanswered questions and scientific anomalies. Every senseless thing, every terrible act, even the deepest sadness, all of it will make perfect sense. But first, repeat after me. Imagination is more important than knowledge. I don't mean in your heads, say it out loud, says Asha encouragingly. You and Matthew look curiously at each other and then back at Asha. Imagination is more important than knowledge, you repeat perfunctorily. Part 2. No matter what I tell you, no matter how unbelievable it may seem, simply say to yourself, this is a possibility. You don't have to believe what I'm telling you. Just give the idea some breathing room. This is a possibility. Are you ready? You nod vigorously, hoping Asha won't suddenly change her mind and decide it's time for breakfast, leaving you hanging. Here's the big secret. Earth and everything here is a virtual reality. Asha looks expectantly at you. In fact, Earth was created to be the ultimate virtual reality game in the universe. We just call it the game. It's the most challenging game ever created, and it's definitely not for the faint of heart. You've spent your entire life playing this game. But in reality, Earth isn't your home. It's simply a place where everyone goes to play and have experiences that they couldn't have anywhere else in the universe. Shall we sit down now? Says Asha, nodding. In stunned silence, you and Matthew sit down next to each other, facing Asha. Of all the things you expected to hear in that moment, the idea that you are playing a game, that anyone could think of life on planet Earth as simply a game, is the most ludicrous thing you've ever heard. It's one area where this is a possibility absolutely, positively does not apply. Not to mention the fact that something on the scale of planet Earth would be impossible, even for God. Well, maybe not for God, but why would God create a virtual reality game? Was it to keep his creation entertained? There's no way, you say skeptically. If this was a computer program, then everything in it, every blade of grass, every raindrop, snowflake,
grain of sand, every sunrise and sunset, not to mention every human being and every event throughout history, would have to be programmed into the game.
Not only that,
says Asha unflinchingly,
every possibility on every dimension, including parallel worlds and alternate realities, and things you've never even heard of before. And not only is everything programmed, the game has been around for billions of years, and will continue for as long as people want to keep playing. Of course, there are some cultures that understand your world better than others. For instance, in India, they call life on Earth the Maya. They see life as an illusion, which is true, but it's not the whole picture. And the Aboriginals in Australia call it the dream time, which is also on the right track. But very few people have ever guessed that Earth and everything happening here is a game. If you think about it, neither of you could ever have comprehended the idea of a virtual reality game if we were having this conversation 100 years ago. So an illusion or a dream would be about as close as you could get.
But how could we be playing a game without knowing it, you say?
You're born into the game. Just before you're born, you choose your parents, your name, your date of birth, and of course your physical body, it's your avatar. You agree to forget who you are, where you came from, as well as any previous games you've played, and most importantly, the fact that you're playing a game at all. Every game you've ever played is recorded and stored in your DNA. So occasionally people do remember portions of games they've played before. And I'm only telling you this because it can be a little confusing. Most people don't have a visual memory of past games, but sometimes they have feelings that come up that can't be explained.
You have a feeling Asha is trying to tell you something, but you can't begin to imagine what she's talking about. Despite that, you decide to put logic aside and just play along. Surely this is some kind of made-up story typical of a 10-year-old. So just like any game, I could decide to play anyone I choose and be born at any time in history, you say. I mean, I could be Benjamin Franklin or Cleopatra, and then so could countless other people, right? How would that work? We can't all be the same person.
Of course you can,
says Asha, her eyes sparkling.
Think of it this way. No matter how many times you play a computer game, you never play exactly the same way, right? So every time you play, it's a new and different experience. Or think of it like a dream. Millions of people could dream they were Cleopatra or Ben Franklin, and every dream would be unique. People wouldn't be competing with each other to play the part. In the same way, each time you're born into the game, you create a new timeline. So there could be an infinite number of parallel versions of Cleopatra or Benjamin Franklin, and each version creates its own unique history, so to speak. Remember, every possibility already exists. Every time someone plays, they tap into a new version of reality that has never been played out before.
You're talking about infinite parallel realities, says Matthew, his scientific mind finally letting go of what is or is not possible. But what about Amelia and I, for instance? Is there another version of us that went back to the campsite before dark? Or a version that died?
Yes, of course. All possibilities already exist. You can't think of anything or come up with a scenario that isn't already part of the program.
So you're saying that of all the fictional books that have ever been written, or ever will be written, all the stories are actually true in some alternate or parallel reality? And the author just tapped into that reality when writing the book? says Matthew, shaking his head doubtfully. Asha smiles, nodding her head yes vigorously. Over and over, you say to yourself, this is a possibility. You don't have to believe any of it. It's just a possibility. But everything in you wants to rebel. I know this should be mind-expanding and all, but it's just confusing. I mean, if it's all programmed, how does it work?
Prior to being born, you program your gifts into your DNA. These are gifts you've earned or developed in previous games. You also program your challenges and the people you want to play with during the course of your life. Some people will be your challengers and others will be your supporters. But usually you are playing with people you've played with before in previous games, or what you might think of as previous lifetimes. And that's why you sometimes feel you already know someone you've just met, for better or worse. You program everything you want to experience, even a few exit points where you can die out of the game if it just gets to be too much. Another reason you may feel you recognize or remember someone you've never met is because your PFI, Personal Frequency ID, remains the same through every game, whether you are male or female, a child or an adult. So even though your conscious memory is wiped clean, much like reformatting a computer hard drive, all frequencies of every player remain unique. But you can only identify each other through an intuitive sense or feeling. There will be no logical reason for what you feel.
But without a computer, where does the program exist? You say thoughtfully.
Your human body isn't just your avatar. It's a living biocomputer. The program runs very much like a binary code that turns on and off. But rather than a computer that's plugged into electricity, your biocomputer is plugged into your feelings.
But if this is a virtual reality and my body is my avatar, then are you saying that I'm not real? You say, reaching up to tap both of your shoulders with your fingertips.
I'm saying,
says Asha slowly,
that you are not your body. If you were your body, every time you cut your hair or trimmed your fingernails, a part of you would be lost.
Deep in thought, Matthew suddenly holds up his hand like a god at a crosswalk. Wait a second, he says firmly. You're right, none of this makes sense. And in a strange way, it's the only thing that does make sense. But the idea that this is a virtual reality game is a little too perfect. It explains away every conceivable anomaly because anything and everything is possible. Asha nods her head.
Well, that's how the truth works. In your world, every scientific theory gives way to new theories. Theories you believe today will all change in time. Truth is simple and unchanging. Anything that explains away every conceivable anomaly is the nature of truth.
I still don't understand the part about your feelings and the binary code, says Matthew, somewhat perplexed.
Well, it's a little more complex than you might imagine because it's an interactive program. But in the simplest terms, think of it this way. Instead of ones and zeros turning the computer program on or off, your feelings are your navigation system. On corresponds with positive emotion. Off corresponds with what you might call negative emotion or fear. Think of it like the feeling of yes or no, or the feeling that you are safe or unsafe. If you think back to your hike, there was most likely a moment when you felt unsafe, a niggling feeling that you should head back, but you talked yourself out of it.
You immediately know what Asha means as you think back to the exact moment on the trail when you started feeling unsafe. It was just the smallest hint of a feeling, and it didn't make sense at the time. If you had been alone, you might have acted on the feeling, but you didn't want to say anything to Matthew since he is an experienced hiker and you are not. So, you're saying that when the binary code is switching on or off, you feel safe or unsafe, says Matthew deliberately. And if you don't act on that feeling of being unsafe, it just gets stronger and stronger until you do something about it?
That's it exactly,
says Asha, genuinely pleased.
But it can also happen over longer periods of time. Days, weeks, even years. It just depends how important it is for you to respond quickly, and how long it takes for you to get the message and take action. Of course, sometimes there's no warning at all, not even a whisper. And when there's no warning, no feeling that you're unsafe, that's because the event is an important part of what you have programmed for your lifetime experience.
You shake your head. How can any of this possibly be true? What is this child playing at? She's so convincing. Maybe she's a pathological liar. Even if this is all true, you say, there are a lot of people looking for us right now, and we really don't have time to talk about it. We need to let someone know we're all right. Asha is quiet. You look at her skeptically and say, that is, of course, unless we really are dead.
You're not dead,
says Asha firmly.
You both programmed everything you're experiencing now before you were born. This is just an opportunity to learn how to navigate the game at a more advanced level.
Well, I find it hard to believe that I would program myself to be here, wherever here is, and that I'd want to learn about some unbelievable game that no one else has ever heard of, and no one would even believe, rather than go back to our friends. You say, shaking your head. It just doesn't make sense.
It would make sense if you knew what was coming,
says Asha knowingly. Well then, tell us what's coming, says Matthew pragmatically.
That's not for me to say,
says Asha quietly.
I'm only here to teach you how to navigate the game more effectively. It's your choice whether you stay and learn or go back to your own dimension.
You mean we can go back right now? You say hopefully. And it doesn't matter that we supposedly programmed all of this?
You have free will, Amelia. No matter what you programmed prior to your birth, the prime directive of the game is, thy will be done.
Well, then it's my will to go back, you say with conviction.
And so it is,
says Asha softly. Her body seems to shimmer for a moment, and then she disappears. Instantly, it's pitch dark and freezing cold again. Oh my God, what have I done? You say, shaking and terrified. It's okay, says Matthew calmly. Did you notice that Asha led us down a trail that got us off the plateau? We're on level ground now. It will be slow going, but we can't fall off a cliff, so we'll make it. And even though it's cold, my core temperature is warm now. Is yours? Yes, you say, pulling your sweater tightly around you. We're really not that far away from our campsite, don't worry, says Matthew, taking your hand. Even if we don't make it back before light, at least this way we can keep moving. We'll be all right, I promise. Matthew suddenly stops and says, Amelia, look. He turns you slightly, and you see a bright white light appearing out of the darkness. Oh my God, it's a helicopter, you say excitedly. Is it your dad? It must be, says Matthew, staring at the approaching lights. Do you think he'll see us? You say breathlessly. Well, there are no trees nearby, and my father knows how to do a sweep. We just have to stand here and wait.
says Matthew confidently. As you stand patiently waiting, the helicopter appears brighter and sounds louder than you would have expected. Finally, the light sweeps across you, and a large helicopter lands on the flat, sandy ground about 20 feet from where you're standing. But instead of Matthew's father emerging, 2 soldiers jump out of the doorway, dressed in standard military flight suits. "Are you both okay?" yells one soldier over the tumultuous sound of the chopper blades. You and Matthew both nod vigorously. "Come with us," he yells. Ducking down, you and Matthew run with the 2 men, and you're both helped inside. You climb in between 2 rows, 4 seats in each row facing each other. You and Matthew sit facing forward with both soldiers directly facing you. One of the soldiers, a man in his 50s with a square jaw and intense dark eyes, indicates that you should both put on your headsets, which are hanging above your heads. "You're okay now," he says confidently as he nods his head. "How did you find us?" says Matthew, speaking through the attached microphone. "We just kept looking," he says. The helicopter rises swiftly into the air and then spins around nearly 180 degrees and begins flying in the opposite direction. "Are you taking us back to our campsite?" asks Matthew apprehensively. "No, we have other instructions," says the soldier loudly. "What do you mean, other instructions?" asks Matthew, still somewhat concerned. "We're headed back to the hangar, that's all I know." Then with a slight smile, he adds, "We're just the rescue team." Relieved, Matthew says, "Is this a Black Hawk?" The soldier smiles and nods. "Yep, it's a UH-60. You look at Matthew and he smiles at you. "I know a bit about helicopters," he says, shrugging. "I'd say so," you say, returning his smile. In silence, you fly for half an hour or so, but you're really not sure about the time because there's nothing to see except the interior lights reflecting off of the windows. Finally, the helicopter drops straight down as if it's about to land, but instead it seems to be flying slightly above the ground. You still can't see anything, but you notice the sound seems to be echoing back to you, as if there are walls on either side of you. You want to ask Matthew if he knows what's going on, but you feel self-conscious knowing that the soldiers can hear you as well. A few minutes later, your questions are answered when you land. As you climb out, you see that you've flown directly through a massive man-made tunnel, and you're now in an underground hangar, surrounded by walls reaching up at least 50 feet high. "This way," says the dark-eyed soldier as he and a couple of others accompany you to an electric Humvee. You look anxiously at Matthew. "Where are you taking us?" says Matthew cautiously. "I don't know, kid. This is just a hangar," says the man. "You'll be taken to someone who will explain everything." He then holds the Humvee door open for you. Cautiously you climb in, look uncertainly over your shoulder as Matthew follows and sits next to you. A driver is waiting, along with 2 armed soldiers in the seat behind you. All are dressed in black jumpsuits and wearing headsets with microphones. The moment the door closes, there is a clicking sound as it locks automatically. You have an uncomfortable claustrophobic feeling, knowing you are now locked inside with no way out. The vehicle moves to the opposite end of the hangar and sits silently idling in front of a pair of thick, wide metal doors, spaced a few feet apart from each other. Hovering in front of the doors is a bright yellow hologram that seems almost like clear glass, displaying the word "caution" in bold letters. A moment later, the yellow band of light disappears as the doors raise slowly, revealing a deep, wide cavern enveloped in darkness. The vehicle plunges into the abyss and past high rock walls. The exterior darkness only amplifies the eerie sound of wheels droning against strangely smooth pavement and the air whooshing ominously by as the walls climb higher on either side of you. You lean against the window, stark still and about to panic, when you notice the darkness above seems to be changing. You can't quite make out what is happening, but you see ridges and strange shapes where it was smooth before. Points of light begin to appear, multiplying by the moment, becoming brighter, as if you have just driven straight outdoors. You are astonished to realize you're seeing an azure sky filled with clouds overhead, and the strange shapes are actually buildings at least 4 stories high. The soldiers are communicating through their headsets, but you can't make sense of what they're saying. Leaning toward Matthew, you whisper in his ear, "How is this possible? Where could we be?" Matthew holds your hand, shakes his head and replies, "I have no idea. But we didn't fly for very long. We'd still have to be somewhere in the Utah desert." "Could your dad have anything to do with this?" you say nervously. "No, my father isn't involved in the military. At least not that I know of." Needling points of anxiety prick you from within. As your body begins to tremble, you take long, deep breaths, willing yourself to stay calm. You want to talk to Matthew, but the fact that the soldiers sitting behind you might overhear anything you say causes a feeling of panic to rise up from your chest and tighten around your throat, censoring anything you might say. Uneasily, you focus your attention outside of the vehicle as you travel down a well-planned grid of wide streets that seem to have been designed specifically for transporting large machinery and building materials. Suddenly, the drab gray buildings are bathed in what appears to be real sunlight, and you are stunned by the feeling of warm sunshine on your arm. As you drive, weaving in and out through a quiet whir of electric vehicles, you are both frightened and fascinated. Without knowing why, you try to commit as much as possible to memory, but soon everything is a jumble as you move past large interior spaces, unbelievable in their size and complexity, and on to the center of the city. You drive past a park where wildflowers dot the grass with little bursts of color. Overcoming your fear, you whisper to Matthew in astonishment, "Could this be a military base?" Speechless, he only shakes his head. Along the roadside, trees sway green and leafy, with birds singing and flitting about in their branches. Rustic-looking wooden footbridges span creeks and waterfalls. And then, just as you decide there couldn't be anything more surprising than what you've already witnessed, you pass a wide opening where you see a theater towering 30 feet above a sports arena, as if the theater was some type of strange giant peering over the top of the stadium, intent on watching a game. When you leave the city, everything seems like an endless system of tunnels and security panels that flash from red to green as you pass through computerized checkpoints, displaying security cameras. You can't fathom the size and scope of the facility, not to mention the fact that it was built in secret. You pass a freshly dug tunnel with a surface so smooth it appears to be glazed. Inside the tunnel, a boring machine moves at a snail's pace, like a huge, steel-encased worm. Next, you pass sealed tubes containing shuttles and passengers, and a sign that reads, "To Los Alamos, Connections, Area 51, Page, Arizona, Creede, Colorado, Carlsberg, New Mexico." see that? You whisper as you glance over your shoulder to see if the soldiers are listening. But as far as you can tell, they aren't showing any interest. What? Says Matthew, staring back at the signs. Those signs! Are they military bases? You say, puzzled. Not that I know of, except I have heard of Area 51. Matthew pauses and then whispers into your ear. Maybe they're secret underground bases. This can't be good, you whisper, shooting Matthew a fearful look as you drive along a large corridor covered with signs and universal symbols rather than words printed in plain English. I know, Matthew whispers tersely. Why would they need universal symbols rather than signs in English? A bright green light flashes above large elevator doors as they slowly open. Your vehicle pulls inside, and you immediately notice security cameras looming overhead. You descend 2 levels, then your vehicle drives slowly down a passageway that stops at a hospital entrance. Once inside, you're quickly escorted down a large hallway that leads to a separate wing of the hospital and on into what appears to be a common room. You notice several men and women sitting around the room in green scrubs as one of the soldiers walks up to the nurse's station and she points down the hall. This way, he says dogmatically as he leads you to a conference room and opens the door. Take a seat. Someone will be with you soon. You and Matthew walk hesitantly through the door and sit next to each other at a long, dark wooden table with matching padded chairs. Though you're alone, you whisper, What are we doing here? This is obviously some kind of top-secret facility. Why would they bring us here? Then grabbing Matthew's arm, you say, low and guarded, I know this sounds like some kind of conspiracy theory, but what if they don't let us out? Before Matthew can answer, a woman in her mid-30s with dark, short-cropped hair and hazel eyes enters the room. Unlike most people in the facility, she is wearing a business suit, a white shirt with a black jacket and pants rather than a military jumpsuit. My name is Trevor Tulney, she says briskly as she sits down across from you. I'm a civilian, but I do live and work here. I'm sorry I wasn't able to meet with you sooner to explain what's been happening and why you're here. Last night at 2200 hours, a synchronized series of terrorist attacks took place. The immediate damage has been caused by nuclear weapons detonated on the San Andreas fault line in the San Francisco Bay Area. But 2 other areas were also targeted: Yellowstone National Park and a relatively unknown but very vulnerable part of the Utah desert not too far from here. You and Matthew stare at each other in shocked disbelief as she continues. Your teacher and the students in your class were safely evacuated, but by the time we found you 2, this facility was the closest and safest place we could bring you, due to the threat of an imminent eruption. We were able to detect and stop the attack on Yellowstone, but obviously not the attack here. I've never heard of an active supervolcano in Utah, says Matthew, looking at her skeptically. The Utah caldera has been dormant for over 600,000 years. But just like Yellowstone Park, it's been an active hotspot for a while, says Trevor, the tone of her voice making it clear she doesn't appreciate being questioned. Until last night, our geologists believed the Utah caldera wouldn't erupt anytime soon. So no reports were published in an attempt to protect businesses that rely on tourism. However, after the underground detonations occurred, we found asphalt melting for 30 miles along a road that runs directly across the caldera. Now, there's a chance that nothing will happen, that it will just be a hotspot, but we need to wait until we're completely sure before we send you home. But we saw trains and signs for destinations that are far from here. Couldn't we just take a train and get back home from there? Asks Matthew. Lockdown means no one goes in or out, says Trevor, seeming more like a hardened military officer reminding them about rules and regulations than the civilian she claims to be. We can survive indefinitely in this facility, but we can't handle the influx of thousands of people who would want to take refuge here. Does that mean our families are in danger? You say anxiously. At this time, your families are fine. We'll get word to them that you're both here, and I'm sure they'll be relieved to know that you're in the safest facility in the world, says Trevor, in a failed attempt to lighten the heaviness in the room. But what if we could just talk to someone in charge and convince them to let us leave? Then could we go to another base? I mean, I saw a train leaving when we were coming here. I am sorry, says Trevor, in a tone that is slightly more human and less like an automaton. It's just protocol. There are no exceptions to the rule. The train you saw was just transporting people to other parts of this facility. How big is this base? Asks Matthew. It's big. Now, there's no need to worry about anything just yet, says Trevor, with a strange intensity that belies her unspoken suggestion that you both remain calm. We can live here underground until the threat is fully assessed. In the meantime, we've already received an influx of personnel. So I'm afraid this hospital psychiatric ward is the only place that can accommodate the two of you at the moment. But there's no need to worry. Don't worry, Matthew blurts out. This place is massive. You're telling us that the only 2 beds in this entire facility are in a psych ward? Seriously? Due to current events and the massive influx of personnel, every bed has been taken, and as you may well imagine, says Trevor, looking directly at Matthew as if she is daring him to ask more questions at his own peril, your personal accommodations are not high priority at the moment. Our hospital beds are already filled with the sick and injured. No one in this ward has ever been violent. I promise you, everyone here is completely harmless. Many are just here because there's no one to take care of them, and this is all we have to offer. Trevor then continues on as if you are military recruits in boot camp rather than a couple of scared teenagers completely out of your element. You're safe, but you'll both be here for a while. So when we're finished, a nurse will give you a brief physical exam, and then you'll be given ID cards and scrubs. Tomorrow, when we have your weight and measurements, you'll receive military-issue clothing. You'll each have your own room. You don't have to worry about being in a psych ward at night, she says, putting the word psych in finger quotations. All doors are locked, and you have your own intercom and staff members who are always available in case of an emergency or if you need to go to the bathroom. Sleeping pills aren't required, but if you have trouble sleeping, you'll be given non-prescription pills. In the meantime, both of you are now part of this community, so you'll take aptitude tests. Then you'll either be placed into job training or you'll be given further testing as it becomes clear that you have a specialized talent or ability. Wait, says Matthew impatiently. You're telling us that our country is in the midst of a massive terrorist attack, and you want us to take aptitude tests? Are you kidding? Young man, says Trevor flatly, no one here is entitled enough to sit around watching events unfold on television. Everyone is trained. Everyone has a job, and everyone works. And since neither of you showed up with a job application in hand, you are going to take aptitude tests so you can work. Now, have I been clear enough? You both nod. Trevor's beeper sounds, and after checking her message, she says, I have to go now. When you exit this room, turn left. You'll see the common room on your right and the cafeteria at the far end of the hall. It's only open for 1 hour at each meal, so be there on time or you'll miss out. In the common room, all rules and regulations are posted, and everything that applies to the patients applies to you as well. As she walks quickly toward the door, she turns and adds, "Wait here for the nurse. I'll see you both tomorrow." When the door closes behind Trevor, you say angrily, "I can't believe how indifferent that woman is. She acted like this massive terrorist attack and potential supervolcano was just another day at the office. I mean, thank God our families are okay, but still, doesn't it seem weirdly calm around here?" "I know," says Matthew, confused. "You'd think everyone would be running around freaking out, but no one seems upset." "So what do you think? Do you think there could be a supervolcano eruption right here in Utah?" "The supervolcano doesn't make sense," says Matthew slowly. "I mean, it's a definite possibility in Yellowstone. There's all kinds of evidence already. It's just a matter of time. But I haven't heard anything about an active caldera here in the desert." "Do you think it's something the government would keep secret?" you say, placing your hands on your knees, hoping Matthew won't notice your hands trembling. Matthew takes a deep breath and says, "Well, it's possible. It wouldn't be easy to see it coming until it's too late." "How bad could it be?" "A supervolcano is nothing like anything you've ever seen," Matthew says heavily. "The last eruption here in the Utah desert was 5,000 times larger than Mount St. Helens, and the lava covered 12,000 square miles. And in some places, it was 13,000 feet thick." "Do you think that could really happen again?" you say anxiously. "Well, you can't rule it out." "How long do you think it will take before they decide that the volcano isn't going to erupt? I mean, I know you couldn't possibly know that for sure, but what do you think?" you say, hoping for even the smallest amount of good news. "Oh, I don't know. My best guess is that if it hasn't erupted or gotten worse over the next 2 or 3 weeks, they'll probably open things up and let us go home." You nod and smile slightly. "Okay, I could live with that," you say optimistically. The door opens and a stocky male nurse in gray scrubs with freckles and curly ginger hair appears. "Right this way," he says as he holds the door open for you. As he ushers you to an adjoining hospital wing for your physical exams, you say, "Excuse me, but is there any way we can contact our families? Or is there a way to get a message to them so they know we're all right?" He speaks politely and says, "I'm sorry, there's no unofficial communication during lockdown, but I'm sure your parents have been notified." Looking at you sympathetically, he adds, "I don't make the rules. I know it seems unfair, but here we all have to live by them." You and Matthew are shown into separate rooms for your exams. Your dirty clothes are taken, and you're given green scrubs and security passes which you wear around your necks. The passes display your name, weight, and a specific barcode that allows for different levels of security. After your exam is complete, you are sent to the common room where you wait anxiously for Matthew. There are only a handful of patients present, most of them middle-aged. But there's one man who immediately stands out. He's quite elderly, his hair is white, and he shuffles around the room looking at the floor, quietly muttering, "Minus 74.851616 minus 102.59033.0. You suddenly have a strange déjà vu feeling, but even that isn't quite it. It's more a feeling you can't identify. Familiar, yet somehow the context is different. Then you notice a woman sitting by herself at a table. Against all odds, you recognize her immediately when you see that she's wearing pink slippers. But even so, you can't remember how you know her until Matthew enters the room and sits down next to you. "Matthew," You whisper emphatically, "I dreamed this." Then you stop as you realize you had also dreamed that he was in a hospital bed unconscious. "There are some things that still don't make sense," you say, taken aback. "But see that woman sitting over there by the television? I remember her." Matthew looks at the woman, then back at you and says, "How much of your dream do you remember?" "Enough to tell you I don't think I was dreaming. I think I was here," you say, your mind racing. "How's that possible?" says Matthew earnestly. "Wait, forget I said that. How would we explain anything that's been happening to us?" "I know. I feel like I'm in some kind of weird reality show, and there are hidden cameras and microphones all over the place." Suddenly you stop. "Oh shit," you say as you flip over your security pass, looking for a small microphone, but nothing is there. "Oh my God, look at me. You'd think I belonged here." "It's okay, Amelia," says Matthew gently. "I think it's safe to say we're most likely in some level of shock." Then looking at the woman again, he whispers, "What do you remember about her? Anything?" "I know I sat with her at a table and talked to her. It's weird, maybe it was a dream," you say, confused. "Well, somehow you must have been seeing the future," says Matthew at a loss. "But what does it mean?" you say, shaking your head. A very masculine-looking young female nurse with short-cropped blonde hair approaches you and says, "Dinner will be served in just a few minutes. I'll show you to your rooms, and then you'll go to the dining hall." As you walk down the hall, she adds, "For your security, your bedrooms are locked at 2200 hours and will automatically unlock at 0630. Breakfast is at 0700. Everything you need is in your rooms. Toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, etc. You can sleep in your scrubs and you'll receive fresh clothing tomorrow. Amelia, your room is 102, and Matthew, yours is next to hers, 104. She says, indicating your rooms with a wave of her hand as you pass by without stopping. Showers are at the far end of the hall. Men and women alternate, so read the schedule to know when it's your turn. All right, then come this way for dinner, she says in a businesslike, though not unkind manner. Standing in line at the cafeteria, you whisper to Matthew, "This seems like a combination of our high school lunchroom and what it's probably like in prison." "Good thing the food's labeled, otherwise you'd never know what we're eating," Matthew shoots back under his breath as you suppress a laugh. No one is particularly friendly. Women with hairnets and white uniforms serve the most unappealing overcooked food. There's nothing fresh, and nothing even looks edible, but you aren't hungry in any case. After being handed your trays of mystery food, you and Matthew sit down at a table next to a wall and pick at your food. Everyone in the cafeteria is fairly quiet and subdued, except the old man who is still muttering, minus 74.85, 16, minus 102.59, 033, as he shuffles along with an attendant carrying his meal tray. When the man reaches your table, he stops and glares at you. The attendant tries to grab his elbow and redirect him to another table, saying soothingly, Come, Admiral Birdie, someone is already sitting there. You can sit over here." The old man refuses to budge and stares angrily down at you, raising his voice as he says furiously, minus 74.85, 16, minus 102.59, 033. Matthew moves toward the wall and you scoot down the bench next to him. And then you say to the old man, "It's okay, you can sit here. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was your seat." With that, Admiral Birdie sits down and says sweetly, minus 74.85, 16,
minus 102.5903330, as if he is politely thanking you. You are filled with questions and suppositions to share with Matthew, but you feel self-conscious without knowing why. The old man is clearly harmless, and you really don't have anything to say that would get you into trouble. At least that's what you hope. But still, you're more comfortable sitting quietly and just observing the others in the room. During the course of the meal, you notice the old man needing help from time to time. He reminds you of your grandfather who'd had a stroke, and you find yourself automatically helping him to reach his glass of water, or you pick up a piece of silverware as it clatters to the floor. But you quickly learn to wipe it off before you give it to him, otherwise he would insist on eating from the dirty silverware. Other than that, he pays no more attention to you than if you had been one of his attendants. After dinner, It's a Wonderful Life is playing in the common room and seems like a strange choice, given the recent traumatic events. But maybe no one in the ward knows what's happening. Sitting next to Matthew on a well-worn couch, you watch the movie and quickly gather that it must have been Admiral Birdie's turn to choose, as he takes it all in with glowing eyes and in complete silence, as if he'd never seen it before and is trying to take in every word. It's popcorn night, but the old man pays no attention. He is glued to the screen, his lips mouthing the words of each and every character. You bring him a bowl of popcorn and set it on the table next to him. "This is for you if you want it," you say kindly. To your surprise, he looks into your eyes with perfect clarity and whispers so softly you have to bend down to hear him. "I'm not crazy," he says genuinely. "When you get inside, go to the library." "What do you mean, inside? Inside where? What library?" you whisper, confused and completely surprised that he seems so lucid. But the old man had already turned his attention back to the movie and is mouthing the words of one of the characters as if he had not said a word. You quietly puzzle over what the old man had said to you. Is he just crazy, or is there something he's trying to tell you? Finally, you give up trying to figure it out and focus on the movie. This is a favorite Christmas film you watch every year with your parents, but it's even worse this time because you don't know if you'll ever see them again. When the movie ends, Admiral Birdie is once again muttering his favorite sequence as you take his bowl, put it in the tub, and then return it to him. "Can I help you up?" you say, waiting for his permission. He looks at you with perfect clarity and nods. Once he is standing, you try to release his arm, but he puts his hand over yours, making it clear he wants you to walk with him. As you walk down the hall, Matthew on one side and Admiral Birdie on the other, the old man drops his head downward and says quietly so that only you can hear, "You'll be going inside. You'll know you're there when you get there. You must go to the library or all will be lost." Just before you arrive at your room, a sudden wave of panic washes over you as you remember the bedroom from your dream. Thankfully, your room is nothing like the vision. It is white, simple, and quite ordinary, with sterile linoleum floors. It could have been a small college dorm room, except that it has no windows. The little room is less prison-like than you'd expected, but the bed frame is plastic and screwed into the floor, just as you'd remembered from your dream. There is something mirror-like embedded in the wall, but there is no sign of either a toilet or a sink, and this brings some relief knowing they'll have to let you out sooner or later. At 10 p.m. the doors automatically click shut. You hear the lock sliding quietly into place and ending with a slight click as the overhead light fades into a soft nightlight. You sit on your bed, unable to sleep,
your body exhausted but your mind racing. Finally, you get up and pace around the room thinking about everything the old man had said to you. Try as you might, you can't come to a single successful conclusion. Even when you think about Asha and the idea that this might actually be a virtual reality game, it still makes no sense. Asha said that feelings navigate the game, but what could you possibly feel that would change what's happening? The idea's crazy. Still, there's a part of you that wishes you had stayed longer to listen to what Asha had to say. At last, you flop down on your bed, close your eyes, and in the silence of the still room, you suddenly become aware of every sound around you. You hear the footsteps of someone walking slowly up and down the hall. Most likely one of the nurses or an attendant making their nightly rounds, briefly stopping to listen at each doorway. Though you shift back and forth between dream state and reality, you never realize that you had fallen asleep until you suddenly wake to your room literally shaking beneath you. Jumping out of bed, convinced it's an earthquake, you pound on the door to be let out. But no one comes. No one is in the hall making rounds, and you can't hear a sound. You rush back to your bed and slide underneath, breathing heavily. Then you hear a voice. "Amelia, is that you?" says Matthew quietly from the other side of the vent. "Did you feel that?" you say anxiously. "The earthquake? Yeah, I couldn't get anyone to let me out, so I got under my bed." "Oh my God, so did I," you say, panicked. "I couldn't get out either." Another tremor shakes the floor, but it isn't as severe this time. "Matthew?" "Yeah." "Do you think it's safe to talk here?" "I think so. I doubt they have microphones under our beds," says Matthew lightly. Then more seriously he adds, "Is there some reason you're afraid?" "I just don't know. I mean, everything Trevor said made sense, but why would they bring us here? We're not special or important," you say, puzzled. "We are a bit different if you think about it," says Matthew thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" you say as you reach for your pillow and tuck it under your head. "Well, I've been thinking about this, and I agree. Why would they bring us to a place that is so top secret? There's not even a rumor about something like this existing. And like you, I was thinking that we're just a couple of high school kids. Why would the military get involved in finding us?" "I don't know what makes us different," you say, trembling slightly. "Don't you think the timing is a bit odd?" says Matthew pensively. "I mean, we're not really sure what happened to us. Did we die and come back to life? Were we really in another dimension? If so, where did we go? How did we get there? And even more importantly, how did we get back? But if they didn't even know we were lost, then how did they even know where to come look for us?" "That's my point. This place must be beyond top secret," says Matthew, concerned. "That's what I was thinking too," you say uncomfortably. "The question of why they brought us here isn't nearly as important as why would they let us leave?" "I know. That's all I've been thinking about." "How do we even know they're telling us the truth about the terrorist attacks? I never felt anything last night, did you?" "No, I didn't feel anything either. But it is possible, given the fact that the caldera could be over 50 miles in diameter, that the detonations were too far away for us to feel." "Maybe, but I think if it's real, they'll show some footage." "And if they don't?" "Well, I just won't believe it until I see it," you say definitively. "I'm with you, but even if we see the footage, there's still a lot of unanswered questions." "I know, And I think we need to be careful, especially with what we say to each other. Yeah, I agree. I wish we could stay and talk, but I don't want anyone to get suspicious. You're right. How about if we just meet here quickly if we ever have an emergency? Okay. Good night, Matthew. Good night, Amelia. You climb back into bed, and then quite suddenly you find yourself in a familiar dream. You see the psychic woman with her cards spread out on the table, but it's as if you're trying to see her through a dense gray mist. At last you fall into a deep sleep, only to wake up moments later with the bedroom light shining painfully in your eyes. Blinking and feeling as if you've been drugged, you slowly sit up and hear the door automatically unlock. You want nothing more than to stay in bed, but clearly that isn't going to be an option. Outside your bedroom door, you find a duffel bag with army boots, a few t-shirts, a light jacket and cargo pants, among several other things. You dress quickly, but from the moment you walk out of the bedroom, everything seems surreal. Artificial lights, artificial people, and artificial food. Nothing is real. Matthew sits down next to you at breakfast, and though you are both careful with your words, he reaches out and holds your hand reassuringly for a few moments. After breakfast, a nurse escorts you into the conference room. Your tests have your names on them, she says as she stands waiting for you to take your seats. You sit down across from Matthew. You may begin, says the nurse as she sits down. You flip your test over, expecting to see a straightforward series of questions. But this test is like nothing you would ever have imagined. The top of your test page reads, 1. Your target's identifier is TABF. 2. Close your eyes, relax, breathe deeply, and empty your mind. Relax into the emptiness for a few moments. Imagine the window of your mind is black, and continue holding this image. 3. Think of the target's identifier, TABF. Say the letters over to yourself. Empty your mind. Now write down any colors, shapes, temperatures, textures, movement, or other characteristics that come into your mind. Sketch what you see. Do not try to identify it. 4. Close your eyes and quiet your mind again. Write down anything you sense or see beyond the physical description or image you have drawn. You look up from your test to see how Matthew is reacting. But from what you can tell without staring or asking him directly, it appears as if he is answering some very complex science or math questions. At first, you're inclined to raise your hand and ask if you've been given the wrong test. But then you wonder if this is just part of the testing process. Would you raise your hand or not? You decide to answer the questions and see how it all plays out. You look down at the test again. Your target's identifier is TABF. You have no idea what that means, so you take a deep breath and think, TABF, 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 while trying to keep your mind as blank as possible. Immediately you see an image of an icy flat plane that is dipped in at the center. You're glad you have the option of drawing what comes to mind because you don't know how to describe what you're seeing. After drawing what you see, you close your eyes and wait to see if anything else will come to you. Instantly you have the feeling of an ocean, but not an ocean with gentle waves on a sandy tropical beach, which is what you would have normally imagined. Instead, this feeling is of a desolate and frigid ocean, filled with towering icebergs, splitting off and collapsing into the sea. But then,
just as you ascend to the top of a mountain peak and are heading down the other side, the feeling shifts. The cold disappears, and you are surrounded by lush green grass and trees. Something utterly impossible if you were actually viewing the North Pole or Antarctica. You remember you're simply supposed to describe feelings and visual images. You hadn't been directed to make sense of what you were seeing. So you write down your perceptions to the best of your ability, and then wait for Matthew to complete his own task. A few minutes after you have both completed your tests, Trevor enters the room. She casually sits close to you and says, "Thank you for taking these tests. I know this may seem like we're rushing to get you both involved, but you'll find it far easier to adjust if you have something to do that will keep you busy. You'll have your results at dinner, and your temporary job assignments will begin tomorrow. Ultimately, you'll have the opportunity to try other jobs, and you can also volunteer for research projects. Do either of you have any questions?"
I do, says Matthew. We haven't seen any news about what's happening.
Well, that's because it would be too shocking for many of the patients here. But we're not patients, you say, and we'd like to see what's going on. Yes, of course, says Trevor understandingly as she stands up and walks to a large flat-screen television on the wall. She grabs a remote control and says, "I want to caution both of you that this might be very upsetting. Are you sure you want to see it?" You and Matthew nod. Trevor turns on the television and dims the lights as Matthew moves around the table and sits next to you. A moment later, a newscast flickers onto the screen. The images are horrific. Some of the clips have been filmed on personal handheld cameras. Some are filmed by the news or from high above in a helicopter. What you see is inconceivable. Mass hysteria is sweeping through San Francisco. No one can leave the city. Cars crash into each other. The Golden Gate and other major bridges in the Bay Area dangle lifelessly above the water they're meant to traverse. Traffic is wedged together in city streets. Highways are totally blocked with people desperate to leave as buildings explode into flames in the background. There are clips of massive earthquakes tearing apart the San Andreas fault line, collapsing everything in its wake. Fighting back tears, you close your eyes, unable to take in any more of what is on the screen. A deep aching in your throat and chest threaten to overwhelm you at any moment. "Are our families still okay?" you say, feeling a bit selfish to even ask under the circumstances, but you need to know. Sympathetically, Trevor says, "This is all happening in California. As long as there's not an eruption here in the desert, your family should be fine." You sigh in relief as Matthew moves closer and wraps his arm around you. You bury your face in his chest and cry, barely able to breathe, as the weight of all that you have seen clutches at your throat like a noose around your neck. "Why don't you two spend the day doing whatever you want? I know this is a lot to take in. Rest up and get a good night's sleep. I'll meet you at the nurse's station in the morning." Matthew nods silently as you sniffle, "Okay." After Trevor leaves, you look up at Matthew teary-eyed and say, "I was totally wrong. It's all happening." "I know," says Matthew, helping you stand up and walking with you to the door. As you walk down the hall, you muster a weak smile and say, "I think I need to have a meltdown by myself, okay?" "Of course," says Matthew gently. "I'll see you at lunch." "Okay," you say, ducking into your room and closing the door tightly. Curling up in your bed, you cry yourself to sleep. You sleep through lunch and would have slept through dinner, but a nurse gently wakes you. "Even if you're not hungry, sweetheart, you need your work assignment for tomorrow." You nod, sigh, and struggle out of bed.
You don't wash your face, brush your hair, or even glance at the mirror. You just stumble down the hall to the cafeteria feeling dazed and more lost than you ever thought possible. If everything Trevor has told you is true, what's next? What will become of you and Matthew? After dinner, an attendant hands you and Matthew the results of your aptitude tests. Both results conclude with further testing, level 4. In a low voice, Matthew says, "What do you think this means? Further testing. What was your test like?" "My test?" you say. "It was strange. I was supposed to empty my mind and imagine something." "Like what?" "I don't know exactly. There were these letters, TABF. The test said that the letters were the target identifier. Whatever that means. I was supposed to think about the letters, empty my mind, and see what came into my imagination. What about you? What was your test like?" "Nothing like yours, that's for sure," says Matthew, shaking his head. "It said, using quantum mechanics, prove that things are thoughts." "Seriously?" you say incredulously. "What did you write?" "Lights out in 15 minutes, says a voice over the intercom. "I'll tell you tomorrow when we have more time," says Matthew, hastily standing up. "It's the last chance for me to take a shower." You stand up. He gives you a hug and whispers, "If you need to talk, just climb under your bed, tap on the vent, and we can talk." You smile and nod, and as you watch him walk down the hall, you feel eternally grateful that somehow you've managed, under the strangest of circumstances, to find a true friend. You barely know each other, and yet you feel comfortable with him. No matter where you are or what's happening, he makes you feel better. Even through a wall vent, he's a great listener, and he always has something intelligent to say, and he quickly admits anything he doesn't know, and he laughs so easily you can't help but laugh with him. And somehow, even in this strange place, you feel at home with him, as if nothing can go wrong as long as he's here with you. Women only have use of showers in the mornings, so you wash your face, brush your teeth, and go to bed. Every part of you is exhausted, yet somehow your mind just won't shut down. You try jumping jacks, push-ups, sit-ups, and finally end up just pacing around your room. When none of that works, you sit on your bed with your back up against the wall and try deep breathing. You want to talk to Matthew through the vent, but you don't have anything that actually qualifies as an emergency. In truth, you just want to hear his voice, but you don't want to bother him. You know a bit about meditation, so you practice focusing on your breath moving in and out of your body. Gradually, you feel a bit calmer, and then, without trying, you find yourself somehow floating outside of your body and looking down at yourself from the ceiling. It feels so familiar, as if you had done this before, but that isn't possible. Yet you have a clear memory that you had once floated through the wall and out into the hall. The moment the thought occurs to you, you find yourself doing just that, floating down the hall and into the common room, where you see a woman sitting alone at one of the tables. "Come, my dear, no one will hear us talking," says the woman quietly. You look at the nursing station, but no one seems to notice your presence. "Are you outside of your body like me?" you ask. "Things are seldom what they seem," says the woman. "The devil is getting closer. In this you have no choice. He has no more power than you. He cannot take your power, but you will give it to him willingly. In fact, you will insist on it.
Bright lights awaken you, but this time the dream is clear in your mind. You hurry to the cafeteria to try to talk to Itzel, but the woman doesn't show the slightest bit of recognition and seems unwilling or unable to speak. Disappointed but not totally surprised, you get in line for breakfast and find yourself standing behind Admiral Birdie as he struggles with his tray. The attendants are all busy with other patients, so you carry his tray and help him get his coffee, cream no sugar, and then set the tray down in his usual spot. Matthew is nowhere to be seen, so you sit next to him at the table, and the old man mumbles the sequence that you have now practically memorized. Then quite unexpectedly, he puts a napkin over his mouth and says quietly, "There's a place you'll be safe. Remember this. -74.85, 16, 16, -102.59, 0, 33, 0. Testing, testing. Don't forget. News. No, 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 not happening. Not real. No, no, no. -74.85, 16, 16, -102.59, 0, 33, 0. You'll be safe. Go to the library." He then looks around cautiously, and underneath the table he hands you something that feels like a rather bulky pocket watch. "Don't look now," he whispers under his napkin. "Don't let anyone know you have this. Watch out for cameras. Keep it with you always. Go to the library." Then he stands up, leaving his coffee and uneaten breakfast, and totters away, muttering, "-74.85, 16, 16, -102.59, 0, 33, 0. Matthew never shows up for breakfast, but shows up in the common room just as Trevor arrives. You and Matthew exchange glances, but you don't speak as Trevor motions to you from the doorway to join her. Your ID tags have been programmed to give you clearance for level 4. However, you'll always need to be accompanied by myself or someone else that I appoint. You're both coming with me today, right this way, she says as you follow her into the hall. Trevor ushers you both to a small electric transport vehicle, one with no doors and enough seating for several people. As you whisk down the hallway, the object Admiral Birdie had given you is burning a hole in your pocket. You are sitting behind Trevor, so you stick your fingertips into your pocket and try to figure out what he could possibly have given you. It seems to be the size and shape of a pocket watch, but much thicker, as if something is contained inside. As you feel the surface, one side is smooth and the other has something inlaid around the outer edge and in the center, and also some type of engraving, but it isn't deep enough for your fingertips to get a sense of what it might look like. All the while you are being automatically scanned as you zip past checkpoints, quietly moving from hallways to stone passageways, and finally into a massive elevator. At level 4, you disembark from your vehicle, your IDs are scanned, and you are both weighed. Then you walk down a wide hallway lined with metallic double doors. Trevor stops at a large, highly polished wooden door and knocks 3 times. "Enter," says a man's voice. Trevor opens the door and says succinctly, "They're here." "Good, I'll be right there." To your surprise, a tall, elegantly dressed man steps through the door. He appears to be in his late 40s with short-cropped, thick, dark hair, light skin, full lips, and striking green eyes. You think he looks more like a model or an actor than a military man. "Hello, Matthew and Amelia.
I'm Thomas, he says informally. Matthew, you're coming with me, and Amelia, you'll go with Trevor. Then Thomas turns to Trevor and says quietly, use the Montauk chair for her test. Nodding toward you and Matthew, Trevor says tersely, excuse us for just a moment. Then stepping aside with Thomas, she says under her breath, Sir, it's impossible to know how she'll respond to the chair. Her voice low and insistent. You can't put someone untrained in a device like that. There's no way to know what would happen. Taking Trevor's arm and walking slowly away from you and Matthew as if it's nothing more than a stroll and an informal chat, Thomas says quietly but firmly, I want her in that chair. Tell her you're testing her abilities in regard to remote viewing. Do not tell her anything about the history of the chair, just that she needs to focus only on your instructions. But sir, you don't know what she might do accidentally, says Trevor with genuine concern. If you tell her what to think, that's what she'll be thinking about, says Thomas calmly. She's a teenager. She's not calculating. She doesn't have the mentality or the intent of those who've tried to destroy the chair in the past. I understand that, sir. But if she's as psychic as you think she is, you don't know what she'll pick up on. There are parts of this chair that came from the original one. How do you know what she'll see or feel? Placing her focus on remote viewing is the safest way for us to find out. No more discussion, just report the results, says Thomas briskly as he turns in the opposite direction and proceeds to walk back to you and Matthew. You whisper to Matthew, Did you notice his suit? Matthew nods. My father has hand-tailored suits like that from Italy. The shoes are Italian leather, too. What do you think it cost? Everything altogether? Probably around $15,000, maybe more. Doesn't that seem odd for a man working in a military facility? You say, unable to overlook the disparity between Thomas's clothing and the various uniforms worn by everyone else. Matthew looks at you and nods, but says nothing as Trevor and Thomas approach. We're all set, says Thomas amiably. Right this way, Matthew, he adds with a sweeping gesture. You're with me, says Trevor with a slight smile and a cordial nod in your direction. As you walk quietly down the hall, you puzzle over what's happening. Trevor's voice sounds a bit strained, as if she's unhappy about something, but is still trying to appear as if nothing is wrong. That in itself doesn't seem unusual, but what bothers you is the feeling that their argument has something to do with you and the test you're about to take. You try not to worry as you follow Trevor into the laboratory with 30-foot ceilings, a glass observation booth containing high-tech instruments, and what appears to be a very intricate-looking control panel. Outside of the booth, in the center of the room, is nothing but a large, metallic, golden armchair, with a square base and no legs, sitting flat on the floor. There are footrests for your feet, and the seat, back, and arms of the chair are padded, except for a space where it seems your hands are meant to rest. This is the Montauk chair, says Trevor, her voice a bit strained. Have a seat. Unsure of what is about to happen, your heart beats in anxious anticipation as you tentatively sit down in the chair, which turns out to be surprisingly comfortable and cool beneath your touch, its large arms reaching out in front of you. Is this chair painted with real gold? You ask, trying to relieve your nervousness. No, the chair is made out of gold, says Trevor. Of course, there are many other components, but everything you see is solid gold. An unidentifiable energy flows through your body, causing you to feel a bit lightheaded. Standing next to you, observing your reactions, Trevor says, "At the end of the chair arms, you'll see indentations for your fingers. Your fingers need to be spread out slightly and held consistently in that position. For this reason, I'm going to connect these clamps just above your wrists so you don't accidentally move your arms." Noticing your discomfort, she adds, "Don't worry, you won't be trapped. This is for your protection." "My protection from what?" you say, feeling frightened and confused while keeping your hands in your lap. "You're here because your test revealed that you have remote viewing capabilities," says Trevor patiently. "We gave you 4 letters that corresponded to an image that you would not normally recognize or consciously understand. You described it more accurately than our trained viewers," she says with a hint of admiration in her voice. "So we're going to skip some of the initial training, and we're just going to see if we can identify your capabilities. The chair will enhance those capabilities, and information will come to me directly through your contact with the chair." "I don't understand," you say, still feeling a bit apprehensive. "How does it work?" "Well, if you were an aerospace engineer with a background in cognitive neuroscience, I could just barely scratch the surface on how the chair works," says Trevor with a smile. "But what I can tell you is that the chair is experiential. So even though you won't understand how it works, you'll have your own experience, and then we can talk about it if you have any questions," she says lightly. "Are you ready to get started?" You nod. You're still a bit anxious, but now you're also intrigued about what kind of experience you'll have. "I'm going to ask you to focus on 3 different scenarios. One now, one later today, and one tomorrow morning. But unlike your first test, this will be experiential. It won't appear to be in your imagination. In fact, it may feel quite real to you. You may feel as if you've actually moved through time and space, and it's most likely you'll feel as if you're physically present in each separate scenario. If none of that happens, don't worry. I just don't want you to feel frightened if you find yourself someplace else," says Trevor in finger quotes. "You'll still be sitting right here, but the technology embedded in this chair will cause you to think differently. Now, because we want to see your capabilities, I'm not going to give you any training or explain very much about each scenario. I'll give you only what you absolutely need to know, and you must use your own intuition to guide you through the rest. One thing I can tell you is that we want you to report exactly what you see. You don't need to try to understand what you're seeing because much of it won't make sense. Are you feeling relaxed and ready to go?" says Trevor encouragingly. You shrug and nod slightly. "All right. This test is to find out whether or not you have remote viewing capabilities beyond what you showed us in your first test. As I said, the chair will amplify your abilities, and you may actually feel as if you are physically in another place. So don't be frightened. No matter where you seem to be or how real everything appears, you will be unseen and untouchable. Also, time will be different. You may feel that you are in a scenario for quite some time, but just like a dream, you'll only be gone for a short period of time. Do you understand?" You nod. "The program will bring you back automatically, but if something goes wrong, simply think or say, 'Go back,' and you'll find yourself here in the chair." Before we begin, I'm going to play some music, and I'd like you to sing with it. There are no words, just the sounds of ah and oh. I know that sounds like an odd request, but this will calm your mind and stabilize the rhythms in your body, your brain waves, breath, and heart rate, which in turn will raise the physical frequency of your body and heighten your intuitive abilities. With a nod of encouragement, she says, "Okay, I'll be in the booth." Trevor closes the door, sits down in a chair in front of a panel of lights, and then the lights around you dim. And something about the glass seems to change because you can no longer see into the booth. Then over the intercom, Trevor says, "Okay, I'm going to play the music now. Be sure you sing ah and oh." Though you've been singing, you think nothing is happening. And then you see a slight golden shimmer in the air. And in the next moment, it is as if the room has been swallowed in darkness, and your body is no longer seated in the chair. Instantly, you become aware of the scent of pine. And though you've never smelled this particular fragrance in your current lifetime, you know you're in a Siberian cedar forest. Your eyes slowly open to a steel gray sky, marked with the waning light of last night's stars, like softly glowing pinpricks in a domed carnival tent. Cotton candy clouds, pink in the reflected light of the pre-dawn sun, infuse the forest glade with a tender glow. You are lying on a soft, fragrant cushion of pine needles beneath massive ancient trees that tower over you. But you're not alone. All around you, young men are sleeping in this woodland world, wrapped in capes to ward off the crisp night air. As you reach up to push the hair away from your eyes, you realize your hair is cropped short, and you know you're a woman pretending to be a man. You realize you aren't just seeing all of this remotely. You are actually there, seeing the world through the eyes of your previous avatar, Sasha. You are amazed by the strength and energy in your avatar body, and how alert and quick your mind feels. As Sasha, you find yourself experiencing everything from emotions to physical sensations, exactly as it is playing out for Sasha. You hear a whistle. It sounds like the early morning trill of a songbird, but all of the men instantly and silently leap to their feet. In moments, horses appear and stand patiently in front of their riders. You scramble to your feet as your horse, a sturdy buckskin with a long black mane and tail, appears before you, bobbing its head up and down while eyeing an apple on the ground. 2 swords lay on the ground next to you. You place the swords in the belt around your waist, 1 sword on each hip, then hold out the apple for your horse. The horse drops its head to take the apple from your hand, and in one fluid motion you swing your leg over the horse's neck, and as it raises its head, you slide effortlessly onto its back. Riding bareback, you and the men leave the campsite without a word.
The majority of the men are in their 20s, but a few are in their teens, so your lack of facial hair isn't noticeable. All of the men know that you're a woman and respect you. You are simply hiding this fact because you don't want to stand out in battle. For generations, your people, the Vedras, have lived in peace, but war has been thrust upon them. Less than 100 men had spent the night on the outskirts of a small village, and though the sun has not yet risen, children run out to greet you with wreaths woven from a variety of fresh herbs. A little girl running alongside you reaches up to hand you a wreath. You smile warmly and thank the girl as you slip the wreath over your forehead in the same fashion as the rest of the soldiers. A few minutes after leaving the village, you come to the edge of a flat rock plateau. Below is a broad expanse with a river running languidly through it. A gentle breeze springs up out of nowhere, blowing the softening night sky into a softer blue. The pink clouds have turned to vanilla cream and hover high in the firmament, reflecting the golden tones of the morning sun shimmering at the edge of the horizon. This time of year the meadows are usually speckled with colorful, fragrant wildflowers. But instead of the wind-swept scent of grass and flowers, a sickening burnt odor overwhelms your senses. You and the soldiers all dismount and creep to the edge of the precipice, then lay on your stomachs to observe the view below. Horror seizes you and takes your breath away. A deep, unimaginable sorrow overwhelms you as you look down at a small village freshly torched to the ground, with smoke spiraling from ashen heaps that had once been homes and gardens. Just beyond the wreckage, extending as far as the eye can see, the landscape is dotted not with wildflowers, but with tents and battle equipment crushing the delicate beauty of the once pristine land. Over 1,000 horses are in the cavalry, and hundreds more are there for pulling the heavy equipment. Campfires are burning and thousands of soldiers are milling about, but they don't seem to be preparing for battle. The Vedras people have no cities, but they have a vast number of settlements that extend throughout what is now known as Russia. Mystical accounts of a lost civilization, a Shangri-La of sorts, referring to the Vedras' remarkable health and longevity, and the extraordinary flavor, size, and color of their produce, had gained the ear of Caesar himself. Hoping to avail himself of this acclaimed fountain of youth and expand his empire in the process, Caesar sent an elite Roman legion of 5,000 highly trained warriors to Russia. They set up their camp a mere stone's throw from the first small settlement they came to. A homing pigeon had delivered the news to your village. The Imperial Roman army had burned down the nearby settlement. The village elder had been locked in a cage, and the villagers had been shackled as slaves for their fearless refusal to feed the dark forces of Rome with food from their gardens. Shortly thereafter, Roman military runners arrived with messages stating that each village was to send representatives to pay tribute to the most powerful country of all. Those unable to pay would be taken into slavery or die. On the appointed day when all the elders were expected to gather at the camp, the last thing the commander-in-chief expected was 90 young men, including you in disguise, walking into camp at dawn, leading your horses. Though none of you have armor, helmets, or shields, it's obvious from the swords at your sides that you are all prepared to fight. You and the young warriors all stand quietly in front of a large carpeted podium, adorned with red silk fabric trimmed in gold. On the dais stands a throne and a massive metal cage where Raza,
the Vedras elder, is imprisoned like a giant bird, with nothing more than a bowl of water. Duty-bound, the commander, well-dressed but completely disheveled, with his black hair at odds with his head, climbs the steps and wearily flops on the stone with a cluster of red grapes in his hand. He appears as one who had indulged his senses excessively the night before, and has no business seeing the sun prior to noon. With a yawn and a loud belch, he surveys you and the other Vedras apathetically. Much like a cat toying with a mouse, the commander tosses grape after grape at Raza through the bars of the cage, while indulging in his egocentric discourse.
Raza, I've ordered the elders of your settlements to pay tribute and to hear the decrees of our emperor. Where are they, and why are these lads here?
He says, throwing another grape through the bars.
Stand up when I speak to you, he commands.
White-haired Raza appears no more than 40, but in fact he is well over 100 years old. When he stands up in his cage, he is impressively tall, even amidst the elite warriors standing on the platform. Though pitifully thin, he is nothing like a man starved and mentally beaten into submission. Raza's blue eyes are blazing, and his passion is palpable. With calm certainty, belying the apparent hopelessness of his situation, Raza responds in a surprisingly relaxed manner, as if he already knows the outcome. The elders know what you want. They don't like you, and they've decided not to meet someone they don't like. You are here to do battle. These lads look ready to fight. Then, looking directly at the young man, he adds, "Is that so?" The young man leading your group gravely nods in agreement.
"This is absurd,"
bellows the commander, thinking of what a waste it would be to end up with a bunch of dead bodies instead of slaves for his emperor.
"Old man, these lads will listen to you. Tell them to surrender now and I'll spare their lives. They will become slaves, but at least they won't die senselessly."
Raza addresses you and the men.
"As you know, these forces are unequal to your own."
The commander relaxes a bit in the knowledge that Raza will talk some sense into these impetuous young men, and whispers to a guard to prepare for prisoners. The elder continues, "My sons, your thoughts move swiftly. I ask that you spare the lives of these men. Do not kill them all. Teach them to put down their weapons and forever turn away from the games of war." Exasperated, the commander barks, "You have just ordered the death of all these men. I'll give the orders now." "It's too late. They understand what I've asked, and they won't kill you." Before the commander can respond, you and the young warriors leap onto your horses and gallop at full speed toward the main camp. The commander orders a detachment of archers to shoot, and though they are ill-prepared for the moment, they finally dispatch a round of arrows. But just as the arrows come within range, you and the other warriors jump off of your horses and run alongside them. As the arrows shoot past, a hissing blur just above your heads. As soon as you get close to the Roman troops, the Vedras soldiers split into two groups. One group circles around the troops that have already gathered together, and the other group, which you're in, begins cutting through the troops that are still hastily trying to come together in the midst of unforeseen chaos. From childhood, all Vedras children played games and created artwork with both hands.
They were not only equally adept on both sides of their bodies, but this also developed both hemispheres of the brain equally, causing their minds to be lightning fast. There was nothing considered more important in the world of the Vedras than the ability to accelerate their thinking. They knew that no opponent, no matter how powerful, could outmaneuver one who could think more quickly. Unlike their Roman counterparts who used 10% of their mental capacity at best, the Vedras accessed 100% of their intellectual abilities. In so doing, they could send and receive information telepathically. This was as natural to them as it would be for someone to speak their own native language. To understand the speed of the Vedras' thought, imagine a bullet coming toward you. But if your mind moves more quickly than a bullet, then from your perspective, the bullet would appear to be moving in slow motion. This is why people often describe an accident as happening in slow motion. Their mind has departed the confines of the body and is observing the event from an unencumbered mental perspective. Hence, the appearance of the event taking place slowly. Still running on the ground, with a sword in each hand and without armor to slow you down, you are able to disarm and wound your opponents without so much as a scratch on your body. Yet you're not a trained warrior. None of you are. As children, you grew up playing sword games, followed by more complex versions you played as adults, where you relied on telepathy to outmaneuver your opponents. While the Romans were hearing words, "Your thoughts move swiftly. I ask that you spare the lives of these men." The Vedras elder was simultaneously projecting mental images, which were seen clearly by all of the young warriors. For the warriors, it was much like viewing a mind movie and being shown exactly how the entire battle would play out. Every Vedras warrior saw himself and the other warriors in this mental movie, and all of you instantly knew exactly what to do. Even before you began fighting, you knew you didn't need to kill anyone. The images in your mind sent by the elder showed disarmed and wounded troops littering the battlefield, and subsequently stopping the reserve soldiers from making any headway or taking over from the original troops. In your mind's eye, you saw your group cutting its way back to the tent of the commander-in-chief and taking him hostage. And this is exactly what you did. 2 men put a gunny sack over the commander's head, tied it at his waist, and threw him over the rump of a horse. In the meantime, you released Raza the elder from his cage and gave him a horse. Communicating with you and the troops through mental imagery, the young commander showed you how to get the commander out of the camp. Following the projected images, you create a protective oval with the commander-in-chief at the center. But rather than return the way you had come, you push forward until you pass through the throng of soldiers. You pay no attention to the fact that you are surrounded by seasoned soldiers twice your size. You focus on each one as if you're playing a game. In the same way that modern-day children and adults play baseball or soccer, Vedras children and adults played a game with a sword in each hand. The sword tips were dipped in vegetable dye, and the point of the game was to tag your opponents with the dye without harming them. The highest points were awarded not for tagging spots that were fatal, such as the heart or throat, but places that were the most difficult to access, such as fingertips or toes. As children, they learned to play one-on-one, but as adults, they played all at once, sometimes one against many and sometimes in teams. Having practiced this game your entire life, your mental focus causes you to be flawlessly accurate and utterly unafraid. From the point of view of an observer, it would appear that all of the Vedras had eyes in the back of their heads. But in fact, they knew how to go out of body while fighting. Imagine sitting in a class and listening to a teacher while daydreaming at the same time. It's like being two places at once. In a similar way, you and the Vedras are fighting while daydreaming that you are high above the battleground, observing everything that is happening. Except in your case, you are seeing exactly what is occurring, and you are all capable of seeing what is coming, as if it's a battle scene playing out in slow motion. You and all the other Vedras hold a mental image of all of you arriving safely at the other side of the battlefield, galloping away. Exactly as each one of you envisioned it, you all jump on your horses and gallop to the top of a nearby hill. All of you, except 2 watchmen, then jump off your horses and lay in the grass with your arms outstretched, falling immediately asleep while your horses graze nearby. This may seem like something that could never happen in real life, because most people rarely experience anything in the way they picture it in their minds. But in fact, this is part of Russian history that has been maintained in such strict secrecy that there are only a handful of people alive who know this is true. The Vedras practiced a form of white magic that disappeared from the earth thousands of years ago. True white magic is harmless. This form of magic cannot be tainted or used selfishly. It simply won't work unless the intention of those performing the magic is for the highest good of all. This is why Raza, the elder, said, "I ask that you spare the lives of these men. Teach them to put down their weapons and forever turn away from the games of war." By asking all of the Vedras warriors to intend the highest good for all, knowing that the Roman soldiers were simply doing their job and following orders, Raza was activating ancient white magic, which allowed the direct transmission of assistance from the unseen realms. But the battle isn't over yet. Back in the Roman camp, the officers are blaming each other for the colossal fiasco that now ensues. Without their commander-in-chief, they argue about who should take charge and what should be done next. At long last, after much arguing and deliberation, it is decided they will send the majority of their cavalry, nearly 1,000 troops, after the Vedras with a few hundred in reserve following at a distance. The moment the troops begin leaving the camp, a Vedras watchman blows his horn, waking you and the other men. Now well rested, thanks to the time wasted in all the internal chaos at the Roman camp, all of you immediately jump up and begin running alongside your horses. It takes some time, but the cavalry gradually begins to catch up. When the Romans are nearly upon you, they sound their battle horn. The Roman soldiers whip and spur their horses, already frothing at the mouth from the strain of the riders and all the armor being carried, into a full gallop. But at the same time, you and the other Vedras stop running, jump on your horses, and gallop easily ahead. The Roman soldiers, fully ignited by their close proximity to you and the Vedras, keep whipping their horses onward, trying to close the ever-expanding gap. Finally, they slow down as their commander realizes there is now an impossible distance between you. You and the Vedras stop, and the Roman commander and Raza are given fresh horses. Once again, all of you dismount and rest while the horses graze. During this time, the Roman cavalry presses on without a break or water for their horses. At last, the Romans spot you and the Vedras not too far ahead. Again, their battle horn blasts, and the cavalry whips their horses into a gallop. Springing into action, you and the Vedras run alongside your horses, only jumping on to gallop away when the Romans are little more than an arrow's shot behind you. At this point, the frothing cavalry horses, beaten to exhaustion, begin falling to their knees. Some horses fall over dead, pinning their riders underneath them. At last, the Roman cavalry commander calls, "All rest!" But it's too late. Horses are lying all over the field, and those that had not succumbed to fatigue were shaking from the energy expended. You and the Vedrus warriors suddenly spin around and bear down on the fatigued cavalry. The Roman soldiers had no horses, and though they tried to retreat back to the reserve cavalry, it was hopeless. Many fell to the ground in exhaustion after a vain attempt to run in their armor. The few that are able to fight are wounded or disarmed by the Vedrus, but none of you touched the soldiers who had fallen. Finally, seeing all the Vedrus fresh and well rested with a sword in each hand, the Roman cavalry drops to their knees, places their swords on the ground in front of them, and surrenders. The Romans anticipated the wrath of the Vedrus, but instead, you and the other warriors dismount, remove the wreaths from your heads, and apply the grass and herbs to stop the blood flow from the wounded soldiers. As you attend to their wounds, you and the other Vedrus speak to the Roman soldiers about a way of life in harmony with man and nature, and without war. On the battlefield, the commander-in-chief is safely returned to his regiment. At the same time, you are applying some of the herbs from your wreath to stop the flow from a gash on a young Roman soldier's head. Without a word, he looks at you as you speak soothingly to him and dress his wounds. He is tall, deeply tanned, and very rugged-looking for one who is barely 20, but his eyes are deep liquid brown. It seems to you as if he is looking right through you, and you feel strangely weak, though you're not tired. There is a deep familiarity about him which makes no sense. You know you've never met him before, yet when it's time to move on to the next soldier, you feel a gripping feeling in your heart about leaving him. You hesitate and look into his eyes searchingly as he returns your gaze. Finally, the Vedrus horn blows, calling all of you back together. You gather with the other Vedrus warriors, but you can't help looking back to see the Roman soldier. Much to your surprise, he has removed all of his armor and is walking away from the battlefield, following the Vedrus at a distance. As night falls and you are camping out under the stars, you wonder about the soldier. You fall asleep, staring up at the stars, wondering who he is and why he seems so familiar. In the next moment, you are aware of yourself sitting in the Montauk chair as if you had never left it. According to the clock on the wall, only a minute or two has passed. Or is it the next day? Very good. That's enough for now, says Trevor, her voice impassive, as if she is a school teacher telling you to put down your pencil at the end of a test. We'll break for lunch. You'll be eating here on level 4 with Matthew, and we'll resume afterward. By the way, you're not to mention anything you see or experience here to anyone else, including Matthew. Understood? Yes, you say, nodding. Still feeling slightly dizzy, you stand up carefully as Trevor takes your arm and helps you out of the chair. The level 4 dining hall seems more like a restaurant than a cafeteria. There are stained glass windows that appear to be lit by real sunlight. Of course, you know that's impossible since you are deep underground. But even so, just the idea that it looks like sunshine makes you feel a bit better. Waiting at a table, Matthew smiles and waves to you as you walk through the door. You quickly join him and find a large salad is waiting for you. "How'd it go?" asks Matthew. "I can't begin to describe what happened,
But even if I could, I'm not allowed to talk about it. Sorry, you say, wishing more than anything that you could talk to Matthew and tell him everything. What kind of tests are they doing with you? Are you allowed to talk to me?
Well, no one said I can't talk, says Matthew in a low voice. Thomas just sat there talking to me. He asked me questions about quantum physics and then out of nowhere asked if I'd been in an alternate reality, or if I'd had a past experience that I couldn't explain.
Really? That's weird, you say as you take a bite of your salad.
Matthew nods. And then he asked if I knew that Earth is actually a virtual reality.
What did you tell him? You ask, completely stunned.
Well, I told him I was pretty sure that you and I had been in an alternate reality or a different dimension. Definitely something we couldn't explain. But here's the strange thing. When I said that I'd heard that Earth is a virtual reality, guess what he said?
You shake your head.
He said, "Prove it." Not like he didn't believe it. In fact, I think he believes that it's true. I don't know. Maybe he wants me to prove it to myself,
says Matthew, shaking his head. That's crazy. Why would he ask you to explain something that's clearly impossible? You say, puzzled.
Well, that's just it. I've been thinking about all this stuff, and I believe there's more proof that this is a game than there is proving that it's not.
I don't understand. How could you possibly prove this is all a game?
Well, to explain that, I'll have to give you a quick lesson in physics.
You mean like before I've finished my salad? You say, laughing.
I'm up for the challenge, says Matthew, grinning. Okay, first, I have a question for you. Can you tell me what visually obvious facts people believed in a few hundred years ago that are now known to be untrue?
Well, people believed Earth was flat and stationary. Oh, and that the Earth was the center of the universe with the sun, stars, and planets orbiting around it.
Right. But even though we know the truth today, isn't it still hard to conceive of the fact that the Earth rotates at 1,000 miles an hour and we're moving through space at 66,000 miles an hour?
You nod. You never could remember those statistics, and they boggle your mind every time you hear them.
I'm just pointing out how crazy the world is, because you're going to need an open mind for this next part.
You do an informal salute and say, "Okay, mind open and ready."
Matthew smiles and says, "Everything you see around you seems real and solid, right?"
You nod.
But if you go down to the atomic level, the nucleus is the only solid part of the atom. Now get this. If you took all the nuclei of every person on the planet and put them together, it's the size of a grain of rice. And if you put together the nuclei of the entire planet, it's about the size of a sugar cube. And the distance from the nucleus to the electrons is proportionately the same distance as from the Earth to the stars. So everything that seems to be solid is actually 99.999% empty space.
Wow, you say, genuinely impressed.
You're not even finished with your salad yet, and it's already starting to sound like a virtual reality, right? Says Matthew, laughing. And here's what Einstein said. Matter is energy whose vibration has been so lowered as to be perceptible to the senses. there is no matter.
Einstein said there's no matter, you say, finding it difficult to get your head wrapped around the idea.
Yeah, says Matthew, nodding. But wait, it gets better. He adds, sounding like a salesman on an infomercial. There was this experiment where scientists set up a camera to observe electrons, and they acted like particles. But when no equipment was used to observe the electrons, they acted like waves and particles simultaneously. And the only logical explanation the scientists could come up with was that the electrons somehow know when they're being watched.
Okay, that's really weird. How is that even possible? It's not like an electron can think. I mean, electrons are just pretty much pure energy, right? You say, narrowing your eyes. Oh, I bet I know what's coming. As if Matthew has been pulling your leg.
Really?
Yes. I bet you're going to tell me that not only are electrons smart enough to know they're being observed, they even know what you're thinking. To your surprise, Matthew ponders this for a moment.
For someone who has trouble understanding quantum mechanics, that's an excellent point.
Really? I was just kidding, you say, giggling.
I know, says Matthew, nodding vigorously. But you're right. If electrons have the intelligence to know they're being observed, why wouldn't they know what you're thinking? I never thought about it that way. My mind just stopped where the experiment stopped. But what you just said ties in perfectly with what Asha told us about our thoughts and feelings creating our experiences. But here's the thing. I thought she meant that our thoughts and feelings affect how we see things, like the way people perceive things differently. You know, like a farmer being happy when it rains while at the same time someone on a picnic is annoyed. Same event, different perception. But what if that isn't what Asha was talking about? What if she was talking about cause and effect? Physics has proven that energy has consciousness, and that consciousness is linked to our consciousness. And then it somehow responds to human intentions.
Wait a second. You said the electrons responded to intentions. I'm confused, you say, unconsciously chewing on your lower lip.
Oh, sorry. The intention part came up in a later experiment. You see, once the scientists knew that electrons were simultaneously acting as waves and particles, they discovered that whenever the electrons were being observed, they would show up according to the intentions of the person setting up the experiment. If the intention of the scientist was to see electrons as particles, the electrons would show up as particles. But if the intention was to see the electrons as waves, they showed up as waves.
So the electrons do know how to read your mind, you say, amazed. Do you think maybe the electrons are trying to communicate?
I don't know, but here's what I'm thinking. What if thoughts and feelings actually cause energy to slow down to the point that you can instantly see matter? You know, like things and people you see every day.
But what if some energy moves slowly and other energy moves fast, and that's just how it's always been?
You've heard of Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared?
You nod.
Well, that equation is saying that when matter moves at the speed of light squared, it turns into pure energy. So, if you think about it, the opposite must be true. When energy slows down enough, it appears as solid matter. And I think that energy has to be, well, not just intelligent, but what if energy is intelligence itself?
You mean like some big cosmic universal intelligence? You say incredulously.
Matthew looks at you a bit sheepishly and says with a quirky smile, "That's really weird, isn't it?"
Well, it's a lot to get your head around, that's for sure, you say, trying to be supportive.
I know it sounds totally crazy, but think about it. Matter is energy whose vibration has been so lowered as to be perceptible to the senses. But Einstein never tells you what causes the energy to be lowered. What would cause energy to slow down? For there to be an effect, there has to be a cause. And remember how Asha said that every possibility already exists?
You nod, hoping you will be able to keep up with wherever Matthew is headed.
Well, it doesn't make sense if you're thinking about a game that has to be programmed in advance with every detail, down to a grain of sand, and you can play the game at any point in time throughout millions or billions of years. But if your thoughts and feelings cause energy to slow down and show you a world that matches your own beliefs and perceptions.
You mean like the game's prime directive? Thy will be done?
Yes. And that's how the game world could materialize while you're playing the game. And it's totally customized to you. It's your game,
says Matthew with subdued enthusiasm. Okay, so let me make sure I get what you're saying. So there's this universal intelligence that's everywhere, connects everything and is everything. And because energy responds intelligently to your thoughts and feelings, whatever you believe causes energy to slow down, and the effect is that you see what you believe. Is that right?
Basically, yes, says Matthew concisely. Amelia, I think quantum physics has accidentally tapped into the game program itself without realizing it. Of course, the scientists don't know it because they're all about proof. But really, think of how phenomenal that is. It would be like you playing a computer game, and then you discover your avatar can drill down through the earth right into the level of the program itself. And if you happen to understand programming, you could have your avatar go in and change the program itself. Then you could create and play any game you choose.
Slowly you say, okay, but how do you know what's real?
Remember when you were talking to Asha about your avatar body and you asked, "Are you saying I'm not real?" Do you remember what she said?
Yeah, she said, you are not your body.
Exactly. You're not the avatar on the screen. The avatar does what you tell it to. But think about it in terms of the game. If you are not your body, then your thoughts can't come from your brain.
But where do my thoughts come from if it's not from my brain?
Are you the thought or the thinker?
Says Matthew slowly. Well, I guess I'm the thinker, you say, feeling a bit lost.
If you are not your body or your mind, then you must be the one who has the body, the one who has the mind. Doesn't that imply consciousness? Remember Asha telling us that we are born into the game? If we're not bodies that have learned how to think and be intelligent, there's only one other choice. We would have to be consciousness, thought force, universal intelligence that has created a body.
As if he's been part of your conversation all along, Thomas walks up to the table and says,
The 99.99% space you mentioned earlier is known as the unified field. Unified means coming together, which implies form. Field implies interest, thought. Unified field then is thought taking form, and this thought form shows up as your body and the world around you, otherwise known as the game. This so-called empty space is actually full of intelligence, and because it isn't in a physical form, it's also full of potential.
With a smile, Thomas says,
Well done, Matthew.
Then looking at you congenially, he adds,
I'll leave you to finish that salad.
As soon as Thomas is out of earshot, you lean toward Matthew and say,
How did he know what we were talking about?
Matthew shrugs and shakes his head.
Does he talk like that all the time?
Matthew whispers,
Well, yes, he's a scientist. But he also says some really bizarre stuff.
Like what?
Well, today we were talking about quantum mechanics and proving that Earth is a virtual reality. He just rambled on saying he knows the secret to how the program works and that nothing is good or bad from its own side. Everything is simply empty.
Everything is empty? Do you think he's depressed?
No, he just talks like that,
says Matthew, shrugging.
I mean, he looks at me as if I'm supposed to understand, but I really don't.
You laugh, and looking past Matthew to the entrance of the restaurant, you wave your hand and say, Trevor's waiting for me. I've got to go. Let me know if you hear any more Thomasisms.
I will,
says Matthew, laughing. Then taking your hand, he pulls you toward him and says,
Maybe we can vent tonight, and you can talk too.
You smile and nod. Returning with Trevor to the lab, you once again sit in the Montauk chair.
The chair has multiple functions. It can function according to your ability to image events or timelines, but it can also be programmed to recognize a specific frequency that you might think of as a specific time, day, and place.
So you chose the place I went to? You say, trying to come up with the best possible questions, so Trevor will continue giving you answers.
Not exactly, says Trevor. You have your own frequency, and the chair can search out your frequency at different times in history.
What do you mean, different times in history? You say, at a loss. Are you saying you believe in past lifetimes? And that I was seeing myself thousands of years ago? Trevor looks at you for a moment, as if measuring your capacity for mental comprehension. Then something in her face changes, and she says,
Do you know you're playing a game?
Bewildered, you say, well, kind of. I mean, I've heard that Earth is a virtual reality, but I don't really understand what that means. Trevor's face softens as she smiles slightly and says, Not many people do. Can you get your head around the idea that your body is your avatar? Yes. Then, do you understand that you are not your body? Yes, you say hesitantly. Good. Think of it this way. You, your unique frequency, can be tuned into just like turning a radio dial.
I can set the Montauk chair program to your frequency and then add the date and time, and the chair will locate you. So, the woman I saw, Sasha, she was my avatar, and that was me playing that game? Trevor nods. So, where are you sending me this time? I don't know. I only program in the date and time. Well, how do you decide that? You say curiously. Thomas decides everything in regard to the Montauk chair. Now that's all I can tell you, says Trevor with a bit more kindness than usual. You have a head full of questions, but you can tell that Trevor isn't going to say another word. So you sit and wait to see what is next. But this time, there is no shimmering golden light or disappearing room. Your eyes open. You're sitting on soft grass, with morning sunlight sparkling on the pond in front of you. As if you had suddenly awakened from a dream, you can't make sense of what you're seeing. Yet somehow you know you're in your Sasha avatar again. But it's years later because your hair is now down to your waist. As you observe your surroundings, you can feel that this was your home in your game lifetime as Sasha. On one side of the pond is a forest with majestic cedar, birch, aspen, and spruce trees. In another direction, wildflowers grow amidst a small vegetable garden with a beehive. In the distance is an orchard with bird cherry and wild apple trees filled with fruit. Just beyond the orchard is a long fence composed of raspberry bushes, which surround the property. The delicately scented air is fresh and cool. In the next moment, you hear running through the forest. A barefooted 5-year-old boy wearing a light woven tunic and trousers shoots out of the woods, hotly pursued by a wolf. The boy runs up the side of the tree, pushes himself off with his legs, and somersaults over in a backflip. Landing on his feet, he runs off in the opposite direction, laughing as the wolf's inertia causes her to continue running past the tree. Smiling, the lad strides up to you and says brightly,
Mama Sasha, I have a present for you.
He digs into his pocket and produces a ripe red apple which he hands to you. Thank you, Alexei, you say, tousling his curly strawberry blonde hair as you look lovingly into his sparkling green eyes. At the same moment, the wolf sneaks up and licks Alexei's hand. Laughing, he cuffs her on the neck and shoots off in the direction of a huge cedar tree. He runs up the side of the tree and somersaults as he had before, but this time the wolf knows what to expect. Before he reaches the tree, she slows down and then sits on her haunches until he hits the ground. Then she licks his arm and takes off. Alexei tries over and over again to outsmart the wolf, but he can't. Finally, he flops down next to you, utterly frustrated. Kindly, you say, Alexei, first you need to train your thought. You have to think through any moves you're going to make. Actually try to feel them before you do them.
But I've already done that, Mama,
says Alexei hopelessly. Well, sweetheart, you say, it's not just your thought. You have to take into consideration what the wolf is thinking. See it in your mind and then act accordingly. First, Alexei tries running twice as fast, but the wolf is quicker, and no matter what Alexei does, the wolf knows the trick and can anticipate what is to come. Finally, he walks up to you, looks you in the eye, and says imploringly,
Can you give me a hint?
Before you can even ask the question, the answer must already exist. Alexei keeps staring at you.
In order for you to ask the question, what is 2 plus 2, the answer 4 already exists. If you think there's no answer to your problem, then you can't find the answer. But if you realize that an answer already exists, and if you'll think more quickly, you'll discover you can think faster than the wolf. And when you do, she won't be able to catch you. Suddenly, Alexei's face lights up. He dashes headlong toward the tree with the wolf only a few feet behind him. As he approaches the tree, the wolf slows down to wait for him to leap into the air and somersault off the tree. Alexei does leap into the air, but this time his body passes within an inch of the trunk, and he keeps running while the bewildered wolf sits wondering where Alexei has gone. Alexei comes back glowing.
I got it! I thought quickly for myself, but I had to think more quickly than the wolf could think for herself. And then I put it all together at just the right time. The wolf will never be faster than me again.
He then takes off and performs a whole series of tricks. The wolf is completely unable to catch him. Finally, Alexei sits down next to you and says confidentially,
I know you have a secret. Will you tell me now?
You laugh and look proudly at your son. Yes.
Today's the day, isn't it?
Yes, it is, my darling. You say warmly. Come lie next to me, and we shall go together as our second selves. Lying in the fragrant grass, you hold hands, and you feel the warm sensation of leaving your body. But there is no sense of movement. You are instantly standing with your son in a place you remember well. You are standing on the very same cliff where you first saw the Imperial Roman army. And the Romans have returned. This time, there are at least 10,000 troops spread across the valley, as far as the eye can see.
They look like ants,
says Alexei lightly.
Is this the same army the Vedras warriors fought?
Not exactly, you say. They are from Rome, but these are different men.
How do you know some of them aren't the same?
Alexei asks curiously. That is an excellent question, Alexei, you say, smiling as you look deeply into your son's eyes. Well, after the battle, we formed a group. There are several of us who now keep track of what's going on in Rome.
Is it dangerous?
Asks Alexei wide-eyed. No, sweetheart, you say comfortingly. It's not dangerous at all. We never leave the forest. We go to Rome as our second selves, so we're invisible to the Romans. But we have access to everything from conversations to secret communications.
So how do you know that none of the soldiers down there were here before?
When the army left after the battle, we took turns tracking the commander until he led us back to Rome. We listened to everything he told Caesar. Not one man was willing to go to war. Even the commander himself refused to ever fight again. When the commander left, Caesar ordered every man in the battalion to be sent to a different part of the empire, and each soldier was ordered to never speak of what happened, or else they would be killed. For generations, a diary has been passed down from one Caesar to the next. I saw it myself. In the diary, he warns the future Caesars to leave the Vedras alone. But when Caesar died, his successor saw him as a coward and decided to try again. But to be on the safe side, he doubled the size of his army.
So you knew they were coming?
Says Alexei wide-eyed. Yes, we've known for quite some time, you say warmly. It takes a long time for an army to get here,
So, what are we going to do?
says Alexei enthusiastically.
Are the Vatrus warriors riding into battle again? Can I watch?
He adds hopefully. No, something much better than that, you whisper secretively. It's just going to be you and me.
Really?
says Alexei, hugging you.
So, what's the plan?
I'm going to pretend to be your big sister, you say as if you're unwrapping a gigantic present for him. And we're going to deliver a message to the commander-in-chief of the army. Alexei lights up as if every wish he'd ever dreamed had come true in that moment.
Momochka, people always think you're my sister,
he squeals, jumping up and down in delight. I know, you say, smiling. That's what made me think of it.
What about Papa? Will he be back in time to join us?
Alexei asks hopefully. No, darling. Your Papa has been talking to many people, and those people have been helping us spread a special message to all of the Vatrus settlements.
I bet Papa will be disappointed he can't join us,
says Alexei glumly. But think how proud he'll be of you, you say, smiling brightly at your son. Alexei beams as he thinks of his father and says,
When do we go?
Let's get our ponies and go now. In the next moment, you're both back in your bodies. Alexei whistles loudly, two distinctly different sounds. In moments, a pony and a small horse come galloping down a path from a meadow bordering the forest. Each pony has a slender rope at the base of its neck, just above their withers. They stand attentively waiting, but still manage to playfully nip each other like a couple of squabbling children whenever possible. Whistling to his pony, a plump, dapple-gray mare appears beneath a tree swishing her tail as Alexei swings down from a branch and lands squarely on her back. You jump nimbly onto your own steed, a bay pony, almost as tall as a horse, with a broad chest and rump and round belly. Except for the fact that your hair is now long and in braids, you could easily pass for a young boy as you did several years earlier. Imitating the dress of Vadra's children, you wear a simple knee-length tunic belted at the waist, and you have flowers woven into your braided hair. You are so petite and small-breasted, you appear to be no more than 11 or 12 years old. Riding a large pony adds to the illusion. In a satchel that lays across your pony's withers, you've packed water, fruit, and a small bottle of oil that has been pressed from pine nuts and herbal flowers. Using nothing more than the string around your pony's necks, you and Alexei ride quietly through the forest until you're just above the Roman camp, but still hidden by dense undergrowth. You leave your ponies and set off at a quick pace on a trail leading downhill to the edge of the meadow, now buried beneath Roman soldiers and equipment. As you walk, you speak quietly to Alexei. All you have to do is keep saying that we're here because our parents are busy at a festival. So we're here with a message for the commander. If anyone tries to talk to me and I have to respond, keep arguing with me. Keep saying that you're the one who's supposed to deliver the message. The less I talk, the better, you add with an inscrutable smile. The Romans won't expect us to know their language.
But Mama, we can speak and understand any language, can't they?
No, darling.
You mean their parents only speak to them in one language? They don't grow up speaking all different languages the way we do?
Well, most people only speak the language of their own country, and that's why they would never think that we would know a language other than our own.
We will understand everything they say, but they'll assume we know nothing. So don't use too many of their words. But when we talk to the commander, here's what you'll say. Our parents are too busy to come, but they want you to know there's a storm coming and you need to go and never come back. Can you remember that?
Alexei nods his head vigorously, barely able to contain his enthusiasm for getting to play such a fun game. Before you reach the meadow, a Roman soldier steps out from behind a tree with his sword drawn, yelling, "Halt!" Seeing you're only children, he motions for you to go back up the path. Instead of obeying, Alexei yells loudly, "Message for Commander! We," he adds, putting his palm to his chest, "have message! Commander, message!" Alexei plays his part with such conviction, the soldier finally takes you into the camp. You hold Alexei's hand, and just like siblings, you jostle and push at each other, a pinch here, an elbow there. You make faces at each other, and when one of you gets ahead, the other tries to take the lead without getting into trouble with the guard. One part of you is playing with your son while holding an image of yourself as 11 years old. Another part of you, your second self, is floating above the Roman camp, taking in everything that is being said, done, or thought. You know you're being perceived as a young girl by the soldiers who see you. You can easily read their minds. You also see a dark cloud looming in the distance. In your mind, you focus on the cloud, then imagine it right above the camp, beckoning for it to come closer. Though there isn't even a hint of a breeze, the cloud formation begins to move. If any of the soldiers had been looking up at the sky, they might have wondered why the massive cloud was so dark amidst such a clear blue sky. Finally, you reach the platform outside the commander's tent. From within, you hear the commander bellowing,
"What is it now? I sent orders for the elders to pay tribute. You're telling me they sent a couple of children?"
Standing massive in the doorway of the tent, looming menacingly above you and Alexei, a tall, cloaked man with a stern, ominous face surveys you sphinx-like from beneath dark, jetting brows. Bright sunlight glints harshly on his hawk-nosed face as he hisses to a soldier.
"When they've delivered their message, we'll take them as slaves."
Then, with an angry sweep of his arm, he seizes his cloak and swings it dramatically round as he strides menacingly up to you. With a haughty smirk, he says scornfully,
"Your parents were supposed to come and pay tribute. Tell me, little girl, why have they sent 2 children?"
You stand with your head down and peer up at the man as if you're extremely shy.
Our parents are busy.
Wait, yells Alexei.
I'm supposed to give the message. It's my turn. You got to give the message last time.
Back and forth you squabble as ominous, roiling black clouds draw closer and closer.
Stop!
Bellows the commander. Alexei looks questioningly at you as you give him a slight nod.
Our parents are too busy to come,
he says decisively.
They're at a festival, and they want you to know there's a storm coming and you need to go and never come back again.
In that moment, several things happen. You pull a bottle of oil out of your pocket and pour it on Alexei's head and on your own head. The repulsive odor is so repugnant, the commander and the guards surrounding you take an involuntary step backwards. The black cloud formation is now hovering directly over the camp,
blocking the sun, causing everything to darken as a deep, disturbing hum vibrates through the camp. Suddenly, screaming and yelling can be heard throughout the camp as the commander and soldiers are attacked by millions of bees as they descend upon every person and creature in the area. Soldiers try tearing off their armor as horses buck and rear, pulling out the stakes they're tethered to and galloping away unencumbered by armor or riders. In the ensuing pandemonium, you hold Alexi's hand and you slip away unnoticed. Despite the wild chaos in the camp, Alexi's piercing whistle catches the pony's attention. They gallop down the path, across the meadow and into a safe pocket around you and Alexi, created by the stench of the oil that you have now wiped onto your arms and legs. The ponies skid to a halt. You help Alexi onto his pony and then jump onto your own. No one tries to stop you as you gallop through the camp and into the woods. Finally, you reach the cliff and can see the valley below. Alexi surveys the frenzied chaos at the Roman camp and says grimly,
"Now they look like mad ants."
"Yes, they do," you agree, looking at your son proudly.
"I bet that Caesar person will think twice before sending his soldiers back here again."
"I'll bet you're right," you say, smiling broadly, ruffling your son's hair. That night, as a full moon rises above the treetops and shimmers over your pond, a tired but ecstatically happy Alexi falls comfortably asleep in your welcoming arms as you sing him a lullaby. Just moments later, a horse and rider emerge from the dappled moonlight on the forest path and into clear view. A tall, handsome, powerful-looking man dismounts and embraces you while kissing your sleeping son on his head. No words are necessary. As his second self, he had seen everything that happened that day, and from his perspective, there were thousands of invisible Vadris who communicated their desires to their bees. Though the Vadris, as their second selves, were invisible to the Romans, the bees saw them clearly, and each hive followed its master, in some cases for many, many miles, until they converged at the outskirts of the camp and created a massive cloud. Then all of the Vadris combined their thoughts with your image of the bees hovering over the camp, and the cloud moved accordingly. Though the Romans never saw them, the Vadris were prepared to show up in physical form if anything had gone wrong on the battlefield, or if you and Alexi had been taken captive. Alexi's proud father lays the sleeping boy on his chest and wraps his arm around you, kissing you tenderly as nature sings its nighttime lullabies and moonlight sparkles diamonds on the dew-tipped grass. You find yourself back in the chair, feeling torn between two worlds. You dutifully record what happened, but you feel frightened and tell the story as if it's no more than a hazy memory. On your way to dinner, you think about the fact that the Roman army had been defeated by the Vadris not once but twice, and yet these events had never been recorded. You know that your lifetime as Sasha took place in Russia during the time of the Roman Empire, but you've never read anything about the Vadris or even the Russian people that far back in history, which seems odd, given that there was historical information about every other culture. How could an entire race be wiped clean from history as if they'd never existed? And who in the world is powerful enough to rewrite history and make an entire culture vanish into thin air. At dinner, you sit quietly listening to Matthew. On one hand, you're dying to talk to him, but on the other, you feel relieved you don't have to explain anything or try to make sense of what's happening to you. When you return to the ward, you feel relieved instead of imprisoned when it's time for bed. You have been waiting all day long to just be alone with your thoughts and feelings. Even if it's confusing, at least you don't have to make sense of anything or try to put your thoughts and feelings into words. You're about to take off your cargo pants when you remember the object Admiral Birdie gave you. Inconspicuously, you touch it in your pocket, but you're afraid to look at it since you're under constant surveillance. You think of climbing under your bed, but then it would look even more suspicious if you did so a second time to talk to Matthew. So you decide to wait until he gets back from his shower, and in the meantime you flop down on top of your bed. Despite everything, you suddenly feel more relaxed than you have in days. As you take a deep breath and close your eyes, images of your life as a vadress dominate your thoughts, and you imagine yourself floating naked in your pond, looking dreamily up at the sky, and then you're there. At first, you think you're having a lucid dream, but as you look around, you know you're somehow visiting your Russian home, and not as a remote viewer. You are feeling the delicious contrast of the cool water below and the warmth of the sun on your skin from above. And this is happening without the Montauk chair or programming or anything else. You wonder if you're teleporting, or if you have somehow managed to be two places at once. As you float in the pond, a voice drifts through your mind saying, "Imagination is everything." Before you know it, bright lights are shining in your eyes and you're waking up in your room the next morning. You have perfect clarity. It wasn't a dream, but how was it possible without the chair? Is your avatar body capable of finding your frequency and then taking you to a past game location on its own? Could avatars actually have that level of programming? And then you remember the strange message. Imagination is everything. What does that mean? You desperately need to wash your hair, among other things, so you skip breakfast and hurry into the shower room. The apology would wait, and this would give you more time to think. You carefully hang your pants inside the shower and then hang your towel on top. You consider pulling the object out of your pocket and getting a good look at it, but then it occurs to you that there could be a hidden camera. The thought is unsettling, but the shower is hot and you decide it's too late to worry about whether or not someone is watching your naked body. Even though you skipped breakfast, you still have to hurry to meet Matthew and Trevor on time. Matthew shoots you a questioning look and you whisper in his ear, "I'll tell you later," as you start walking down the hall with Trevor. When you arrive at Thomas's office, Trevor knocks on the door. "Enter," a voice booms. "Wait here," she says, as she opens the door, steps inside and closes the door quietly. "Sir," Trevor says immediately, "she is too powerful and undisciplined." "Yes, I know," says Thomas impatiently. "She's very impressive. She's exactly what I'm looking for." "She has to be trained," says Trevor with conviction. "Just give her some direction. She'll be careful if she knows it's her own life on the line," says Thomas dismissively. "I'm not talking about what she would do consciously. It's what she might do without realizing it. She's too sensitive," says Trevor fervently. "Nonsense. Look at what she's done with no training at all."
She's the first person to go into another dimension and return to this dimension with her memory fully intact. I need to see what else she's capable of, says Thomas impatiently. Sir, I'm afraid this girl may pick up information from the chair itself. Even though you've rebuilt and re-engineered the chair, things happened, Trevor says emphatically. And what if she picks up on that without realizing what she's doing? No, she needs to be in that chair today, says Thomas loudly. Then lowering his voice, he adds, Trevor, please sit down a moment. We need to talk. Trevor sits stiffly in a chair facing Thomas. We're out of time, says Thomas. We've hit a layer of molten rock, and now we're forced to use the Tesla device. Are you serious? That thing nearly flattened an entire block in Manhattan, says Trevor, horrified. Yes and no, says Thomas calmly. We've been using that device, but we have also discovered plans for something much more powerful. Trevor sits back in her chair, narrows her eyes, and says, After the New York incident, Tesla told reporters that he had the technology which could, and I quote, split the Earth in two. Please tell me you're not dabbling with this. Well, maybe it could split the Earth in two, but we know how to control the device, says Thomas, as if this is child's play and he already has everything under control. Really? You do know that Tesla had to shatter his first device with a sledgehammer to turn it off. Trevor, it doesn't matter, says Thomas irritably. We've got it under control. We're making our way through the molten layer, but we need to be sure that the cavern exists at the exact coordinates. Remote viewers have seen it, but I need boots on the ground. Sir, we're not at war down there. Not yet. What do you mean by that? It's classified. Can you tell me why this cavern is so important? The cavern is connected to a tunnel system that's vital to the work we're doing. Then why send a teenage girl? Because she's the only one who's ever managed to travel between dimensions with her mind intact. Trevor sighs and says nervously, Can I at least tell her what's happened in the past? Absolutely not, Thomas roars. The last thing you want to do is plant some fearful image into her mind, especially of something you do not want her consciously materializing into this reality. Never mind, I'll do it myself, Thomas says as he strides to the door with Trevor hurrying to catch up. But the stormy look on his face transforms instantly as he opens the door for Trevor and steps out with her into the hallway. Looking directly at you, Thomas smiles charismatically and says, I'll be working with you this afternoon. Then looking at Matthew, he says evenly, Trevor will be escorting you to your testing area today on level 5, and this will be the last day of testing for both of you. Tonight you'll receive your aptitude scores and then decide where you prefer to work. Although Trevor is trying to hide her discomfort, you know something unexpected has just occurred. She seemed anxious when Thomas announced he'd be testing you, but she seemed even more upset when he told her to escort Matthew to his testing area. The moment he said level 5, it seemed as if Thomas had delivered a coded message, and Trevor was unhappy about the direction she was supposed to take. However, she is disciplined and says briskly, This way, Matthew, as she walks swiftly down the hall. Walking to the lab with Thomas, you say bluntly, Are you going to try to make me be a remote viewer? Of course not, says Thomas warmly, as if he's your best friend. Aptitude tests show us how high you can go at this moment in time. But if you want to wash dishes or work in the commissary or change bedpans in the hospital, it's totally up to you.
You know you should feel relieved, but you still don't trust him. Your mind tries to convince you that you're just upset about other things, and that you have no reason to distrust Thomas. He has always been kind and polite. He is probably the reason that you were both taken to the base and saved from whatever was going on with the terrorist attacks. You know it's just a feeling, it isn't logical. But the feeling suddenly reminds you of Asha talking about the program switching on and off. It was that unsafe feeling you felt when you and Matthew were hiking and you needed to turn back. But under the circumstances, there is no turning back, and nothing you can say or do. Thomas pushes open the door to the lab and holds it for you as you step inside.
Please have a seat,
says Thomas, casually indicating the Montauk chair.
I'm going to be very honest. You are an extraordinary young lady. For years, I've been trying to find someone who could physically enter another dimension. That's what happens when you travel through time and space. You move out of your own dimension and into another. Only one other person has managed to go into another dimension and return, but he had no memory of where he had been. Others have gone but haven't returned, and we don't know why. We don't know if they lose their memory going between dimensions or if something happens and they're killed. But regardless of the reason, no one has ever returned. Though we didn't intend for you to physically go into another dimension, you've done it twice, and you returned with your memory fully intact. I've been waiting for you, Amelia, for over 20 years, says Thomas encouragingly.
You are grateful this is your last test, and you are already making plans to do anything other than remote viewing, or whatever it is you're actually doing. Washing dishes is starting to sound like a much better option. At least it would be calm and your heart wouldn't be in your throat.
This is the final test you're required to complete. You'll be perfectly safe. You won't be going anywhere. But there are a few things you need to know. It's imperative that you do not allow your mind to wander. I know things can pop into your head, but do not focus on anything except what I'm telling you. This test is in 2 parts. First, I'm going to tell you to imagine something. I want to see how easily your thoughts can materialize things. I know you can unconsciously create, Thomas says, smiling, but can you consciously create? The second part of your test will not require your imagination. I have the chair programmed to create an image in your mind, so you won't be going anywhere with your physical body. You'll be right here in this room, perfectly safe and protected. I simply want you to tell me what you experience. I promise you'll be in that chair the entire time.
And do you promise this is the last time I'll have to do this? You ask cautiously.
I promise.
Scout's honor, says Thomas smoothly as he walks into the observation booth and firmly closes the door. As he dims the lights, Thomas speaks gently over the intercom.
Empty your mind and imagine a rose.
You take a deep breath, close your eyes, and imagine a pink rose.
Open your eyes.
You open your eyes, and there on your lap is a pink rose, exactly as you had imagined it, slightly between a bud and a fully opened rose. Blinking and filled with astonishment, you grin at Thomas. He smiles broadly,
and nods encouragingly.
Now hold open your hand and imagine an apple, he says.
You hold open your hand, palm up, close your eyes, and begin imagining an apple. At first you think of a red apple, and then change your mind and think of a green Granny Smith apple instead. Instantly you feel an apple in your hand. When you open your eyes, it is half Red Delicious and half green Granny Smith. You burst out laughing and look up to see that Thomas is equally amused. You then take a bite of the apple on each side. It tastes exactly as you had imagined.
Now, this is the final part of your test. I've programmed the chair to show you someplace unfamiliar. It isn't in another time or a different dimension, so you have nothing to fear. You just need to relax. You won't feel any discomfort.
Suddenly you feel raw terror gripping your heart and throat. Your eyes flash open and you realize you do have a choice. You jump up from the chair and yell, "No, I'm not doing this. You don't know what can happen. I know you don't. I'd rather wash dishes and change bedpans." You run to the lab doors and fling them open, only to find armed guards barring your way. You whirl around to face Thomas, who is now striding across the floor like an extremely displeased parent.
Before you decide to leave, there's something you need to see,
says Thomas sternly as he shuts and locks the doors. He tries to take your arm, but you pull away. "Don't touch me! You said I'd have a choice!"
And you do. You just need all the facts before you decide. Come with me, he adds as he guides you into the observation room.
On the wall above the control panel is a video of Matthew, unconscious in a hospital bed, with a ventilator, a breathing tube, and a central venous line.
Many lives will be saved or lost, depending on whether or not you cooperate,
says Thomas sternly. "What have you done to him?" you scream.
"I didn't want it to come to this, but this is important,"
says Thomas unsympathetically.
"What I'm asking you to do is vital to national security, and maybe even to the survival of humanity."
"What did you do to him?" you yell furiously.
"He's in a medically induced coma. He'll be fine if you cooperate,"
says Thomas succinctly.
"Now, I will admit I haven't been totally honest with you. The chair is programmed to take you someplace. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be frightened. The chair responds to your feelings, so it's important that you relax. I promise you'll be perfectly safe when you arrive, but you do need to return as soon as possible. As usual, just say, 'Go back' if you have any problems."
You stand glaring at him furiously.
"My dear, there are always difficulties for medically induced coma patients waking up after 3 days. The longer he's in this coma, the more he'll become addicted to the morphine and other drugs going into his system. Now, you need to sit down in the chair and cooperate,"
he says, as if you are a child and he's putting you in time out. Livid, you fly out the door of the observation room and sit down in the chair. You hear the booth door shut, and then watch angrily as Thomas fiddles around with settings on the control panel. As you sit fuming, angrier than you've ever been in your entire life, you close your eyes, clench your fists, and suddenly see an image in your mind of an immense hairy beast, at least 15 feet tall, with razor-sharp teeth.
You imagine it rampaging through the lab, tearing everything to shreds, ripping Thomas and the soldiers from limb to limb. It is the most horrifying thing you have ever imagined, and yet it gives you a sense of immense satisfaction at the same time. You smile at the thought, but your amusement is short-lived as you become aware of an ungodly stench. Opening your eyes, you see an enormous creature, 15 feet tall, bent down and leaning in toward you. Its eyes burning and its mouth wide open, ready to sever your head from your body. Petrified, unable to breathe, you sit perfectly still, looking helplessly toward Thomas as he presses a button. Instantly, you feel as if you're about to start dreaming. It is that feeling of being between two realities, aware of both your waking reality and passing into a dream state, yet not fully in one place or the other. You know the creature is there, but your senses can't detect it. Everything is suddenly still and silent, as if the creature has moved on into the next moment in time without you. Infuriated, the monster wildly grasps at the empty air where your body has been, and then tears apart the chair, ripping the wiring to shreds. You see all of it, but you are no longer in the Montauk chair. Suddenly you find yourself in complete and total darkness, nauseous from the adrenaline pumping through your body. The deafening silence is only broken by your rapid breathing and the roaring beat of your heart. Desperately and cautiously you feel the ground around and beneath you. It feels smooth and cool, definitely some kind of natural rock surface. "Is anyone here?" You scream, dizzy and disoriented. The cavern echoes back. From the continuous echoes, you know you are in an immense space, and yet it feels as if the walls are collapsing in all around you. "Hello?" you scream. Nothing. A spasm of terror tightens in your chest as an intense jolt of panic sends shockwaves through your body. Shaking in fear, your brain screams for you to run, but there's nothing you can do. You can't even imagine where you are or why you've been sent here. There's no air movement and not a single sound. No water dripping, no insects or flutter of bat wings, nothing. Only the sound of your frantically beating heart. "Go back!" you yell, but you're not surprised when nothing happens. "Hello!" you yell again, as tears flood your eyes, and a sick, anxious feeling churns inside. No one is coming for you, and there's no way back.
"I'm here,"
whispers a familiar child's voice out of the darkness. "Asha?" you say, bursting into tears of relief. "Is that you?"
"Yes, it's me,"
says Asha, gently touching your arm. You grasp her hand. Thank you for coming to get me." Then you reach out, fumbling a bit in the dark as you hug Asha. "I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you when you told me to stay and learn to navigate the game. I've messed up everything," you sob miserably.
"It's all right,"
says Asha soothingly.
"It's not too late, but we need to hurry. You can't go back the way you came, and we have a long way to go before we can get out of here. Hold my hand and I'll lead you."
"How did you find me?" you say, relaxing a little. Asha giggles.
"I'm tuned into you like a radio station. Most of the time I don't interfere because it's your game. But you and I had a prior agreement.
Prior? You mean, like, before I was born? You say, still trying to get your head around the concept.
Yes, we agreed that I would only intervene if you would certainly die without me.
Then with a laugh, Asha adds,
But anything short of certain death, at least from the perspective of the game, and you're on your own.
Well, that's strangely comforting, I guess, you say tentatively. How can you see in the dark?
Well, most humans don't know this, but your entire body is capable of seeing. It's just that you've only developed your eyes. The energy of light is a form of communication that you understand. But the energy of darkness also communicates, and I perceive darkness just as easily as you understand light. But it's not as dark in here as you think,
says Asha encouragingly. She stops for a moment, lets go of your hand, and then puts her hand on your shoulder to steady you in the dark.
Try closing your eyes and cover them with your hands. Wait about 20 seconds and then open your eyes with your hands stretched out in front of you, fingers spread.
You follow Asha's directions and see the darkness created by your fingers with a faint gray hue outlining each finger.
I see it,
you say excitedly.
But where are we? We're deep inside Earth's crust,
says Asha matter-of-factly. But then where's the light coming from? You say, as Asha leads the way along a descending pathway. Is it shining in through a cave entrance somewhere?
No, we're nowhere near a cave entrance. In fact, we're miles below the deepest part of the ocean.
But then why is the temperature so comfortable? You say thoughtfully. I thought it would be really hot miles underground.
We're deeper underground than humans on the surface have ever experienced, and this is what the temperature is here. It's very mild. Right now, we're heading into a zone of light that shines through the crust. The deeper we go, the lighter it will become.
But how will we get out if we're going deeper? You ask, puzzled.
Don't worry, there's a way out,
says Asha confidently. Can we go any faster? You say, desperate to get back to Matthew. I mean, how did you get to me so quickly?
I thought of you and my body followed,
says Asha, as if this type of thing happens every day.
It's sort of like the Montauk chair, but I don't need anything mechanical. I know this may sound hard to believe, but every human being is capable of traveling through time and space, and even into parallel worlds, or alternate realities with nothing more than their imagination and will.
You mean traveling in our minds, like an imaginative thing? You say, confused.
No, I mean your avatar body is capable of going anywhere in the universe by means of teleportation. That's how I came to you. It's like think and go,
says Asha, laughing.
You can even bilocate, which means your physical body can be in two places at once.
How do I do that? I mean, teleportation, you say.
Well, every human avatar body possesses these abilities in potential. Think of the way an acorn has the potential to become a mighty oak tree. But before that can happen, the acorn has to be planted in fertile soil, and then receive enough water and sunlight to sprout and grow. It's the same for you, but in your case, the fertile soil is your consciousness, your thoughts and feelings, especially your feelings. The more powerfully you feel something, the more you'll see it in your experience.
I still don't understand that, you say frankly. I mean, I believe what you said. I've heard of yogis in India teleporting, so that must mean I have the potential to do it too, but that doesn't mean I can just make it happen.
Well, it all has to do with what you believe in the most, says Asha. Think of what you really, really believe, without doubt. For instance, think of some things that anyone in the world might believe in.
I don't know, you say thoughtfully. God, gravity, myself, night and day.
Perfect, says Asha. Now, I'm going to tell you something you believe in more than any of those things.
Really? You say, taken aback.
Yes,
says Asha confidently.
Imagine you're walking down a narrow path through the woods and you come face to face with a grizzly bear. I can promise you would believe in that grizzly bear more than you ever believed in God or gravity or yourself or anything else.
Oh, well, that's true, you exclaim, laughing.
You see, the things you believe in more than anything else are the things that you fear. If you believed you could teleport as strongly as you would believe in that grizzly bear, you could go anywhere in the universe instantly.
But how do I stop being afraid? You say hopelessly. I'm afraid to be here, and I'm afraid to go back. I'm afraid that if I manage to get back, it won't matter because there's nothing I can do. It's a military installation, for God's sake. I have no power. I can't change anything, but I can't just leave Matthew there to suffer or die.
Okay, sit down for a minute,
says Asha sympathetically. All right, you say, grateful to rest.
Now close your eyes and feel how powerless you are.
It's so dark I don't even have to close my eyes, you say glumly. And I don't have to try to feel powerless. I am powerless.
I understand,
says Asha kindly.
Now, I'm going to show you how to navigate the program more effectively. Wait, let me put it this way. You're always effective. You've mastered the ability to get things you do want and the things you don't want. But I'm going to show you how to get more of the things you do want. This will work with any feelings, anger, resentment, fear, it doesn't matter. But for now, think about feeling powerless.
Well, that's easy enough. You sigh, sure that you are doomed to failure.
When you think about being powerless, where do you feel it in your body?
You put your hand on your chest and say, right here in my heart.
Okay, now drop the label, the word powerless, and just feel the physical feeling in your chest. Can you feel that it's just energy?
Yes.
Now breathe,
says Asha slowly.
Take your time and imagine breathing right into that place in your body.
You take a few deep breaths. With each breath, you feel the energy slowly breaking up. It takes a few minutes, but gradually the feeling becomes weaker and weaker until it completely disappears. How is this possible? You say, mystified. I don't feel that tightness anymore. I mean, it's weird, but I actually feel okay.
Think of animals in nature. When they're afraid, they respond with freeze, fight, or flight. But in a few minutes, they shake it off and go on with their day. Humans are just the opposite. They hoard their fear. They hold it inside and sometimes hang on to it their entire lives. Of course, there's nothing wrong with holding on to fear. It's your game. You can do whatever you want. But keep in mind your beliefs determine your experiences.
That seems way too simple, you say, shaking your head.
Well, it is simple, but it's not easy. You have to be willing to give up believing in things that frighten you.
I can do that, you say, standing up and dusting yourself off.
Do you think you could do it if there was a snake in front of you right now?
Says Asha. Oh my God, you say, fearfully grasping Asha's arm so tightly the little girl yelps. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Do you see a snake? Is there really one right here? You say in utter panic, trying to see in the dark.
There's no snake. I just wanted to help you see that it's all easier said than done. It has to be your will to think and feel differently, and it takes practice. Old habits die hard, as they say.
Asha takes your hand and says lightly,
Come on, we're getting closer.
But since you teleported here to get me, couldn't you just hold my hand and teleport me out of here? You say, hopefully. Asha giggles.
I'm not Superman. If you're walking, I'm walking.
Of course, I understand, you say. It's just that I need to get back to Matthew. They have him in a coma, and if I don't get back to him in 3 days, I don't know what the drugs will do to him. I don't even know if they'll keep him alive.
If you don't want to get stuck in worry and fear, or repeatedly experiencing things you don't want, just practice focusing on what's here in this moment.
My fear about what might happen to Matthew is what's here in this moment.
Okay, try it again. Where do you feel the feeling?
I feel sick to my stomach.
So, what's next?
What do you mean? I'm supposed to breathe into the feeling?
You don't have to do anything. The question is just whether or not you want a different result. Remember I told you the game's prime directive is Thy will be done?
Yes, you say hesitantly. But if you care about people, you worry about them.
You can absolutely choose that. You can be anxious, worried, fearful, or even feel victimized. But you are the one who's asking to feel more of that. It's really simple. If you feel worried or afraid, you're not in this moment. You're either focused on the past or on the future.
Yeah, but one time I found a snake under a picnic table. Believe me, I was in the moment and I was terrified.
Were you really terrified about that moment, or were you worried about the future?
Oh, you say thoughtfully. Well, I guess you're right.
Focusing on your breath is an easy way to bring your mind back to the moment. And breathing is just, well, it's always a good idea to breathe.
Theoretically, you agree with Asha, but it isn't easy to take your thoughts off of Matthew and what might happen to him. You try breathing, but you forget about it rather quickly, because it literally takes all of your focus just to keep walking in the dark without tripping or falling. It is slow going, and finally you have to stop and rest. Asha offers you water from a handmade leather flask with a faint scent of beeswax, and then hands you some strange food that tastes like fruit, but it is quite firm and not at all juicy. Part of the skin is smooth, like the cap of a mushroom, but the other parts feel like the gills on the bottom of a toadstool.
Are you ready to keep going?
Says Asha earnestly. Oh yes, I'm feeling better and better, actually, you say, amazed at how different your body is beginning to feel. Breathing this air feels wonderful. As you continue walking, the darkness gradually turns milky, and you can finally walk by yourself without holding Asha's hand. The light in the cavern is diffused and emanates from everywhere around you, glowing equally in all directions. It reminds you of dense fog illuminated by sunlight, but it isn't opaque. The light is glowing, yet at the same time perfectly clear. Rising up through the darkness, the forms of stalactites, stalagmites, and saline incrustations reassert themselves on the walls and high ceilings of the massive cavern. But oddly, there are no shadows. Everything is softly and uniformly lit, as if the light is passing through silk.
Where is the light coming from? How is it even possible when we're so deep underground? You ask, utterly fascinated by this phenomenon.
It's sunlight. It just has different characteristics than you've been led to believe. When sunlight strikes the Earth's surface, some of the light is reflected, but most of it passes through the Earth in an altered state, such as you see here. We call it revitalized light or rejuvenated darkness,
Asha says merrily. But what is it exactly that revitalizes the light, you say slowly, or rejuvenates the darkness?
the same thing that will revitalize you as we continue our journey,
says Asha sweetly.
At this depth, the cavern air has a unique life force that supports and maintains everything, from sunlight to plants to human beings who wander in at these depths. No illness exists here. If you had a fatal illness, it would completely disappear in this atmosphere within hours. All caverns at this depth contain the same atmospheric gases.
Why haven't I heard of it before? You ask, puzzled.
Because most humans haven't been deep enough underground to experience any of this. Even Thomas doesn't know what's actually down here. He's been working hard to explore these depths based on legends that he believes are plausible, but no one has ever returned to the base to confirm what he suspects. That's why he's rather desperate for you to make it back.
I don't care whether he's trying to help people or not. He's selfish and mean and not a very good person, you say angrily.
Thomas plays the game his way. You play it your way,
says Asha in a neutral tone. Well, it wasn't my choice to come here. He forced me to come here. He put Matthew in a coma. I hardly think that's me playing it my way, you say indignantly.
One of the things that keeps the game interesting is that you have no idea what you've agreed to with others before you were born,
says Asha mysteriously. I would never agree to what's been happening to me, you say vehemently.
Sometimes what's happening doesn't make sense in the moment, but there may come a time, if your mind is open enough to see, that you'll realize every moment has its own unique perfection, whether you like it at the time or not. You don't know what you're here to do or who you're here to be with, and neither does anyone else. So why not lighten up? You might even have some fun.
You are feeling a bit annoyed to have a 10-year-old talking to you as if she is your mother instead of a kid. But you don't feel like arguing, so you just change the subject. Does it ever get dark down here? You ask.
Nope,
says Asha.
There's always light somewhere on the surface.
I don't feel tired or thirsty or hungry at all. Is there something in the air? You ask.
Well, the air does play a part of that, but your body is also slowing down. You no longer need your heart and lungs working at full capacity the way you did on the surface. What you think of as gravity is changing as well. You'll find that your movements will become almost effortless the more we descend.
You are bursting with questions, but at this point the cavern narrows into a small tunnel, only 10 feet high by 3 feet wide. You walk through the glowing entrance into a vast chamber rising hundreds of feet high and filled with snow-white alabaster pillars, 4 to 5 feet in diameter. But as you step fully into the chamber and look up, you realize the pillars are not made of stone. They are quite alive and capped with umbrella-like covers, looking like colossal toadstools. These toadstools aren't brown or gray as they are on the surface. It seems as if the sunlight is passing through a prism, bringing with it every primary color of the rainbow to this stunning wonderland. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, along with delicate blends of these colors as well. However, each individual hue is so luminous and brilliant they are barely recognizable compared to common surface colors, which now seem muddy and heavy in comparison. You notice that many of the colored caps are marked with white diamond shapes, circles, or other geometrical patterns. Looking around, you see that some of the stems are deep crimson, blue, or green, all standing in straight rows, as if they have been purposely planted in perfect symmetry. You touch one of the stems, expecting it to feel slightly cold and clammy, just as a toadstool in a forest might have felt. But it is wonderfully warm, velvety soft, and surprisingly fragrant. Are these poisonous like the little ones we have on the surface? You ask.
No, not at all. Here they grow in perfect conditions. There is no pollution. Nothing ever changes. The temperature, the minerals they feed on, and the water they need, everything stays constant. So they are, well, perfect.
You walk up to a bright red toadstool that is only 4 feet tall and say, this is so odd. It smells like strawberries.
Taste it,
says Asha, grinning. Gently you tear off a small piece of the toadstool and say, it tastes just like a strawberry, but like the best strawberry I've ever had. How's that possible?
Well, you're not surprised that an apple, a strawberry, and a rose have the same color. Why be surprised when flavors are the same?
Says Asha enthusiastically.
The various colors of these plants are recognizable from colors you've seen on the surface. Why shouldn't you recognize the flavors as well?
You hurry over to a golden toadstool with round white spots and say, this one tastes like pineapple. And then rushing to an indigo blue stem, you inhale the fragrance of fresh blueberries. If I didn't know better, I'd say I was dreaming.
This is where these plants are meant to grow and live. That's why they're so phenomenal,
says Asha, gently stroking a soft white stem. You want to stay and explore this grown-up fairyland, but you know you've already lost sense of time, and you need to get back if there's any chance of saving Matthew. After walking a brief distance, you enter a cavern with brilliant, sparkling crystals, monstrous and cube-shaped, a foot or so in diameter. It seems as if the crystals have been stacked one on top of another, creating a wall here and a cliff face there. Some of the stones are smaller, so you bend down to pick up a square crystal the size of your hand.
Lick it,
says Asha. You lick it and say with surprise, it's salt!
Yes, this is a dried salt bed from what used to be an underground lake.
You think for a moment, then ask, but how could an entire lake evaporate if we're this deep underground?
It couldn't, and it didn't,
says Asha logically.
The water travels to the surface and comes out as a fresh spring.
You're sure there must be an interesting science lesson on the way, but before you can ask any more questions, you suddenly come to a broad chasm that stretches out for what seems like miles in both directions. You tentatively approach the ominous ledge, complete with a sheer cliff that looms over a barely visible cavern floor far below. You let out a frustrated yelp. There is literally no way down, no way back, and no way across. What do we do now? You ask in a complete panic.
Let's jump down.
says Asha lightly. Very funny, you say, laughing awkwardly. You can teleport, but if I jump, I'll break my neck.
No, you won't, says Asha confidently. Jump up and see what happens.
Doubtfully, you jump half-heartedly, and with no effort at all, you find yourself bounding a full 6 feet into the air, then landing lightly back on your feet. Your face is a curious blend of shock and utter delight.
See what I mean?
Says Asha, smiling brightly as she steps off the cliff. She falls as slowly and softly as an autumn leaf on a warm, still day. Arriving gracefully at the bottom, she calls up to you encouragingly.
Come on, you'll be fine.
Even watching Asha isn't enough to remove your fear, so you practice breathing into the hollowed-out feeling in your stomach. Amazingly, the energy begins to soften. You take a deep breath, and as you step off the ledge, reminding yourself that Asha was right there if anything were to go terribly wrong, you drift down, practically weightless. And though it seems completely impossible, it was happening, and there is no arguing with reality. When you finally touch down, you are so excited you skip and hop with joy, which under the current conditions translates into soaring leaps and bounds across the canyon floor. All feelings of fear and hopelessness vanish, and in a matter of minutes you are running up the sides of the canyon walls and pushing yourself off, bouncing off the ground, and with only the slightest effort you are flying a full 10 to 20 feet into the air. You have never felt happier or more alive and free in your entire life. You and Asha leap over chasms with no effort. You then skip down a declining slope that goes on for miles and miles. But you feel completely energized and not the least bit tired. How is this possible? You say, laughing with joy.
What you would call gravity is changing,
says Asha knowledgeably. Finally, the cavern opens up, and there before you stretches a vast lake that seems to reach out into infinity. The water looks as smooth as glass. There is absolutely no movement upon its surface, not a single ripple, and you can see the rocks lying below the water's surface just as clearly as the rock ceiling overhead. There are surface reflections, but no shadows. Everything glows softly, causing the water to look like nothing you've ever seen before.
This is extraordinary,
you say, smiling at Asha.
The lake is lit from above, below, and all around.
Grinning, Asha says,
Well, it's no more extraordinary than the sun shining in the first place.
You laugh. I guess you're right. Together you climb around the lake until you come to a metal boat. Without the slightest effort, Asha easily picks up the boat and places it in the water, even though it's many times her size. She steps into it, then directs you to follow and sit at the stern facing the bow. Your bodies are so light, they barely cause the boat to move when you climb in and sit down. Your back is to the shore as you watch Asha slowly and carefully turn a small lever resting on a part of the boat that projects up from the hull. There is no movement and nothing seems to be happening, so after a few minutes you say, Is there a problem? Is there something we have to do to get the boat started? Asha laughs and says,
We've been on our way since the moment you sat down.
What? You say incredulously. That can't be right. We haven't been moving at all.
Look over your shoulder. Do you see the shore?
You whip around and see nothing but miles and miles of water with no shoreline in sight. You laugh. I don't understand. We don't have oars or wind or even a motor. How is this possible?
We're moving on a current of Earth's electromagnetic energy, says Asha.
With no feeling of movement, the velocity increases each time Asha touches the lever, until at last the boat rises almost completely out of the water, like a bird skimming over the surface. With no shore in sight, you can't estimate your speed. You find a tissue in your pocket, tear it in half, and throw a piece into the air. If we're moving fast, why isn't there any wind? You ask as the tissue falls softly to your feet.
There's a protective shield in front of our boat. It's invisible, and its shape causes the wind to move around us without slowing us down, says Asha.
How fast are we going? You say.
About 900 miles an hour,
says Asha, as if this is a normal occurrence.
Normally, friction would heat up a metal boat and become a big problem at this speed. But the lake below us keeps the boat cool, and we're almost as light as air.
At this point, your mind can't comprehend another thing. The lack of gravity makes no sense. But of course, you're witnessing this yourself, and it makes you wonder how many scientific theories are completely erroneous. At last, you find a pillow and a blanket under your seat and curl up in the bottom of the boat, your thoughts drifting away until you fall soundly asleep. When Asha finally awakens you, you have no sense of time whatsoever. You don't know if you've been asleep for days or hours or just a few minutes. Stepping out of the boat and onto the shore, you see a slanting sheet of light that appears fan-shaped off in the distance. You can see nothing beyond that light, but as you and Asha bound quickly across, approaching the rim of the rock floor, you see the light is streaming in from below, as an immense break that stretches across your path. It appears to be limitless, bottomless, and springing up from what seems to be a fissure in the earth. You walk a bit farther and stand on the brink of the chasm, staring out into the brilliant, shimmering light. The light doesn't dazzle your eyes. Rather, it possesses an indescribable beauty, illuminating everything in all directions. If love could take form, you believe this light would be that form. As you peer over the edge, wondering what you will do next, Asha says,
Below us is a hollow in the earth, and the light is actually reflecting up from the space below, and that's where we're headed. Amelia, look,
says Asha, pointing. You turn in the direction Asha indicates and see a ship covered in ice and snow, floating in the distance, its sails full as it moves swiftly in the wind. Is that a mirage? You say, filled with wonder.
No, it's real. Everything on Earth has an imprint in another place, and every event is recorded.
But how are we seeing a ship?
Well, matter is reproduced in a so-called vacancy. What you see is like unseen pages where all events are recorded. As that ship sailed over the ocean above us, it disturbed a current of energy and left an impression, sort of like a holographic image of the ship on a zone beneath it that's parallel with the spot where we are.
We're seeing a holographic version of that ship? That sounds crazy.
No more crazy than things are thoughts, or the idea of subatomic particles that can be waves and then turn into particles depending on your focus.
You laugh, relieved to be distracted from the leap of faith you're about to take.
Are you ready to jump?
Says Asha, smiling and holding out her hand. Your heart is in your throat as you grasp Asha's hand and say, I'm ready.
as you step off the cliff together. You throw your arms around Asha, fearing you might lose each other as you fall into the abyss, and then close your eyes tightly, afraid to see what is coming.
Open your eyes,
says Asha encouragingly.
You have nothing to fear.
You peek out of one eye and then open both eyes.
You can loosen your grip. I promise you won't lose me,
says Asha, laughing.
Oh, sorry,
you say apologetically. Though you don't let go immediately, you loosen your grip more and more until you finally let go. And with your arms outstretched, you feel as if you're flying. The wind moves gently past your body and through your hair, and it isn't too loud or cold or uncomfortable. Even the light surrounding you is peaceful and calm. You discover you can easily move any part of your body. Speaking loudly, Asha says,
The wind that's blowing now will lessen. The faster we fall, the more the atmosphere is decreasing. It will completely disappear in just a few minutes.
As predicted, the air movement ceases and you feel as if you're lying in bed, perfectly supported, comfortable, and resting.
We're still moving at a phenomenal speed, but the atmosphere is no longer the same. That's why there isn't any friction.
Then, as if reading your mind, Asha adds,
Don't worry, we'll slow down long before we reach our destination.
You understand the concept of the atmosphere disappearing, but from an experiential point of view, it feels as if you are no longer moving. At first you think you're dreaming, but then you realize you're wide awake and still falling through space. Yet it feels more like floating on a cloud with absolutely no sense of time. You feel deliriously happy and completely at peace. It's as if you don't have a care in the world.
Asha, can I ask you a question?
You say dreamily.
Of course.
Well, I had this experience where I don't know what happened exactly, if I left my body or I teleported, but I went back to a time when I was living in Russia. Nodding her head, Asha says,
I can see all of your waitress lifetimes.
Oh, good, you say, grateful you don't have to explain anything in detail, but wishing you could see things the way Asha does. Well, here's the thing. I really loved it there. And if I'd had a choice and no family or friends, I wouldn't have wanted to come back. I just keep thinking about it all the time and wishing it was real. I mean, not that it isn't real, but it's not real now. It's not even possible now. And it makes me sad because the way the waitress lived, well, it would solve every problem on Earth. But no one even knows they existed, and even if I tried to tell people, no one would listen.
You don't need anyone to listen. You can create that way of life all by yourself,
says Asha confidently. Oh, you don't understand. There are so many laws, and there's no such thing as free land, and no one lives that way anymore.
When you think about your life when you were a waitress, how does it feel?
You think for a moment and say, I feel excited. It's sort of like when I've seen the first 2 parts of a trilogy and I know I love it and I love all the actors and I've been waiting a whole year to find out what's going to happen. It's that kind of excitement. And even though I know it was thousands of years ago, I miss it. I really do. Why can't people live like that if they want to?
Anyone can live like that if they want to,
says Asha.
In fact, you're already starting to create that.
Well, maybe I'm teleporting or having unusually vivid dreams, but I'm pretty sure it's just in my imagination, you say, shaking your head.
You're not just imagining something,
says Asha.
You're feeling what it's like to be there, right?
You nod.
That means you're in the process of creating your own version of that reality.
But it no longer exists, you say, disheartened.
Okay, let's step back for a moment,
says Asha patiently.
This is the most important thing for you to remember. Your feelings create everything that happens to you, including the physical world around you. You first begin to understand the binary code when you feel safe or unsafe, and act accordingly. But the binary code also responds to the feeling of yes or no, or you could think of it as love or fear. So when you imagine your life as a Vedras, and you have that feeling of love and excitement that you described, you're telling the program, yes, I want to create this. And the more vividly and consistently you feel it, the more powerfully you cause it. But when you focus on your world, the people, the politics, the corporations, you see it as solid and unchanging. Your idea starts to feel hopeless, and then you worry that what you want can't possibly happen, or that it's not happening fast enough. Or maybe you're afraid that you're not doing it right. Well, when that happens, when you worry, you are actually causing the program to create more of what you don't want.
But if it's such an intelligent program, you say, exasperated, why doesn't it understand what I don't want?
Because the program doesn't perceive right or wrong, good or bad. It only responds to focus. And that brings us back to Einstein,
says Asha, grinning.
Imagination is more important than knowledge. So be sure you are imagining what you want, not what you don't want. And remember, there is no one on earth who's powerful enough to stop your imagination. Of course, they can try to convince you that you're just making things up that don't matter, but it's up to you whether you believe that or not. Oh, and one more thing. You will never know how anything is going to happen. That's part of the fun and games of it all. So don't worry about it. Everything has a way of working itself out. And on that subject,
says Asha happily,
we're getting very close to our destination.
I'm feeling gravity again, you say excitedly. What's happening?
This won't be easy to understand because of what you've been taught. But we're entering the inner earth,
says Asha.
But that isn't quite accurate. This earth is more like a parallel earth.
What do you mean?
The continents here are exactly the same as your continents on the surface, except this inner earth is on a different dimension. It's a parallel reality. The atmosphere changes between dimensions and allows your body some time to adjust. It's a lot like deep-sea diving. Your body has to acclimate to the change in pressure. Between the two dimensions is what you might call a 0 point, which is the energy that remains when all other energy is removed from a system.
I don't understand, you say.
Imagine you're a fish that can breathe underwater with gills or air with lungs. Now pretend air is one dimension and water is another dimension. 0 point would be the moment where you could no longer use your lungs, but you can't use your gills yet either. So we've been moving through third-dimensional energy, and it was gradually resolving to 0 point, where there is no atmosphere. In fact, there is no air in 0 point.
Well, then how did we manage to breathe?
You gradually stopped needing to breathe. Didn't you notice? In this moment, your heart isn't beating either.
How can I possibly be alive? You say, then with a shock you add, Am I still alive?
What do you think? Of course you're alive. In fact, don't you feel more alive than before?
You shake your head. I don't understand. I don't need to breathe. My heart doesn't need to beat. And I feel better than ever.
Think of it like this. Imagine you're lying in bed in your 3D world. As you stop falling asleep, your breathing slows down and so does your heartbeat. That would be like moving towards 0 point. And the next thing you know, you're in a parallel reality. What you would think of as your dream, where you have no heartbeat and you don't breathe.
But that's a dream.
Well, you've been educated to call it a dream. But what if you're a multi-dimensional being? What if you're actually a cosmic superhero, capable of coming and going between dimensions all the time?
A cosmic superhero? Oh, I'm just sure, you say with joking sarcasm.
I've been trying to tell you. Faulty education. You're going to be completely shocked when you discover the truth about your entire existence. And I don't mean the simple fact that you're playing a game. I'm referring to the most common, fundamental things you believe about life on Earth. But that discussion will come later,
says Asha, laughing.
Let's get back to what's happening. We've moved through 0 point, where you felt nothing, and now we're gradually acclimating to air and atmosphere on the other side of 0 point. It's as if you're now using your gills instead of your lungs. Does that help?
Well, sort of, you say, trying to get your head around the idea. Are you saying that this 0 point is shared by both dimensions?
Yes, that's it exactly. It's sort of like the nothing that's really everything.
You shake your head and sigh. Oh, I'm lost again.
Stop trying to use your mind. It's highly overrated,
says Asha, grinning.
Use your imagination as you think of the space, the nothing between worlds. Without it, nothing would make sense. Or the pause in music that makes a composition transcendent. It's the nothing that's everything. Or imagine the moment between breathing in and breathing out. So think of your journey from one dimension to another as an exhale followed by an inhale. They are different yet connected. One cannot exist without the other, and they both share the same 0 point. But the world of the inhale is quite different than the world of the exhale. Yes, the lungs are the same, but the function is completely different.
Was that analogy supposed to make it easier for me to understand? You say, now in somewhat of a panic, as a sheer grey cliff looms larger and larger in front of you. Never mind, it doesn't matter. How are we going to stop without crashing into that cliff? You yell anxiously.
Have you noticed that we've begun moving toward that cliff in a way that would be impossible without propulsion?
Says Asha calmly. Yes, how's that possible? You say nervously.
I'm simply using the power of my mind,
says Asha succinctly. You look even more petrified.
You can try it yourself. All you do is wish to move to the right and see what happens.
You wish to move to the right and are stunned to see the distance between you widen.
Now wish to circle around me,
says Asha. You obey, and you circle around Asha, laughing with delight. Then Asha pulls a crystal out of her pocket and throws it into the air. The crystal floats right alongside her, as if she was sitting down and had placed it on a table beside her.
Now call for the crystal, tell it to come to you.
You do, and the crystal floats to you, landing right in the palm of your hand. Never in your life have you been more surprised than in that moment. Asha laughs and says,
Things are thoughts. That's why thoughts influence things. Or maybe it's thoughts influencing thoughts.
Are you just trying to confuse me? You say, laughing. You still have quite a distance to travel before arriving at your destination, so Asha says,
Think of how strongly you would feel if you were face to face with a grizzly bear. Now wish, with that level of intensity, that we move rapidly forward toward our destination. We'll unite our energies and do this together, which will be far more powerful than what we could ever do alone.
You look at where you're headed and intensely wish to be there. The distant cliff is suddenly so close, Asha yells,
Stop! We're coming in too fast! Make a wish that we're motionless.
You slow immediately and come to a halt, hovering in mid-air just 10 feet above the land.
Now wish to land slowly and with control,
says Asha with her arms in the air as if she is gracefully conducting a symphony through the last few measures. You move gently through the air and land softly on a grassy bluff. Looking around, you see a clear, broad river and a dense forest of evergreens off in the distance, with trees so magnificent and immense you think they must be thousands of years old. You reach out and excitedly hug Asha.
Thank you,
you say, relieved to be in one piece.
Do you know how long we've been gone? Which way do we go now?
Asha smiles sweetly and says,
Do you remember the agreement I shared with you? The one where I said I would save you only if you were facing certain death?
Yes, you say tentatively, suddenly afraid to hear what Asha is about to say.
Well, I've done that, and now you're perfectly safe. There is absolutely nothing and no one here that would harm you.
No! Oh no! Please don't go! I'm begging you! Please stay with me! I can't do this without you! You plead desperately.
Yes, you can,
says Asha gently.
Trust yourself. It's time for me to go, but listen to me carefully. There is nothing I've told you that you didn't already know.
What do you mean?
You carry everything you will ever need to know within yourself. Every aspect of the game is programmed into your DNA. As long as you have a body, you have the tools and the know-how to play the game. It's no different than the way you create your own dreams.
What? You exclaim. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Asha laughs and says,
You create your dream world every night. Why is it so hard to believe that your avatar body creates and projects your waking world as well?
You shake your head. Okay, that's way over my head. But even if that's true, it doesn't solve anything, you say frantically. And how does that tie into feelings running the program?
Did you know researchers discovered that you could be dreaming you're sitting in a wheelchair, paralyzed? But if you wake up for just a moment, realize all is well, and fall back to sleep, you would still be sitting in the wheelchair, but you would no longer be paralyzed,
says Asha, as if you are chatting while having tea and crumpets. Okay, that's interesting, you say slowly, but it doesn't really help.
Well, actually, that concept works exactly the same way in the game. You just have to learn how to wake up.
You narrow your eyes. Okay, I'll bite. How do you wake up?
you say in finger quotes, while you're in the program.
You just focus on what you want to be real, rather than what you think is real,
says Asha pragmatically. Laughing, you say, well, that sounds very Pollyanna-ish. That would never work in my world.
That's because you're still sitting in the wheelchair, believing that you're paralyzed. I'm giving you the answers, but I can't give you the faith to believe in what you don't see.
Well, as they say, seeing is believing. Scientists don't believe in anything they can't see or prove, you say somewhat sanctimoniously. That's just how human beings are.
You can't see love or prove its existence, but you believe that love exists,
says Asha.
And the more you believe in the existence of love, the more you see a loving world. As Pollyannaistic as this may sound,
says Asha with a grin,
to wake up, all you do in response to any problem is say to yourself, all is well.
How could that possibly work? You say skeptically.
Well, think about the dreamer who falls back asleep. In her dream, she's still sitting in the wheelchair. She still believes the dream is her true reality. But she subconsciously remembers feeling that all is well. That feeling, the conviction that all is well, actually causes the dreamer to experience an alternate reality or timeline where all is well. Remember, every possibility already exists. So not only is the dreamer no longer paralyzed in her dream, she has no memory of ever being paralyzed in the first place. So the rest of her dream is going to go quite a bit differently than the way it started.
So you're saying that all I have to do is say, all is well, you say doubtfully.
No matter what is happening,
Asha interjects. And I'll eventually find myself in another timeline, you say, unconvinced. It sounds nice, but it's totally unbelievable. For one thing, just saying all is well isn't the same as feeling that way.
Still, it works, whether you feel it or not, whether you believe it or not. It just works,
says Asha matter-of-factly.
But you'll never know unless you try. Besides, it's the first step to the new science you're going to discover.
Asha claps her hand over her mouth, then with a guilty look she winces, takes her hand away and says,
I wasn't supposed to tell you that.
What? Tell me what? You exclaim. Asha observes you for a moment and says,
Well, most players keep this type of thing secret from themselves until they discover it on their own. But if you're sure you want to know...
Yes, whatever it is, tell me. Excitedly, Asha says,
There's a new science that's ready to be discovered in the game. A science that will surpass all other sciences. And you signed up to be the pioneer of that science. Because only a player in a human avatar can make any changes on Earth.
Your mind is racing. You can imagine the slight possibility that some new discovery, a really simple one, might pop into your mind, even though you aren't very interested in scientific things. But the idea that you would discover a science that would surpass all other sciences, that's just crazy. Okay, you say hesitantly. What's it called?
Pollyannaology, the science of being excessively and unreasonably optimistic,
says Asha, smiling broadly. You burst out laughing. So I'm going to be Earth's first Pollyannaologist.
Yep, just think about it,
says Asha, laughing.
You don't need any funding. You don't need any proof of the truth.
And then, with a mysterious look in her eyes, she adds,
And you don't even need to mention it to anyone. That should make you pretty unstoppable.
You're not kidding, are you? You say.
Nope,
says Asha. You actually believe this will work, you say, unsure whether you should laugh or cry, or just feel sorry for Asha if she ever decides to actually play the game.
Absolutely. It will change your world, and it's simple.
You sigh.
How much easier can it be?
Says Asha.
Look, pretend you're the one dreaming you're in a wheelchair, paralyzed.
Okay, you say, knowing Asha won't stop until you join in her little game.
When you wake up, 2 things happen. You are no longer focused on the problem because you know for a fact that all is well. You're not worried either. No one worries when all is well, right?
I guess so, but I think you are the Pollyannaologist, Asha. I really do. Then rolling your eyes, you say, Okay, I give. How many times do I say it? Clapping her little hands excitedly, Asha says,
Keep repeating it until you are no longer focused on the problem.
But what if I don't really believe what I'm saying?
It requires no belief at all.
But what about thoughts and feelings creating my experiences? If I don't really feel that all is well, then how could it work? Whispering secretively, Asha says,
I just told you the cheat code to the entire game program. It bypasses everything.
Well, if it's really that simple, you say, hoping to call her bluff, why didn't you just tell me that in the first place?
What? And miss out on all the excitement you've been having? Where's your sense of adventure?
Says Asha as she begins floating into the air.
Wait!
You yell frantically. Don't leave me! I can't do this without you! I don't even know where to go! Asha continues floating upward and yells,
Go down to the river. Any boat will pick you up and give you a ride for free.
Free? You yell.
There is no money where you are. You'll see.
And then, like a mother rather than a 10-year-old, she adds,
Keep breathing. All is well.
Asha gently floats up past the cliff, and as she hovers over the abyss, she yells out,
Don't worry. Someone will be along to help you on your way. Sometimes you just have to rely on the kindness of strangers.
Then, pretending she's swimming through the air doing the backstroke, Asha says,
And don't forget, you're never alone. There's nothing I know that you don't know. You already know everything. Just the way you like it.
Asha appears smaller and smaller until she completely disappears from your sight. A spasm of fear locks tightly around your throat as you burst into tears. 1 minute you're happy and all is well. You think you've learned all about dealing with fear, but now sheer panic grips your chest, and the silence around you is filled with a high-pitched ringing in your ears. Dizzy and lightheaded, you sit down. How could Asha abandon you like this? Doesn't she care about what's going to happen? You don't even know where you are. And now you'll never be able to reach Matthew in time. Lying on your side with your head on your arm, you can't stop crying. The pain in your throat worsens as you struggle to breathe. All is lost. Even if you could find your way, the base is in lockdown. How would you get in? Imagining Matthew, trapped in unconsciousness,
and forced to survive on life support. You cry until there are no tears left to cry. At last, you fall into a helpless, exhausted sleep, and later wake to a nagging pain in your hip. At first, you think you're lying on a stone, but soon you realize it's something in your pocket. You roll onto your back and dig out the strange object that Admiral Birdie had slipped into your hand in the cafeteria. Lying on your back and holding the object with outstretched arms, you're shocked to see it is quite old and made of 24-karat gold. It is round and flat, about 3 inches in diameter, and looks similar to a pocket watch. It is beautifully carved with emerald-cut diamond studs embedded all around its outer edge. Strangely, there doesn't seem to be any way to open it, nor even a hairline crevice indicating that it can be opened. The lid looks like a map of the Earth, but the shapes of the continents look completely unfamiliar, until you realize the map is from the perspective of the North Pole, which is represented by crushed diamonds at the center. You sit and stare for a few minutes. You have never seen all of the continents from this perspective, and it seems a much more logical way to view a map of the world. The only missing continent is Antarctica, but whoever visited Antarctica? You wonder why Admiral Birdie had given this to you. It's obviously a treasured possession, maybe even a priceless antique. Yet he was adamant that it was to be yours. It is so thick, you feel there has to be something inside, but there's no way to open it. Why would the old man have given you something so precious and rare if it didn't have a purpose? Looking up, you see a massive, yacht-like ship with 3 masts and a square rig sailing down the river. You jump to your feet, stuff the object in your pocket, grab the flask, and sling it over your shoulder as you run down the path, hoping to reach the dock in time. Running with far more ease than you could ever have imagined possible, you bound down the hill toward the river. To your surprise, when you arrive at the dock, you aren't even the slightest bit out of breath. You sit on a bench near the dock and get your bearings. The climate is somewhat balmy, but not too hot or sunny. It feels perfect. The river must be 10 miles wide, and though it's obviously very deep, you can see all of the fish and other creatures swimming below with perfect clarity. As you take it all in, you realize that oddly, there isn't a single fishing boat, nor are there fishermen for that matter. All of this makes you wonder if it's really possible to live without money, as Asha had suggested. On one hand, the concept is inconceivable. How could a world exist without money? But you saw it before in your game lifetimes as a Vedras, and now everywhere you look, you see all manner of fruits and vegetables growing in abundance. There are banana, avocado, papaya, and mango trees, bushes laden with berries and fruits, and all kinds of vegetables growing freely, rather than in structured, farmed rows. And just like within the Vedras communities, there are no fences, no farms, and no private property keep out signs. Then, much to your surprise, you hear singing. You look toward the sound and see the ship coming into view as it passes a large island in the middle of the river. It sounds as if thousands of people are singing together as one phenomenal chorus, their voices echoing from bank to bank, filling up the entire universe with their hauntingly beautiful song and intricate harmonies. When the adults stop singing, the children begin, and it sounds like a choir of angels. With perfect grace, the ship pulls up to the dock. A gangplank is lowered and smoothly dropped into place with a soft hydraulic whoosh. High above, a smiling middle-aged man with curly gray hair waves to you from the top deck, encouraging you to come on board. You smile and wave back as you step onto the walkway and climb onto the ship. Once on board, a man who seems to be the captain approaches you and says something in a language you can't understand. "Do you speak English?" you say hopefully.
English? No.
He says, smiling and shaking his head. Then he yells to a nearby man with pure white, thick, wavy hair. Due to the color of his hair, you assume the man to be quite a bit older. But as he turns around, you see he is extremely fit. His eyes are bright, his skin luminous, and he appears to be only in his early to mid-30s.
English! English! Over here!
The captain yells to the man, as if over and here were the only other words he had ever mastered. The man called English laughs and smiles as he walks over to you.
Hello,
He says warmly.
I'm Richard. As you may have guessed, I happen to speak English, which is where my extra name came from. You can call me whatever name you prefer.
The captain then says something in his native tongue, and Richard says,
The captain is wondering where you're headed.
"Oh," you say, taken aback. "I need to go to Utah, but I'm not really sure exactly where I am, so I don't know when I should get off the ship."
That's all right,
says Richard with a peculiar expression, as if he has something to say but doesn't quite know how to tell you.
We'll figure out the best place.
Then, changing the subject slightly, he says,
Would you like a tour of the ship?
"There's nothing you can do to get back to Matthew any sooner, but you're still worried." "Yes, but you will make sure I get off at the right stop for Utah?"
Of course,
says the man kindly. You relax a bit as you stroll along. There are several hundred people on board, and you have an awkward moment when you realize just how much you stand out in the crowd. While everyone on the ship is wearing simple white clothing, everything from pants and tunics to flowing dresses and robes. Here you are in olive green military cargo pants, a long-sleeved gray knit shirt, and army-issue boots. But you quickly realize you needn't worry. Every person you see goes out of their way to be kind and thoughtful. You are struck by how happy and healthy everyone appears to be, and they all have such beautiful complexions, it's difficult to tell their age. Richard turns to you and says,
Earlier you told me you didn't know how to get to where you're going. Have you thought of using that compass tucked into your pocket?
Your shirt is draped loosely over your pants, and you know it's impossible to see the object. "How can you tell what's in my pocket?" you say, surprised. "How do you even know it's a compass? I don't even know what it is."
I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable,
says the man apologetically.
For us, here in this place, it's as easy to see what's in your pocket as it is to recognize the color of your eyes. I wouldn't have mentioned it except I think it will help you on your journey.
You pull the treasured object out of your pocket. "I don't know how to use it. I think I'm supposed to open it, but I don't know how," you say, chewing on your lower lip as you concentrate.
Does it not have a code?
says Richard. You shake your head. "I don't know. The man who gave it to me didn't say anything about a code."
Are you talking about Admiral Birdie?
Shaking your head in astonishment, you say, "Yes! How did you know?"
You were thinking loudly,
he says, smiling. "I have no idea why he even gave it to me."
I suspect he believed you would have more use for it than he would.
You try to remember something, anything that might be a clue. You go over and over in your mind everything you can remember the old man saying to you. Nothing makes sense. Finally, you close your eyes and think, if I knew the answer, what would it be? Then you remember something so obvious you suspect it won't work. But since you can think of nothing else, you say, minus 74, 0.85, 16, 16, minus 102, 0.59, 033, 0. The top of the compass, with the map of Earth, softly clicks open gently in a sliding horizontal motion, revealing a second Earth. But this is a living 3D holographic image. In the center is the inner North Pole, but it isn't icy. It's tropical, with an ocean portal that clearly flows into the ocean at the point that would be Earth's North Pole. The holographic map shows every portal and tunnel that connects the two Earths. Carved around the outer edges of the disk are the words, as above, so below. As you continue staring at this holographic inner Earth, you see a brightly glowing reddish sun suspended in midair. Clouds are moving in the holographic sky, and you can clearly see mountains, oceans, forests, rivers, rolling hills, beaches, and plains. To your surprise, all you have to do is focus on a particular area, and instantly you can see the area close up, hovering right before your eyes. You discover this feature quite accidentally when you look at a mountain while at the same time wondering what it would be like at the top. The image instantly zooms into a field covered with wildflowers. As you wonder what the flowers are like, the image zooms in even closer, and you experience a close-up of the flowers, fragrance and all. You discover you can see all the way down to their subatomic level. As you pull your attention back, the flower zooms out until it's a few feet away. You then turn your gaze slightly to the left and realize you can see the view from the top of the mountain, as if you are standing there in person, looking out over the ocean. Even a slight breeze ruffles your hair. Ancient trees, 50 to 100 feet in diameter, lead down to rolling green hills with a sandy beach below extending into the clearest blue ocean you've ever seen. Entranced, you focus on the water, and though you don't move physically, you feel as if you are in the midst of the holographic image, swimming with the sea turtles as they surf the gentle waves. You can feel the exact temperature of the air and the water, as if you are actually there. Astonished, you look up at Richard and say, "This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. Is this really what it's like here?"
"Yes," says Richard, smiling warmly.
Following his directions, you see that the holographic Earth is an exact duplicate of planet Earth. At least the continents are laid out in the same way, but up close nothing looks familiar. With a sigh, you say, "I don't understand how this compass works. How will it get me back to where I need to go? I can see everything on this map, even something as small as a flower, but I don't see planes or buses or trains or cars." A bemused look crosses Richard's face.
"You still really don't understand where you are, do you?"
"What do you mean? I'm right here on the ship standing next to you." Then a wave of shock passes over your face as an unsettling memory crosses your mind. "Oh, I forgot. All transportation is down because of the terrorists." "Well, what's the closest you can get me to Utah? I'm just in a really big hurry.
There's an emergency and I have to get back, you say nervously.
My dear, says Richard kindly, you are no longer on Earth's surface.
What do you mean? You say, looking around. I see sunlight. I see the sky and grass and trees and the river. I just came from being in an underground cavern and I can tell the difference.
No, that's not what I mean, says Richard patiently. You're not on Earth, at least not the Earth that you know. Some people call this the inner Earth, but it's actually a parallel world. The Earth you know is a duplicate of this world.
You stare at him, puzzled.
Do you understand that Earth is a virtual reality?
He says good-naturedly. You nod.
Well, think of it this way. What you see here is the Earth, just as the creator of the game originally imagined it.
Then Richard points to the engraved words and says,
As above, so below means that the inner Earth is a match to your Earth. The pristine beauty you see here is what Earth was like in the very beginning, and it is what your Earth can return to because the inner Earth is a living blueprint.
Do you call this inner Earth because it's inside Earth? You ask.
No, we are not inside Earth. Inner Earth refers to the blueprint you carry within you. What you see here,
says Richard with a sweeping gesture,
is not just an other-dimensional reality. It's embedded in your DNA, and the DNA of every person playing the game. And that's why Earth's original blueprint can never be lost. That's why human beings will always long for what you see here. Not just the untouched magnificence of this place, but also our way of life. People living in harmony with each other and with nature. Our two worlds are sort of like identical twins separated at birth. One baby is raised by loving parents, the other is raised in a dysfunctional family. But as they grow up separately, they both feel something or someone is missing until they are ultimately reunited.
Well, having a blueprint in our DNA doesn't seem to be doing us any good, you say glumly. Richard holds out his hand and says politely,
May I hold your compass for a moment?
You nod and place the compass in the palm of his hand. Richard then holds the outer edges of the compass with the golden side up and the holographic side down.
You see how both Earths have sort of a belly button at the center? What you would call the North Pole is in fact right in the center of your world.
No, you don't understand, you say. That is the farthest north you can go.
Well, that's only because you've been taught that Earth is a sphere, and the really cold parts are the farthest north and the farthest south.
What do you mean? Earth is round. It is a sphere. Everybody knows that.
You've been shown pictures and you've been told what to see and believe. I know this will be hard to grasp, but even though the universe is filled with spheres, Earth is not one of them,
says Richard plainly. Oh my God, I have no idea what you're talking about. You clearly don't know the facts. Maybe it's something you don't know about here, you say, feeling both frustrated and a bit sorry for Richard, since he is obviously quite ignorant. Listen, wherever we are, I just need to get back to Utah. Can you help me do that?
Yes, of course, says Richard warmly. Where exactly do you need to go?
I don't really know the exact location, you say hopelessly. It's an underground military base somewhere in the Utah desert.
Do you know what it looks like outside or inside?
I've been inside, but I don't know what it looks like outside.
If you have a clear picture in your mind, we have the technology to transport you any place in the universe.
You mean I can go from here directly into the base? You say, completely stunned.
Yes.
Well, then where do I need to go to get access to your transportation?
I'm headed there, actually. It's right here,
he says, pointing to the holographic map. Then, using his mind, he causes the compass to zoom in.
It's called the portal. I'll take you there if you'd like.
You sigh with relief. Oh, thank you. Yes, please. As you look at the holographic map, you suddenly think of Admiral Birdie and how adamantly he kept telling you to go to the library. I know this is an odd question, but do you have any libraries here?
Richard laughs and says, "The portal is the largest library in the universe."
Really? You say, thinking it didn't look very large.
It looks small because you're looking at the entrance. The portal has underground storage that spans over 456 square miles. It holds living records of everything that has ever occurred anywhere in the universe, throughout time, space, in all dimensions, parallel worlds, and all realities. Any question you may have, the portal will show you what truly happened, down to the smallest detail. Even the thoughts, feelings, and true motives of those involved. But more importantly, it is literally a portal to anywhere in the universe, including Earth. We call it Think and Go, says Richard, smiling. You smile as you remember Asha using that term. You mean all I have to do is go to your library, think about where I want to go, and I'll just show up there? Yes. There are special chairs, somewhat like the Montauk chair, but infinitely more advanced.
Though you don't want to take your eyes off of the holographic inner Earth, you want the compass to be safe. As if reading your mind, Richard says, "Use the same code to close the compass whenever you're ready. You can open and close the compass telepathically or out loud." You don't fully trust that you have any telepathic abilities, so you say the code aloud and the compass closes silently. You stare at it for a moment and say, "Why do you call this a compass? It seems more like a map to me. I mean, an incredible holographic map, but still a map."
Didn't you notice that your thoughts could take you anywhere you wanted to go and show you anything you wanted to see? Asks Richard.
Well, yes, but it doesn't tell me how to get there, you say.
It would tell you if you asked, says Richard.
Oh, you mean it's like a GPS, except this compass is a GPS times infinity? You say, grinning. Okay, I have one more question for you. Where is Antarctica?
Why don't you ask that question when you're at the portal? You'll be able to see everything for yourself, says Richard encouragingly. Come with me. We'll be docking soon.
When you disembark, Richard says,
"From here on, we'll take the hovercraft. It's just a 5-minute walk. It will take about an hour to get to the portal, so feel free to pick some fruit or anything you'd like before we get on board."
For some reason, I'm not really very hungry, you say.
That's normal, says Richard, though he doesn't explain any further.
As you walk, you see bright green rolling hills dotted with colorful gardens. There are plenty of people walking or riding horses, but there is an odd lack of homes or businesses, and no one seems to be doing work of any kind. Where are all the houses? You ask curiously.
Richard smiles and says, "Look again, you'll see."
As you look more closely, you realize everything is built underground, with vegetable gardens on the rooftops, and colorful flower gardens in front of each house. And because there are no fences, only windows and doors facing out into the world, all of the buildings blend flawlessly into the hillsides. Are all of your homes built into hillsides? You inquire.
No, there are many options, but whatever we do, whether it's a building, a road, or a pathway, we tread lightly. We live in harmony with nature,
says Richard warmly. So do you mainly sail and use hovercraft to get around? You say.
Most people here have the ability to teleport or bilocate. Some use hovercrafts, but it's more for our own enjoyment, just like sailing or horseback riding. But for those of us who don't teleport and need to go a long distance, we have underground trains that move through tubes, using only electromagnetic energy. We can be anywhere in less than an hour. Here we are, says Richard, as you step onto a platform that blends so perfectly and naturally with its surroundings, you never would have noticed it. This is beautiful, the way it blends in. But don't you have a hard time finding things? Richard smiles and pulls a compass very much like your own out of his pocket. Not at all. We can simply think of where we want to go, and the compass communicates telepathically.
Do you mean it talks into your mind, you say?
It really depends on the person receiving the communication. Some people hear words, others see images. Some people receive telepathic communications through their feelings. And sometimes it's a combination. Personally, I feel the communication. So when we were walking along, I suddenly felt like turning left and then right, and then I had the feeling to walk up the stairs.
That's incredible, you say enthusiastically.
You can use your compass the same way, you just have to trust your feelings, says Richard.
You're not sure if you're quite at that level of trusting, so you're happy when you see a thin golden frame gliding along the soft hills. As it gets closer, you notice a large blue crystalline sphere, radiant with etheric energy protruding from beneath. Two parts splay outward away from each other behind the sphere and meet at a point up front, like two equal halves of a wishbone. Atop the sphere, hovering always just a few feet above the ground, is a long platform with a polished wooden floor that seems to glow a light-colored amber. And this is where you and Richard stand with the other passengers, watching as hills and grass morph into a placid ocean waterfront stretching far into the distance, with just a sliver of a beach. From a distance, you silently pass houses that are round and translucent, and must have been created with some very advanced form of technology. From the outside, you can see through the structures, so they are barely noticeable and blend perfectly into their environment. But Richard assures you that the inhabitants have complete privacy. Small, white, furry creatures with big black eyes and large ears stare at you as they chew on strands of grass, their eyes following the craft as it passes for a moment over a small channel. You follow the running water through a valley and then on into a massive cavern capable of containing a small city composed of crystalline rocks and gemstones. Light passes through carved crystalline archways rising hundreds of feet high, causing rainbow colors to sparkle throughout the interior and across a massive healing temple built with precious jewels, crystals, and gold. As you pass through to the other side of the cavern, the earth turns a tender green, like the grass of early spring, and brilliant flowers spiraling out of it. Luminous and colorful, the flowers burst from curling vines low to the ground,
But you notice that as the wind blows, they stand up to dance gracefully, as if they are dancing just for your enjoyment. Small crystalline bugs dart from flower to flower, sometimes rising in sparkling diamond waves with the rolling of the wind, and then lightly splashing back down into the curls of plant life, where they hide beneath the petals of the flowers. Then the wind picks up again, and they all rise together in a crystalline cloud, this time lighting up all at once and shooting out a brilliant display of red, blue, and green. Accompanied by a loud bleep, the lights disappear with the loud sound that came with them. The hovercraft moves gracefully up a steep incline, then down the other side of the hill, where it stops to pause at the edge of a multicolored forest. Then suddenly, a barely noticeable density begins to fill the air. And though there is still blue sky and clear air, an unseen world seems to be emerging directly in front of you, as if it had been there the whole time and you just hadn't seen it, but now you do. Lots of little lights dancing all around, or maybe it's just a feeling and you're seeing them in your mind's eye as an overlay atop the scenery surrounding you. At your stop, you and Richard step onto a broad pathway as the craft silently moves along toward its next destination. Sunlight filters down through immense trees with leaves in every conceivable shade of green, yellow, orange, and red. The trees are spaced a good distance apart, and you can see a nearby field bathed in sunshine and filled with the most superbly colored flowers. Many of the flowers are in full bloom, and although you're familiar with some of them, the vast majority you've never seen before. Everything seems to exhale pure, life-giving energy. Do you have any military or police? You ask. Richard shakes his head. Aren't there any bad people here?
There is no dishonesty. Remember how easily I could see that compass in your pocket? Everyone here is telepathic, so there's no sense in lying and no need for laws. No one takes more than they need, and everyone shares. There's plenty of space for everyone. Every view is beautiful, so you simply need to decide what you like best. There's no winter here, and though our sun is dimmer than the one you see on the surface, it shines all the time. So fruits and vegetables are constantly growing and available to all. We barter with each other, so there's no need for money. Children are educated differently. They grow up in happy, loving families, and they have the freedom to be themselves.
Looking at Richard, you try to understand how all of this could be possible.
Your world has been complicated, and you've been educated to believe that you have no choice but to obey the laws, pay for property, pay for housing and food. But if you look at nature, it carries the blueprint of what your world is meant to be like. In nature, no animals possess property. They're not stressed out or warring with each other. They don't take control of fruits and vegetables or hoard them while others starve. There's a natural balance, and it's always there as a reminder for anyone willing to pay attention.
Well, what about people from Earth invading you? Don't you need a military presence to stop them, or has no one ever tried? You ask.
Oh, they've tried. But there are energetic barriers created with technology far beyond what anyone knows on the surface. This is also a different dimension from your third-dimensional reality. Our technology allows us to move back and forth instantly. But if you had come here instantly rather than gradually acclimating to this dimension, you would not have survived the sudden change.
As Richard speaks, the forest path opens into a meadow with lush grass,
flower gardens, and tall, graceful shade trees amidst circular clearings with benches, tables, and chairs set up for both privacy and small gatherings.
"Here we are,"
says Richard, beaming.
"Welcome to the portal."
As you walk across an arched bridge, you look over the railing and see perfectly clear water flowing above sparkling multicolored quartz crystals, semi-precious and precious stones.
"Are you thirsty? Would you like a drink of water?"
asks Richard. You step off the bridge and scoop a handful of water out of the creek. The moment you touch it, an exhilarating feeling flows from your hand up into your arm. You experience the same effect as you drink the water, a feeling of being totally relaxed, yet fully energized and alive at the same time, as if you would never experience the need to sleep again. Seeing the look on your face, Richard says with a smile,
"We need very little sleep because our bodies are harmonized and constantly being regenerated by our crystalline surroundings, as well as by the water we drink and bathe in. We mature, but we don't age. There are people here who are hundreds and even thousands of years old."
As you head toward the portal entrance, you walk through an archway composed of diamonds and bathed in sparkling rainbows.
"In this library, anyone in the universe can access and study the records of the game,"
says Richard. "But what can you learn from us?" you say as you climb a crystal staircase leading into the main part of the library. "Earth is a mess. Clearly we don't know what we're doing."
"Recognizing what doesn't work can be just as effective as observing what does work,"
says Richard.
"Here at this library, we have access to the entire universal databank. So we can look at any problem that arises in the game and access the best solution for solving it. We then record the problem and the solution, as well as how to prevent the problem in the first place. In this way, anyone can quickly access the highest and most positive outcome for any event. Every conceivable problem and answer exists here. And that's mainly because of every brave person like you who plays the game. We learn from your mistakes."
"You certainly don't feel brave. Stupid, scared to death, and what the hell was I thinking have come to mind many times, but brave, not so much." You reach the top of the crystal stairway and find yourself in the midst of a hologram. Not only do you see the Milky Way galaxy, but stars and suns and entire solar systems are floating overhead. "Oh my God, I feel like I'm lifting off the floor and about to float away," you exclaim breathlessly.
"That's partly because there are crystals embedded all throughout the library,"
says Richard.
"Well, actually everything in the library is crystalline. In the same way that you have quartz crystals in your computers, all information here is held and accessed with crystals as well. This library is an interdimensional portal. It will take you wherever you project your thoughts. Whatever you intend to see, you will have a first-hand experience on any and every level."
The library appears more like an elegant park, with rainbow light glittering on the trees, flowers, streams, and waterfalls, everywhere the eye can see. Amid this stunning beauty, people are walking and talking. Some are studying or reclining in the most comfortable-looking chairs imaginable. Others have their eyes closed and are daydreaming, and quite a few are wired up and connected into the library operating system, which takes them anywhere they choose to go, without ever leaving the comfort of their reclining chair. There are small theaters throughout the library where history not only comes to life, but when you step inside, you feel as if you are actually living it, as if you are really there in that exact period of time. But more than that,
You feel as if you are part of everything that has ever existed or ever will exist anywhere in the universe. Richard leads you into an alcove with one of the reclining chairs. You sit down, stretch out, and lean back luxuriously. You lay there as if you are floating without a care in the world. The portal will not only transport you to any place in the universe, it can also answer any questions you may want to ask. But may I make a suggestion? Says Richard supportively.
Of course.
The trick to getting the most out of the portal is to ask high-quality questions.
What do you mean, you say?
Well, for instance, if you ask, why am I trapped in this experience? You would be shown a series of things that you said or did or thought that brought you to that moment of being trapped, which would only magnify the problem. Whereas, if you ask, how can I free myself from this situation? You would receive solutions rather than more problems. Now, think of the question, who am I? This question has been going round and round in the minds of players for as long as the game has been in existence, yet no one has ever found a definitive answer. But if you ask a high-quality version of that question, you would have a very different result.
You think for a moment, then confess, I can't think of a different way to ask that question.
How about, who am I when I'm not getting my way?
Says Richard, smiling broadly. You burst out laughing. Oh, I see what you mean, you say as several ideas pop into your mind in quick succession. With a warm smile, Richard says,
I will now take my leave of you.
You bounce out of your chair, hug Richard, and kiss him on the cheek. Thank you so much. I hope to see you again someday.
That would be my wish as well,
he says affectionately.
Oh, and don't forget to ask your question about Antarctica.
You smile and nod enthusiastically. You sit on the chair, lean back, and feel as if you're floating on a warm, luminous cloud of energy. But the energy feels like a part of you rather than something separate or outside of yourself. You take a deep breath. I have sort of a compass map type thing in my pocket. It shows Earth from the perspective of the North Pole, and it shows all of the continents except Antarctica. Where is it? You say, digging the compass out of your pocket. Antarctica does not exist as a separate continent. It extends all the way around Earth's playing field. It's represented on your compass by the diamonds surrounding the outer edge. You look at the compass in the palm of your hand and say, I don't understand what you mean. Antarctica is a small continent at the South Pole. Well, that's certainly what you've been taught. Maybe because you're inside the Earth, you just don't understand what it looks like from outer space, you say. But trust me, it's round, not flat. I've seen pictures. Your belief will cause you to see whatever you say is so. No, you don't understand. The Earth can't be round and flat. It's either one or the other, you say definitively. You see whatever you believe. But you're saying that Earth is flat, and I don't believe that, you say emphatically. That's why you perceive Earth as a planet rather than a plane, says the portal. But both versions exist simultaneously. I don't see how that's possible, you say skeptically. Well, you believe Earth is round. So the only way to experience both versions simultaneously is to open your imagination to see the version where Earth is flat. Taking a deep breath, you say hesitantly, Okay, how do I do that? Imagine that you and your parents were raised believing that Earth is just as stationary as it appears to be.
NASA, your government, and educational system are all in agreement with the information you receive from your senses. Now imagine trying to convince people that Earth is not stationary, that it is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and moving forward through space 32 times faster than a bullet shot from a rifle. But no one feels anything because of gravity. At least I know gravity is real, you say confidently. Maybe in some version of reality, but in your version, gravity has never been scientifically proven to exist. And yet, its so-called magnetism is responsible for keeping everything and everyone from flying off of the planet. It's strong enough to hold people, buildings, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly stuck to the surface. Yet it's just weak enough so that birds are able to fly and smoke rises upward. Do you think you could convince the entire world that this is an established fact that doesn't require any scientific proof? When you put it that way, you say, taken aback, it sounds bizarre. But then, how do you explain all the pictures of Earth from outer space? Can you tell the difference between a real photo taken in outer space and a picture created with computer-generated imagery? Well, no, you say thoughtfully. But there are astronauts who walked on the moon. That happened for sure. How do you know that happened for sure? How do you know anything for sure? Says the portal. What would you think if you knew that all of the Apollo 11 videos and audios suddenly disappeared, and every contractor managed to mysteriously lose the prints and plans for the lunar rover, LEM lander, and Apollo ship engines? Really? I didn't know that, you say, stunned. But why would anyone pretend we had been to the moon and create fake images of Earth from outer space if it's not real? Why, indeed. What if it's all part of the fun and games you signed up for? Says the portal. What do you mean? You ask. Imagine you could create your own virtual reality game. What would you want to experience? You think for a moment and say slowly, well, first I'd want it to be 100% believable with an infinite number of choices and levels of challenges so the game would basically never end. I hate it when I find a really good game. I play for 3 days straight and then I have to wait for the next game because I already know the whole storyline, so it's boring if I play it again. Sorry, off topic, you say, laughing. I'd want to be able to choose any timeline, past, present, or future. Oh, and I'd want a vacation part. I mean, a real vacation. Not one where I'd be at a beach and have to keep an eye out for snipers. I'd want to be able to come home from school and do anything I wanted. Ride horses, go mountain climbing, visit another country, stuff like that. And I'd want a storyline that can go in any direction. You say, your imagination gathering steam. But especially things that are mysterious and intriguing. I like figuring things out. You know, things that aren't obvious where you have to do research and piece things together. Oh, and I'd want a boyfriend. You say, a bit sheepishly. I know that's kind of weird, a cyber boyfriend and all. But it would be fun to have a little romance thrown in with the mayhem. So what are you experiencing now? Says the portal. Well, not the virtual reality I have in mind, that's for sure, you say, rolling your eyes. My dear, you designed the virtual reality that you're currently playing, and all the intrigue and conspiracy theories that go with it. But what about the Big Bang and evolution? I mean, people way smarter than me believe in that event, you say. Every possibility exists. But in the reality you designed, does the Big Bang make any sense? The theory begins with nothing. Then somehow there's an explosion out of nowhere,
And instead of destroying things like every other explosion, this explosion somehow manages to create space, time, and all matter in an instant for no reason at all. Debris flew outward at over 670 miles per hour for 14 billion years. Then some of that debris turned into bubbling ooze that ultimately became planet Earth. Magically, single-celled organisms appeared. Then they became multicelled. Then conscious. Then everything multiplied, divided, mutated, adapted, evolved, and finally crawled onto land, replacing gills with lungs. Tails were lost, and then voila, opposable thumbs. You're right. It sounds crazy. It is crazy, you say in complete shock. How come people can't see this? Why does everyone believe it without question? It doesn't matter, says the portal. It's part of what you designed. Okay, look, here's the problem, you say, suddenly worried about what's to come. When I get back to the base, I don't know what I'm going to do. These are real people, and they're unbelievably powerful. Certainly, all of those powerful players would be delighted to know that you think that way. But the truth is that every person playing has equal power. Those in authority have no more power than you, unless you choose to give your power away by believing you have no power. The prime directive is, thy will be done. If you feel and believe, I'm trapped, there's nothing I can do, the program is designed to give you more experiences that confirm what you believe. You shake your head. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can make myself feel differently than I do. You are now recognizing that two seemingly separate realities can exist at the same time. So, can you understand that reality is flexible, that it moves according to your focus and beliefs? You nod your head, but if you're being perfectly honest, you'd have to admit that you aren't sure who the portal is, where it came from, or if it's telling the truth. And from that perspective, you also wonder whether or not the inner earth is part of your own game, if the game exists at all. But that is just one more distraction. The only thing you know for sure is that you need to get back to the base. I know where I need to go, but can you help me understand what I'll be dealing with when I get back to my reality? I need to see things related to me, things going on in my world, so I know how to help Matthew. Instantly, you find yourself out of body and hovering unseen in front of Thomas. For a moment, it seems that Thomas is looking directly at you, but then his attention turns to 5 men seated at a long, highly polished cherrywood table. He picks up a remote control and a large screen lights up with video images of burning rainforests.
Images like these capture people's attention, but the real problem is a lot less visible and far more serious. At least 30,000 species vanish every year. Right now, we're living in the middle of one of the greatest mass extinctions in Earth's history. Our planetary ecosystem is collapsing. Environmental toxins are bringing about new patterns of disease. And pollinating insects are on their way to extinction, leading to widespread crop failure. This ongoing loss of biodiversity may have consequences we'll never think of until it's too late. First, we're going to focus on one aspect of this collapse. Albert Einstein said, if the honeybee disappears from the surface of the earth, man would have no more than 4 years to live. Bee colonies are disappearing at an alarming rate. Earth would instantly begin to thrive again without the human race, but we cannot live without pollinating insects. In the past 5 years, we have lost 30% of the honeybee population, and there is no doubt that in a matter of years, all of the bees will die. And then the entire human race will die within 4 years. The paradox is that if a large portion of the human race were to die off first, not only would it save pollinating insects, our entire planet would quickly begin to recover. We know the problem, we know the solution, but no one is doing anything about it. So who's to blame? The corporations, the chemical industry, the government, the farmers, the consumers? The truth is, it doesn't matter, says Thomas emphatically. No one is taking responsibility, not even the Brotherhood. And by the time everyone starts to wake up and see what's really happening, it will be too late. For years we've been working to subtly reduce the population by degrading human health with specific chemicals added to food, air, and water, and pharmaceutical drugs. But we're out of time. We need to be prepared to drastically reduce the population if we're going to stop the collapse of our ecosystem. If the bees die, everything will be lost. No government will legally be able to take these steps. It's up to us. Are we in agreement? The men all nod gravely. There are 2 methods we will be employing: activating natural disasters and manipulating human consciousness.
Nodding toward a man with black curly hair and a neatly trimmed beard, Thomas says, Carlos will explain the latter. Standing up, Carlos says,
Our research has shown that the power of the human mind can be directed and manipulated to create strong beliefs, even convictions, as well as diseased conditions that lead to death with nothing more than fearful thoughts.
A split-screen video springs to life, showing you and Matthew as you react emotionally to the newscast you had watched only days earlier.
The video you're seeing is nothing more than a combination of past newsreels showing natural disasters and movie clips that were edited out of recent disaster films. We then created a narrative and added timestamps. Though none of it was actually happening, these teenagers fully believed what we told them to believe. They both accepted their fate and unquestioningly cooperated with everything we asked of them.
Though you are out of body, you are dizzy with shock. How can this be? Why would anyone do something so appalling and cruel?
The intention of our experiment with these teens was to isolate them and give them totally inaccurate but convincing visual and audio information, then observe the level at which they could be controlled. Even though the female is particularly intuitive, psychic even, we've had complete cooperation, and they've both become passive even in areas where they're required to submit to activities they wouldn't ordinarily do.
A man in his mid-30s with short-cropped brown hair interjects.
So, what are you suggesting, Thomas? False flags or some form of mass hypnosis via the media?
That's what you and the others are here to discover,
says Thomas.
In the lab, we have thousands of case files. We maintain complete control of the stock market, so you have an unlimited budget. You can acquire whatever you need.
Motioning to a grey-haired man who seems to be the oldest in the group, Thomas says,
Maxime will now explain our natural disaster program.
Standing up and walking over to a large map, Maxime says,
One of the fastest ways to covertly reduce the population is by triggering natural disasters.
We started this process quite some time ago by triggering seismic and volcanic activity using Tesla technology in this area.
Pointing to a map of the Pacific Ocean, he says,
"The Ring of Fire has been created by oceanic tectonic plates getting stuck on continental plates. Volcanoes erupt in this region when the oceanic plates slide deep beneath the continental ones. Eventually, the temperature and pressure becomes so extreme the rock above them melts. This volatile area runs from New Zealand up through Indonesia and Japan, across the ocean to Alaska, and down the west coast of the Americas to Chile. Japan, Indonesia, Alaska, and Chile have already experienced earthquakes at magnitude 9 and above. Our plan is to activate a fault line which is part of the Ring of Fire but has been completely ignored."
Maxime then points to a map of California.
Just north of the San Andreas fault line lies another fault line known mainly to the geological community as the Cascadia Subduction Zone. It begins here, near Cape Mendocino, and runs for several hundred miles off the coast of the Pacific Northwest, along Oregon and Washington, terminating here.
Says Maxime, picking up a small mechanical device and holding it out in the palm of his hand.
This device generates a frequency that resonates at Earth's frequency. The concept is much like a high-pitched sound resonating with the frequency of a crystal glass. At first, the glass will hum, but when the amplitude is high enough to exceed the strength of the glass, in other words, the sound becomes too loud for the glass to vibrate, the crystal shatters. Waves of any sort set up sympathetic vibrations in the materials they impinge upon, and devices like this one have been planted along the Cascadia Subduction Zone and the San Andreas Fault. When the time is optimal, we will activate the devices, and a massive earthquake extending over 1,600 miles will take place on the San Andreas Fault and the Cascadian Subduction Zone simultaneously. One end will hit the entire northern coastline and trigger a tsunami of epic proportions. But it won't be like a wave rising up from the surface of the sea and breaking from above. The entire ocean will be elevated at least 100 feet as it overtakes the land. Activating the San Andreas Fault would damage half the buildings in Los Angeles and destroy the city's water supply. But as you know, the 1906 earthquake is not what devastated San Francisco. It was the ruptured gas mains that started fires, which ultimately burned the city to the ground. With this in mind, we're planning to create the perfect storm, which is to say that we will activate the Tesla devices to coincide with gusting winds.
The picture before you changes, and Maxime says,
"This map of the Santa Ana winds in SoCal is constantly being updated. Yellow is marginal risk, orange is moderate, red is high, and purple is extreme. As you can see, the map currently indicates red from Santa Barbara all the way down the coast to San Diego. But the prediction over the next few days turns into purple. And this is what we've been waiting for. Extreme, hot, gusting winds, which will cause fires to burn intensely and move at phenomenal speeds. A series of 9-point earthquakes, combined with the resulting tsunami to the north and fires to the south, will cut back substantially on the population in this area. The entire coastline will remain all but uninhabitable for several years, with no electricity, drinking water, sewer services, healthcare facilities, and major highways. Interstate 10 will be torn apart, making it impossible to receive supplies from the south. This will cut back substantially on the human population while allowing our honeybee population to thrive. Even though this area has some of the richest soil for farming, no one will be focused on planting and poisoning crops when they have no electricity, sanitation, roads, hospitals, or homes,
says Maxime as he returns to his seat.
An additional part of our plan is to activate the Wasatch Fault here in Utah,
says Thomas, pointing to the map.
This fault line is long overdue for an earthquake, which means that it will be activated with only the slightest provocation. Not only would this cripple the Wasatch Front urban area with over 2 million people, but as you can see, these east-west interstate highways 80 and 70, plus I-15 running north and south, will be destroyed at these points,
he says, pointing to Salt Lake City and highway connection points both north and south.
These 3 highways are surrounded by mountains, so when they are crippled, it will be extremely difficult for disaster supplies to reach Utah, Nevada, and California, and most transportation will come to an immediate halt.
A gray-haired man raises his hand and says,
"Isn't the southern portion of the Wasatch Fault dangerously close to our location?" "It's close, but we won't activate any devices south of the I-15, I-70 convergence,"
says Thomas.
"But you said an earthquake is long overdue. Couldn't the earthquake affect us here?"
says the man, narrowing his eyes.
"It's very unlikely given how deep we are underground, and the fact that our facility is composed of man-made caverns and tunnels built into the bedrock,"
says Thomas.
"But to be on the safe side, I've created a map for each of you, so you can be sure you're out of harm's way." "Wouldn't it be best if we just took a train to one of the other bases where it's safe?"
says the man.
"Well, there have been some unexpected developments, so let me explain,"
says Thomas.
"As you know, our military has been trying to reach the inner Earth ever since Admiral Richard Byrd actually flew inside through the North Pole in 1947, returning with a full report. There are untold amounts of gold, diamonds, and other important elements that we want to control. And though we immediately became a presence at the North Pole and in Antarctica back in 47, we've never been able to penetrate the inner Earth defenses. Their technology is light years ahead of ours. However, our remote viewers discovered a back door, an underground cavern that opens into a series of tunnels that lead into the inner Earth. It's completely unguarded. In fact, I've sent a test subject to the cavern via the Montauk chair. Our best remote viewers have been tracking her movements, and she has successfully reached the inner Earth in a remarkably short period of time,"
says Thomas with a restrained smile, but it's clear to you that he is extremely pleased with himself.
"Though we will continue to do our best to reduce Earth's population and save pollinating insects, regardless of what happens, our Brotherhood will not be forced to live underground if Earth is ultimately destroyed. My alternate plan will allow the 6 of us to live inside the inner Earth. It's a utopian world where everyone is in perfect health. They live for hundreds or even thousands of years. They've managed to stop our military, but I'm now confident we can make it through."
You are fuming. He wasn't just testing you. He has been using you without your knowledge or permission. Adding insult to injury, he didn't even give your name or any credit whatsoever. He called you a test subject, as if he deserved all the credit for picking you and you had done nothing. If you hadn't been viewing him out of body, you would have hit him over the head with his coffee cup, and the prison time would have been totally worth it. But all you can do is stare at the cup, willing it to fly off the table and hit him in the head. Yet as you stare at the stubbornly unmoving cup, you realize you're looking at an emblem of the flat Earth.
It looks exactly like the map on your compass, with the North Pole at the center. You can't believe your eyes. You move closer and see that it's the flag of the United Nations. You don't know what to think. You had seen the United Nations emblem before, but nothing registered at the time. Could the design be a coincidence? Or is it an inside joke shared by the elite few who know Earth is a flat playing field, and who laugh at all the rest who believe it's actually a sphere? Thomas continues.
Though the Tesla device is being utilized to activate earthquakes, the resonant frequency can also be moderated, allowing us to tunnel through virtually anything. We're very close to breaching the cavern that leads into the inner Earth. But just recently, we hit an igneous layer that required us to intensify the frequency of the Tesla device, which in turn set off an earthquake. This has happened before, but in the past, the tremors have been insignificant and fairly brief. However, this time, though the movement is barely noticeable at this level, miles below us, there is a great deal of movement, and it appears to be increasing. We're pressing on and doing everything we can to reach the cavern, but our instruments have indicated a fast buildup of magma underground, and it would appear we have awakened an ancient supervolcano. It's impossible to know if or when it will erupt, but this type of buildup occurring at this rate of speed generally precedes a massive eruption. If this happens, there will be an emergency evacuation of this facility. This evacuation is not to protect those leaving, but to be sure that everyone left in this facility can easily survive, even for generations. So all of you need to stay here. You'll be far safer underground whether or not the tunnel is finished.
Once again, says the grey-haired man, interrupting,
wouldn't it be safest to evacuate by train and then return when we're sure it's safe? If the supervolcano erupts, there will be no escape anywhere on Earth,
says Thomas ruefully.
Even if you were able to take the train to another base and try to get home from there, this type of eruption would cause a 10-foot layer of ash that would spread up to 1,000 miles away. And when the ash plume rises up and reaches the stratosphere, it releases sulfuric gases that, when mixed with Earth's water vapor, would cause all air transportation to cease. And a volcanic winter would ensue as ash in our atmosphere spreads around the world. We would be facing a small ice age with very few, if any, survivors. But doesn't this mean it's even more dangerous to activate the Wasatch Fault, given how close we are?
Says the man emphatically. With a conciliatory sigh, Thomas says,
I admit there is a small possibility that the earthquake could activate volcanic activity, but given the tunnel work below, that may be the result regardless of whether we activate the fault line or not. And if we want to make it extremely difficult for the West Coast to survive and rebuild, it's more important that we do everything we can to stop transportation from reaching as many cities as possible. My plan is to finish the tunnel to the inner Earth and continue working on everything we've discussed. When we've implemented our strategies and we know the population will be sufficiently decreased, then our job will be complete, and you are all welcome to journey with me to the inner Earth. In case of an unforeseen emergency, you'll find your gear is already packed and waiting in your rooms for those who would care to trek to the inner Earth,
says Thomas as he hands each man a small metallic device.
These devices will give you access to any place in this facility, and also the GPS coordinates that will lead you to the safest possible location, either in this facility or leading you to the inner Earth tunnel when it's finished.
Suddenly, you feel a strange pulling motion. And in the next moment, you are back in your body at the portal. You are horrified by the cold, calculating methods Thomas is planning to implement, and even more shocked by the fact that you and Matthew were actually being shown video clips of what could very well take place within days. And now that you know it's actually coming, you have no way to stop it. "This is terrible. What am I supposed to do?" you ask desperately. The portal responds, "Life is but a dream." Before you can respond, you suddenly feel utterly exhausted, as if all of the energy has been drained from your body and is being replaced by a light, tingling feeling. You are falling asleep, but it is happening so quickly you can't even force your eyes to open. And then you find yourself standing in a very ordinary-looking room with a highly set square window, a red exterior door, 4 white walls, and a square wooden table with 4 wooden chairs set neatly around it. But this is unlike any dream you've ever dreamed before, because you are fully aware that you are dreaming, and that your body is actually lying in a lounge chair at the portal. You look at the table. You know for a fact that the table isn't solid and it isn't real. With this in mind, you walk up to it and knock on the surface. The table behaves just as any table would. It feels solid to the touch, makes the appropriate sound given the size of the room and the height of the ceiling, and it even has color and texture and the faint scent of pine. Yet you know for a fact that it isn't there. You know your mind has created everything, down to the smallest detail, even details that never would have occurred to you. You decide to go outside, and without even needing to open the door, you find yourself instantly standing in the yard, smelling freshly cut grass, and astonished to see a perfectly clear blue sky overhead. You think, since I know I'm dreaming, I might as well fly. In an instant, you are high in the sky, lighter than air, laughing out loud from the thrill of it all. You decide you should go home and check on your parents, and immediately begin flying toward home. But then you realize you are in the inner earth and have no idea how to find your way. Immediately you're back on the ground, and no matter what you do, you can't get yourself to fly again. You guess that it's your fear that has grounded you. But even when you decide you don't need to be afraid, you simply can't get your body to fly again, as if your fear has somehow anchored you to the ground. When you wake up, you have complete awareness of your dream. It is as clear and real to you as if it had just happened in your own reality, only everything has happened in a split second. "You see," says the portal, "as I told you, your dreams are far closer to actual reality than the world you believe is solid and real. When you awaken from your dreams, you are in a highly believable hologram projected by your avatar. In the game program, nothing is as it seems." "Look, I don't know how to get this through to you," you say, exasperated. "I'm talking about real problems, not some hologram, not a game. We have real problems on Earth. But you can't understand that because, well, you're a library or something like that." You wish you had taken a class on how to communicate with artificial intelligence. "My intelligence is not artificial. I am connected to the universal intelligence of all that is," says the portal. "Okay, all right, whatever," you say, sighing and not wanting to offend the portal. Clearly it wasn't programmed to know the truth of its existence. I get that you're trying to show me that even when I know for a fact
that something isn't really there, like that table in my dream, that the illusion of a table is still going to act like a table. And I understand that you're trying to tell me that nothing is really real in my world. Everything is a hologram projected by my avatar. You pause as you try to put everything together. And even if I know that what I see isn't really there, it's still going to act as if it's real, right? Yes, says the portal. Well, that's just confusing. Can't you just give me a for dummies version? Something that will really help me when I get back, you say, praying the portal is actually programmed for such a thing. Yes, I can. Imagine a mirror hanging on a wall. It is neutral. It is not good or bad. It's just a mirror. Now, when you stand in front of the mirror, you're no longer perceiving it as neutral. In fact, if you think about it, you no longer see the mirror. You only see yourself. But even then, you aren't actually seeing yourself, at least not in a neutral way, the way you originally saw the mirror as it was hanging on the wall. You're seeing your perception of yourself. Do you understand? I think so, you say hesitantly. The game program itself is neutral. Just like the mirror on the wall, it mirrors back whatever you are thinking and feeling. There are countless reasons why you perceive yourself the way you do, and every reason is connected to something you've experienced before, either in the game you're currently playing or in games you've played prior to this one. We'll call these perceptions imprints. Some imprints you're consciously aware of, but most imprints come to you unconsciously. Yet, they are still imprinted in your avatar mind, whether you remember them or not. And these imprints determine your experience. You mean I'm attracting certain people or experiences because of these imprints? You say, confused. You do not attract anything. You are creating everything. Your focus creates an imprint. The imprint is projected by your avatar and shows up as your holographic world. But how does that help me? You say impatiently. Do I have to learn how to fight off an imprint? No, you can't fight or destroy an imprint, but you can create new imprints that are more powerful than the old imprints. How? You say abruptly. The reason things don't appear differently according to your desire is because your fear that what you want won't happen is stronger than your desire for what you want. You can have anything you can imagine if you can wish without worrying, says the portal. Wish without worrying. You've never contemplated whether or not your wishes included worrying. But now that you think about it, you do have a tendency to worry when you really have your heart set on something. As you contemplate what you might wish for that wouldn't cause you to worry, you can't think of anything. So you decide to wish for whatever you want and worry about the worrying part later. You take a deep breath and say, I want to help Matthew escape so we can go home and help our families too. And well, I guess I want to save everyone on the planet from what's coming. Whether it's Thomas's plan of destruction, or the extinction of bees and everyone dying 4 years later, or whatever the next catastrophe may be. And, well, I know how to save the earth. I remember being a Vedress. I wish people would listen to me and that people could live that way again. I mean, if they want to. Okay, that wish went on a bit, you concede, and it's not very realistic. Being realistic is highly overrated. You wouldn't have the desire to do all of those things if there was nothing you could do about it, says the portal. Okay, but here's the thing, you confess. I'm not very good at wishing without worrying. That's okay. There's a solution. Think of someone else who wants what you want, and then help them get it. I don't know anyone crazy enough to think they can save the earth and all of humanity. I think I was just on a bit of a roll thinking it was just a wish, you add sheepishly. But even if I could find someone like me who had the mother of all wishes, how could I possibly help them when I don't know what to do myself? Remember that wish without worrying part? Laughing, you say, "Oh, yeah." So don't worry. There will be someone you can help. And it doesn't matter whether you accomplish what you set out to do or not. You are simply creating an imprint, and 90% of the imprint is your intention to help someone else. Okay, you say, hoping there will be something more substantial that you can do. Think of anything good you're doing to help others, and that will take all of the worry out of it. That's it? Yes. Oh. You take a deep breath. Growing up, people your mother's age used to always say to you, "Oh, you're such a little Pollyanna." You had to look it up in the dictionary to find out what it meant. Actually, there were two words. Pollyannaism was excessively or blindly optimistic, whereas Pollyanna-ish was unreasonably or illogically optimistic. You never were completely sure whether you were an ism or an ish, but either way, you outgrew that phase when your best friend died in 6th grade. After that, you didn't see life quite the same way anymore. If the portal was right, and the answer to getting whatever you want was by helping someone else get what they want first, why hadn't anyone ever mentioned that before? It was so simple it couldn't be a total secret. But then it occurs to you that maybe Pollyannaism had been programmed into the portal, or that the library needed some serious updating when it comes to the reality of human existence, at least from where you come from. So you focus on your real reason for being at the portal in the first place. Can you deliver me to the military base where I came from? The secret underground base in the Utah desert? You say, figuring there couldn't be more than one. Oh, and I want to be inside the base. And then you think about the size of the base and add, and in a spot where I can easily reach Matthew. Yes, I can. Good, please send me back, you say, unconsciously gripping the arms of the chair. You do understand you will not be able to find your way back to the inner earth. Yes. And you want to do this without asking any more questions. Yes. No, wait, you say quickly, as you remember leaving too hastily when Asha asked you the same question, more or less. If I don't have the time or ability to help someone else get what I want, is there something else I can do so I won't worry? Imagine what you want and say to yourself, this or something better. In the next moment, you disappear from the inner earth. You don't have much time to be grateful for the fact that you've been able to access technology capable of delivering you directly to the underground base, because you materialize in a logical but inconvenient place. It is logical because every form of transportation is within walking distance, but it is highly inconvenient because it is also the command center for the entire base. You materialize
and find yourself kneeling on the floor next to a waist-high metal railing with glass panels. Disoriented, it takes you a moment to adjust to where you are, but just seconds later you duck down as low as you can, scooting away from the railing, your eyes wide open. You are on a small balcony with nothing but a wooden podium. At the back of the space, a staircase leads down to the main room below. But it doesn't seem that the stairs get much use, or that people come up to the balcony very often. Lying on your stomach, you move slowly back to the railing and look carefully into the large room below. There are men and women in military uniforms milling about, but more than anything, it reminds you of a huge university lecture hall. The space is filled with people in white-collared shirts, sitting at computers facing the front of the room. But instead of a blackboard, there is a massive screen showing the Earth. At first glance, it looks like something you would see on the news, with satellite coverage showing clouds and a bunch of tiny lights where it is obviously nighttime. But as you look more closely, you realize you're seeing the flat Earth, with the North Pole at the center, just like the cover of your compass. You can't believe your eyes. They know. All these people know the truth. You slide carefully away from the railing. You don't know what to think, let alone what to do or where to go. Nothing the portal had told you was going to help. First of all, there is definitely no one in the command center who wants what you want. And since you have no idea what to do, this or something better isn't an option. So you move toward the back wall until you can stand up without being seen by the people below. Crouching down, you walk cautiously over to the podium, when suddenly a hologram pops out asking for a fingerprint scan and showing the same map you had seen on the wall below. Frantically, you draw away in a complete panic, praying that no alerts have been activated. When no alarms go off, and you feel quite sure no one is coming for you, you contemplate the possibility that the hologram has a map of the facility, or at least something to give you an idea of where you are. But it isn't worth the risk, even in the unlikely event that you could somehow access the map. So you move to the top of the stairway and move carefully and quietly down the metal steps. You have no solid plan, and you're hoping that maybe you can just blend in when you get to the main floor by acting as if you belonged there and had some kind of mission. But in truth, you know that once you get to the bottom of the staircase, there will be no way to get past the swarm of soldiers and officers below. Coming to your senses, you turn to climb back up to the balcony when you notice an unusual patch of light. Looking up, you see a slightly opened, metal-framed window, which is part of a large facade formed of flat glass panels. Climbing up on the railing, you are able to look beyond the window, which seems to have been cracked open for ventilation, into a luxuriously decorated office. In the middle of the room, there is an elegant, dark-polished wood desk and a large brown leather couch and matching armchair atop a somber red and white oriental rug with large green plants in the corner. The room is empty, so without a thought, you push the window fully open, grab the bottom of the window frame, pull yourself up the short distance, and jump into the room. Quickly, you close the window, leaving it open just a crack, and then you hurry across the room to the door. But immediately you hear footsteps and loud voices moving quickly in your direction. So you rush to the other side of the room and squeeze yourself between the wall and the sofa. The door opens, and you hear a man's voice as he stands in the doorway giving orders.
No, absolutely not. Find out right now what caused the alarm.
His voice booms. But sir, says a younger male voice, we checked. The cameras weren't on.
Whatever happened, I want to know about it,
says the older man as he closes the door. Walking heavily across the room, the man sits down at the desk and starts typing on his computer.
You are lying on your back, but the couch is over 6 feet long, so you know the man won't see you unless he's looking for you. You try listening intently as he speaks on the phone, but you're not sure what he's talking about, and in moments your exhaustion catches up with you. Every cell in your body wants to sleep, and suddenly you find yourself drifting through time and space, until you find yourself once again in your Russian home. The day is perfect. The sky is crystal clear, and you are lying on the grass, feeling a faint tingle from the earth below. You are so happy to be home. It feels as if you had never left, as if you had simply woken up from a bad dream and are now relieved and grateful to discover that none of it was real. And then you feel something pressing uncomfortably into your hip. But as you feel around, nothing is on the ground beneath you. Suddenly you realize you aren't dreaming. You are in 2 places at once, and you desperately need to get back into your body before you fall soundly asleep. You imagine yourself back in the office and find yourself hovering above your body as you lay with your eyes closed behind the couch. You don't know how to get back into your body, and you're afraid that if you do, you won't be able to wake up. So you imagine yourself opening your eyes. Your body jolts slightly as adrenaline rushes through your veins, but in the next moment, you are in your body, looking up at the ceiling. You listen carefully to see if your movement has alerted the man at the desk, but nothing happens. Then you realize the pain in your hip is being caused by the compass in your pocket, and you suddenly remember Richard telling you that you could use it telepathically. At the time you doubted your abilities, but now you have no choice, so you think, minus 74.85, 16, 16, minus 102.59, 0, 33, 0. And then, show me where I am and how to safely get to Matthew. Instantly you see yourself in the office, and then you discover that you can see out into the hall. In your mind's eye, you can see the placement of objects and the movement of people who look like tiny lights moving along the corridor. Nothing significant happens for a while, and you are about to unwillingly fall asleep when you hear the man stand up from his desk. Instantly alert, you're able to see a small light which represents him as he walks out the door. You wait until he turns the corner and goes down another hallway. You then wriggle out from behind the couch and pause at the door until you can see the corridor is clear. Just as you're about to open the door, you hear, or rather feel, the feeling to wait. You see someone walk out of one office and into another, and then in about 10 seconds you are compelled to go. But you aren't totally sure of your feelings, so you hesitate and listen at the door a moment longer, until a voice speaks clearly in your mind. Go now. You quickly slip out into the passageway, quietly close the door, and then walk as inconspicuously as possible down the hall in the direction you are being guided. Miraculously, you can hear, go left, turn right, stand in the doorway, walk, stop, bend down, tie your shoe. You can feel yourself getting closer and closer to Matthew, but it seems as if he is below you. You wait in front of 2 elevators. One door opens and closes, but you wait for the next elevator and then choose the 4th floor without waiting to be guided. The minute you step into the hall and the elevator door closes behind you, you know you've made a mistake. You turn to get back onto the elevator, but before the doors can open, alarms are blaring, and armed soldiers swarm out of every hallway. Adrenaline shoots through your body, and your mind begins spinning in blind panic as you realize you can no longer see, hear, or feel what to do next. In moments, you are surrounded by soldiers with their weapons pointed directly at you. Terrified, you put your arms in the air,
but you have the presence of mind to telepathically lock your compass by thinking the code. As you suspected, you're searched and the compass is confiscated. Your heart sinks, but there's nothing you can say or do as you are escorted immediately down the corridor and into a large electric transport vehicle with no doors. As you climb in, with a guard right behind you, you see another guard is waiting on the other side of the seat with handcuffs in his lap, forcing you to sit between them. After being cuffed, a dark nylon hood is placed over your head, and your world goes black. The vehicle drives over several different types of ground. At first it feels smooth, then very uneven, the way it felt when your bus drove over a wash, and then really bumpy, as if you were crossing over cattle guards. Once again it is smooth, and the vehicle comes to a stop, and the motor is turned off. But no one moves or gets out as you just sit there, and then you realize you are moving, but you are going down inside an elevator. Down and down you feel yourself dropping, but after a while you have no sense of speed, only that you are going down for what feels like forever before coming to a slow stop. You hear the elevator doors moving open with an oddly familiar ding, as if you were in a hotel and not in some deep underground military outpost. The strong hand of your guard grasps your right arm firmly, guiding you out of the Humvee, then along a cement walkway and ultimately into a large echoing chamber where your handcuffs are removed. Then you hear the solid thudding stride of a guard leaving the chamber and the bang of a heavy door. Shaking, you remove the hood from your head only to find yourself in pitch black darkness. Like a small animal sensing a nearby predator, you strain to listen for a sound, every muscle tensed, ready to take flight. But there is only ringing in your ears. You try to walk, but instantly feel dizzy and slowly drop to the floor. You crawl cautiously until you come to a wall. For a moment you sit there trying to calm yourself, your heart pounding heavily in your chest, and a feeling of panic rising in you as nausea brings bile up the back of your throat. A voice coming over the loudspeaker causes you to jump. "Strip down," says a man's voice echoing in the expanse of the room. "I will not!" you yell, incensed, your anger quelling the panic you've been feeling. But you can't say anything more. In the dark, you hear the sound of boots marching toward you, and though you try to fight off the hands that reach for you, you can't resist them. Your arms are held as your cargo pants are removed, then your underwear. Your shirt is yanked off in the next moment, and almost before it begins, you are left sitting on the floor in the dark, shivering and completely naked. A mist fills the room, and though you can't see it, you feel an ultraviolet light surrounding you as if you're being sterilized. Then the room lights up with a red glow. The voice says, "Put on the clothes." You see a heavy blue jumpsuit lying on the ground. Shuddering tears of rage and anger well up in you as your body shakes uncontrollably. Through sheer force of will, you try to make your body appear calm and defiant, but you feel like a shivering small animal, your body weakened by fear, as if you are nothing more than a puppet dangling from strings, with no control over anything, not your body or your emotions. Your breath comes fast and shallow as you grow dizzy and drop to your knees. With all the determination you have, you force yourself to focus, and with a deep breath, you try to steady yourself as you reach out to grasp the jumpsuit, then stand up and step into it. The suit is a bit too big, and the sleeves are laden with heavy bracelets sewn into the fabric of the suit that immediately tightens to the size of your arms. Instantly, a dull sensation comes over you. Your brain fumbles to make a connection with your emotions, but you feel nothing. All of your anxiety and fear slip away, leaving you in a gray, lifeless world where nothing matters. And then, as if you have no will of your own, you think maybe this world is better, less complicated, and that it feels good to feel nothing at all. The door to the chamber swings open. 2 specters stand waiting in the hall, ghostly psychic soldiers. But you aren't afraid of them, you simply know what they are without harboring any feeling about them whatsoever. The guards seem more like shadows than human beings, waiting for you in their out-of-body forms. You feel drawn to walk between them, your mind unquestioning and your heart still, as they escort you down a dimly lit corridor of roughly hewn stone. They seem to drift on either side of you, but you don't question what you're seeing or where you're headed. After some time, you come to a massive metal door that opens into an immense subway system. A train is just leaving. It appears as if it is moving through a body with no organs, along a spine surrounded by a perfectly round ribcage, lit sporadically with lights. In a moment, the train shoots like a flash of light down the tracks, 1 track above and 1 below, until it is nothing more than a tiny spark in the distance, evaporating into a black hole the size of a pinprick. Like a shaft of light slipping under a doorway, fear grips you and you try to run. But your body is instantly beset with an extraordinary sense of fatigue. At the same time, you have the feeling that your escorts are pleased to see that you have the ability to overcome the suit's suppression of your emotions, even if only for a moment. Droning electromagnetic energy can be heard from the distance, growing louder and louder on your left side, until a single train car appears and slams to a dead stop in front of you, in what seems to be a single moment. Doors silently open, and the 3 of you step into an empty car. In moments, the train is rocketing down the railway, instantly enveloped in darkness, like a terrifying ride in an amusement park. You feel yourself swallowed in hiccuping blackness, as the interior light of the car flashes off and then briefly on again. Moments later, the train passes into a remote hole high up in the wall and stops in front of a building which you quickly realize is a prison. Yet you feel nothing. It is as if you are marking off the events on a notepad in your mind. Boarded the train, went to prison, walking to my cell. You are locked in your cell, but you feel totally apathetic.
Hey, I designed those suits, you know,
exclaims an old man's voice from an adjacent cell. You put your hands on the bars of your cell and peer kitty-corner across the hall, where you see the wild visage of a gray-haired man.
Interesting model you're wearing, though,
he says thoughtfully, stroking the small growth of stubble on his chin.
Yes, they must be afraid of you. That or they really don't want you to escape. High priority. Yep.
What do you mean? You ask, your mind fighting back a confusing haze that has you wanting to drift into sleep instead of speaking, thinking, or doing anything at all for that matter.
You can still talk and ask questions, no less,
the man replies in astonishment.
Well, it would seem they made a wise choice. Most people would be a drooling mess by now.
Then, noting your puzzled expression, he adds,
That is a psychosuppressive, hyper-suggestive outfit meant to strip you of your free will even as it clothes you in 100% cotton lining. Everybody around here wears them. Even I am locked in a fibrous jail of my own construction. But yours is special. It was made for extra strength psychic distortion.
You put your head in your hands. It is getting more and more difficult for you to think straight, and now you feel such an urge to fall asleep, you can no longer stay standing. As your knees give way, you slump to the floor in a mental miasma. Your strange world, drifting away to the sound of the old man's voice, chattering blithely onward, as you slip out of his world and into a place somewhere beyond consciousness, where hopefully, you think, you'll be able to finally rest. When you awake, the man is still talking, seemingly unaware that you'd been asleep. You hear his voice before your eyes even open.
So I gave him 2 fingers and a twist, and I said, "That's sodden right, you go get your own alien doomsday device. I'll have nothing to do with this insane business." Then I stomped out of his office and into the welcoming arms of his guards. Ah, yes. I suppose I could have handled that better, but anyways, that's how I got to be here with, "Oh, you're awake," he adds as he sees you open your eyes and look at him.
"Oh," you groan, looking around dazedly. "What time is it?"
"Oh, that's rough, kid. Here, I've got something for you."
The old man throws you a small package which lands just outside of your cell. Reaching groggily for the object, you half expect something horrible to happen as your arm passes between the metal bars framing your cell. But there is nothing, no electric shock, no alarm, just the eerie silence of the prison as you pull the paper and twine-wrapped package into your cell.
"It'll help, trust me,"
he says. Then, musing quietly, almost to himself, he adds,
"What an odd thing to say, trust me, as if those 2 little words should satisfy your discernment. The only people who need to say trust me are probably people you have no business trusting."
Grimacing, you say, "You aren't making a very good case for yourself."
"Aha! But you see, I am the exception," he declares jauntily. "Perfectly trustworthy."
You open the package and find a small glass bottle padded on the outside with cotton. You remove the lid, unsure of what to expect, only to find it is a horrible-smelling liquid, and your nose rankles at the pungent scent. Immediately you decide to put the lid back on the bottle and throw it out. But an illogical, intuitive feeling somehow makes it past the grey, non-feeling world that you're in. You put the bottle to your lips and drink the bitter, foul-tasting liquid as quickly as possible. Watching you, the man chimes,
"Oh, by the way, my name's Phil."
Before you can say a word, you start coughing. The liquid is having an immediate and startling effect. Your head feels like it's detaching from your body, as if you need to reach up and pull it down to reattach it to your neck. Then suddenly you feel trapped, an emotion you had not felt since putting on the jumpsuit, and your mind is dashing about your cell like a wild bird trapped in a cage, moving up and down, bashing itself against the bars of your cell, trying wildly to get out. But your body remains motionless until bile shoots up the back of your throat, and you vomit until there's nothing left, and you pass out. Your essential self leaves your body, and you fly from your prison cell like a bird set free. Up, up into the sky, and then shooting like a star into the south, until you find yourself drifting down, 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 deep into the Amazonian rainforest. In your underground prison, you'd lost track of time. But here, in this place, it is late at night, and you find yourself hovering in front of an elderly man with a deeply lined face painted with red circular lines.
His brightly colored feathered headdress, countless strands of multicolored beads, and an unusual feathered ornament through the piercing on his face indicate his status as a tribal shaman. He is tending a small fire, brewing a plant spirit potion in a pot hanging above the fire. As if expecting you, he looks up for a moment and motions for you to sit across from him.
You have drunk ayahuasca,
he says in a deep voice, crinkling with age as he puffs mapacho, wild jungle tobacco.
We call it the vine of the soul, teacher of the teachers,
he adds as he blows the smoke down onto the crown of your head and then into the palms of your hands.
We use this to access higher dimensions and higher knowledge,
he says telepathically.
But it is not wise to take this medicine without proper ceremony,
he adds as he pours a cup of acrid-smelling thick brown liquid and ceremoniously hands it to you. He then says a lengthy prayer in a language you do not understand, but you feel a tingling vibration move through your body as he speaks. Acknowledging the shaman, feeling that you have somehow known him before and had somehow done this before, you bow your head, and when he finishes the prayer, you reverently take a sip from the cup. It tastes exactly like the tea Phil had given you in prison, the same bitter afterbite that causes your face to scrunch up involuntarily as you swallow. Though your physical body had reacted violently, it is different for your essential self. You can taste the ayahuasca, but it doesn't make you nauseous. And rather than leaving and flying away, you immediately move inside yourself while connecting to everything around you. For a few minutes you sit quietly listening to the sounds of the jungle. A lone owl hoots. Cicadas whir and rustle in the leaves with 1,000 other unseen insects. A bird whistles sharply, and frogs croak in the nearby river. Snakes slither through the leaves on the ground, only inches from where you're sitting. Gradually, a warm buzzing begins gliding smoothly through your veins. Simultaneously, the shaman shakes his shakapa, a rattle made of leaves, and begins singing ancient tribal medicine songs in a language no longer spoken, but full of feeling. The vibration of the song paints pictures in the air and calls down spirits from the plant, animal, bird, and insect kingdoms to guide you through your visions. As the buzzing vibration becomes stronger, you feel as if you've been infused with the spirit of the ayahuasca. Complex patterns spin through your mind as animal and insect silhouettes appear, then blur into unrecognizable shapes, then reappear as tiny snakes in bluish hues darting in and out of your vision. Your in-breath sounds like wind howling through trees in a cold, with death close at
desolate
hand.
place.
Alex's memories trace
Suddenly
back over his
everything goes
lifetime,
black,
and you feel
You are
a
shocked
hard,
to
cold
recognize the
surface
pond
beneath
and
your
surrounding
body.
forest.
And through closed
But
eyes,
there isn't yet an
you become
orchard or a
aware of
garden
a strange,
or the raspberry
flickering
bush
light.
flames.
As
you
your eyes
realize
open,
you lived
torchlight
there
from
as
a golden holder
before
on the
it
wall
was a
to your
homestead.
left reveals
So
a
you
shadowy
must be
chamber of
experiencing a
smooth
lifetime
stone
that
blocks,
took place prior
rising
to the game
around
you
you
played
in
as
the
Sasha.
angular, sloping shape
As your
of a
memories
pyramid,
continue,
with a ceiling so
remember meeting
high
the woman who
it
would become your
dissolves
wife.
into eerie blackness.
You take her to the forest glade and you sit together
Immediately,
every
you
evening,
know
imagining
4
where
things.
you will plant a garden.
You are in a
and an
different game
orchard,
lifetime,
as well as fragrant
you are a
flowers
man
that would fill your
named
home
Alex,
with sweet
a
scents,
prisoner
no matter
inside
which
a
direction
massive
the breezes
stone
blow.
pyramid. And you
Together,
are dying.
you imagine planting a long row of raspberry bushes side by side, surrounding your property, a fence that will last forever, give you fruit and privacy, while keeping deer out of your gardens.
Yet this fence would feed your neighbors and passerbys as well. When the vision of your homestead is complete, you and Jenica visit every home in each of your villages and invite all of the families to your wedding. As you are both enthusiastically welcomed into each home, you compliment the owner on something you admire, a particularly beautiful tree or hardy plant, even an animal that serves your host's family. As Alex, sitting on the cold stone floor of your cell, you remember your wedding day with such perfect clarity it could have happened the day before, despite the fact that it was countless years earlier. In your mind's eye, you see the wedding guests, all dressed in soft woven clothing, carrying seedlings or saplings from a tree or plant that you and Jenica had especially appreciated on the day you visited each person's home. Some of the guests brought animals. There was a puppy and a colt, as well as bear, fox, and wolf cubs, and baby squirrels too. All of the young animals came in pairs with their mothers, and they were put in one pen together. Then your memory jumps ahead to the time when all the babies were taught by their mothers to respectfully wait until they were called upon for a task or to be stroked. This may seem odd by modern standards, especially given that these were mainly wild animals, but the Vedras people had a very different relationship with animals as well as with plants, and insects for that matter. No one remembered when mother animals first began training their offspring to serve humans, or how that came to happen in the first place. This was not forced servitude, in the way that animals today are treated, and the idea of eating an animal to the Vedras would be like eating your family pet. The animals lived happily and freely, and more than anything, they all loved being given a task. At the snap of a finger, a dozen squirrels would rush down from the treetops with the enthusiasm of a dog playing fetch. The young ones especially would push and jostle each other, hoping to be the one who'd be noticed first and invited to come closer with their pine nuts. The wolf, fox, and bear cubs learned how to protect the family and gently play with children. In addition, the bear cub learned how to dig holes for root cellars and how to prepare the ground for a garden in the spring. The puppy was trained by its mother to bark with discernment and come when called, among other things. Your memories return to your wedding day. You remember standing on a small hill speaking of the vision you and Jenica had for your land, and pointing to the place where you envision each tree, plant, and shrub. As you speak, a wedding guest, holding the corresponding sapling or seedling, walks to the spot you mention. When the guests are all in place, they each plant their gifts, and in less than half an hour all of the trees and bushes have been planted on the homestead. And since everyone from each village participated in this way at every wedding, there was never any envy or jealousy toward a neighbor because they all felt directly connected to the beauty of each property. Any time a neighbor would pass by, they would particularly notice the flourishing tree or bush they had planted, or how much everything had grown since that first day. The only thing left to plant is your vegetable garden. The fruit and vegetable seeds were given to you, but never planted by others, because every family would put a few seeds under their tongues and let the seeds soak for 9 minutes. This allowed the seeds to absorb the DNA of each family member. When planted, these seeds would communicate to the rest of the garden the unique hereditary needs of the family. Disease is non-existent among the Vedras because your food prevents illness and therefore any need for medicine. Although families often share with each other, no one grows fruits or vegetables to sell to others, nor would anyone dream of stealing from a neighbor. Your plants are meant for your family's needs specifically. Every family has only the property they need. You and Jenica, like every other young couple, Settle on about 4 or 5 acres of land. This gives you the space to have a forest, an orchard, a garden, and a pond. And because the Vedras only take care of their own families, no one works. There is no need. All of your needs are provided for effortlessly by your natural surroundings. You remember standing with Janika after your wedding and seeing your home for the first time. It had been erected by the most talented carpenters in your villages in just 2 days. As your bright memories continue in the midst of your cold, empty chamber, you remember a bright spring day with your son cradled in your arms. Singing as you walk through the garden, radiant with love for your newborn son, you notice a solitary, ruby-colored bud sprouting from a rose bush. In that moment, you feel an intense desire for your son to smell the fragrance of a rose. Without thinking, you close your eyes as you sing and imagine the rose in full fragrant bloom. And when you open your eyes a few moments later, much to your surprise, the rosebud is completely open, with a fragrance as delicate and sweet as you'd imagined. Though you don't understand how such a thing is possible, you are nonetheless delighted and sit next to the rose, hoping your sleeping son will dream of fragrant roses until he awakes to see the real one. Smiling at the thought, you close your eyes once more. Still singing softly, you imagine your son's delight in a few months hence, when all of the wildflowers will be blooming like radiant, colorful stars bursting all around the pond. You are so caught up in this vision that you don't realize you've fallen asleep until your son stirs in your arms. As you open your eyes, you are awestruck. All of the wildflowers are in full bloom. The meadow seems to have been kissed by a rainbow and flecked with white flowers, glowing like captured starlight amidst the explosion of color. It was not unusual for you to close your eyes and imagine something, but this was the first time that something had physically appeared before your eyes. Not once, but twice in a matter of minutes. Over the next few days, you try to understand what you'd actually done. Suddenly, you realize you were feeling more love than you've ever felt before as you held your infant son and found yourself singing at the same time. At this point, your memories begin to move more swiftly. Day after day, you practice creating through imaging and deeply feeling and singing until you have it down to a science. Imagining yourself across the pond, you can instantly disappear from where you're standing and immediately reappear on the opposite side of the pond. But it's more than just imagining yourself to be elsewhere. First, you visualize all the cells in your body, and then imagine the cells dispersing out into space and gathering back together in the place you desire. This takes diligent thought and practice because you have to visualize every single aspect of your body down to the most microscopic detail, and in a single moment, visualize the cells dispersing and gathering back together perfectly. Even the tiniest error in mentally repicturing your body, all the way down to the atomic level, will prevent your body from reforming properly after being dispersed into space. Once you understand every aspect of teleportation, you realize you can go anywhere on the planet. In fact, anywhere in the universe. To avoid materializing at the bottom of the ocean, you travel as your second self first, then decide whether or not you need to teleport. Finally, you practice going to other planets. Though initially as your second self,
which is unaffected by lack of oxygen or any other unsuitable environment. But if the planet can sustain human life, you materialize on the planet as well. You recall in great detail teaching the Vedras how to create using thought, feeling, and sound. And then you move on to teleportation. Your memories are so detailed, you can remember what you taught word for word, and so did the Vedras, who continued your teachings until your lessons in mental creation and teleportation spread throughout all of the settlements in Russia. But now a painful memory begins to stir. In your second self travels, you begin to see a world filled with violent battles and constant destruction. You believe with all of your heart that if you can manage to share what you know with others, they will benefit the way the Vedras have, and their lives in turn would be happy and prosperous, because in truth there is an infinite supply of everything. Anyone can materialize anything they desire. Suddenly you realize that the only way to protect your family, the Vedras settlements, and further generations is to help others in the world find relief through the same methods you've been teaching. The day you leave your family, you know you might never return home. With your understanding of the science of imagery, which in the simplest of terms is understanding how to work with the vibration of thought, feeling, and sound all at once, you are able to bring together 6 of the most powerful warring tribes. First, you show each leader your unparalleled abilities, and then promise that you will teach one priest from each tribe how to do what you have demonstrated. You show the leaders the fruitlessness of trying to dominate each other and help them to see what will happen if they join together using the tools you will teach them. You teach the science of imagery to the 6 high priests. Using these techniques, along with your combined mental force, you and the high priests built the pyramids of Egypt, without slaves and without physical force. Thought, feeling, and sound is all that is required to create and move the massive stones into place to form the majestic structures. The permanence of the pyramids is due to the potency of your thought. The priests can create in the short term, but you can create so powerfully your creations literally withstand the test of time. Your eyes open slowly as the torch flickers dimly by a tiny breeze caused from a single brick being removed from a doorway that was otherwise completely sealed with smooth granite bricks. A low voice, solemn and haunting, says quietly,
"Tell us how to create in perpetuity, and we'll tear down the wall and spare your life."
Weakly, you reply,
"You cannot save my life, for it is not yours to give or take. I gave you the answer before you sealed me in this dark place, and it hasn't changed. The power to create lasting creations. Creations that will be here for thousands of years in the future, and to create more powerfully than any other man, is simply the power of love, desiring only to benefit all of mankind, not only your selfish lust for power. I shall abide here. Do not touch me or remove these walls."
You know there is a message in what you're seeing. It has deeply penetrated your body, trying to get your attention, but you can't seem to grasp what it means. Why are you seeing this? You open your eyes and look at the shaman, hoping he has an answer for you. But there's a black hole where his face should be. As if reading your mind, the shaman reaches for your hand, grabs it, and begins shaking your arm with an energy so intense your entire body begins to vibrate, drawing your spirit back into your body. In the next moment, you see a white light glowing all around the shaman as he sings hypnotic notes filled with complex patterns, at times sunny and joyous, while at other moments frightening and mournful. When he stops singing, the shaman turns to you and says telepathically, "Remember who you are, and create with love as you were meant to. Know that you don't have to join the chaotic dream of others. Create your own world as you want it to be." Bile inching its way up the back of your throat brings you violently back into your body. You don't know whether you've been gone for seconds or hours, as the old man says loudly,
"Yep, it's quite a thing, this journey. Oh, don't worry about the hurl, it just comes with the territory. You're getting rid of a lot of stuff right now, things you've carried with you emotionally and physically, not just your lunch."
You lay on the floor feeling desperately ill, while Phil keeps talking. Despite your wretched physical state, your mind is clear, and as you listen to Phil, his story makes a strange and horrifying kind of sense.
You see, you know and I know you shouldn't be here. For God's sake, you're just a kid,
says Phil thoughtfully.
And what's worse is that I've seen what happens to kids here.
What do you mean? You say weakly.
You don't know anything about this place, do you?
You shake your head, feeling queasy as you do.
All right, I'll tell you,
says Phil with a pained look in his eyes.
This is a military base, but it's black ops. It's funded secretly, and regular military, the CIA, and the FBI know nothing about it.
Phil pauses for a moment, vomits loudly, clears his voice, and says,
"Ha! Now that's better. Okay, where was I? Oh, yes. Well, there are hundreds of secret underground military facilities around the world. But this place that we're in, we call it the Hub. Not very imaginative, but it's like all roads leading to Rome. Actually, I like to think of Hub as the acronym for hellish, unbelievable bullshit. I think that kind of puts what we do here in a nutshell."
How are they connected? You ask weakly.
By electromagnetic trains. Those trains can move at the speed of Mach 1, and they can go anywhere in the world without having to refuel because they run off the electromagnetic energy of the planet. Oh, hey, I'm starting to see things. Little visions are popping into my mind. And man, if I'm not seeing you. You are special, aren't you?
You vomit again, not feeling special at all.
Oh, wow,
he says in a tripped-out voice.
You really need to get out of here before you get killed. All right, then,
says Phil, with the energy of one trying to pull himself together under dubious circumstances.
Here's the deal. There is no such thing as regular warfare. What you see on CNN are just little skirmishes to make you think the world is still the same. A little warring here, a little terrorism there. The real war, my friend, is created through what you think are natural disasters. But there is nothing natural about those disasters. Everything from hurricanes and tornadoes to volcanic eruptions to earthquakes and tsunamis, we control it all from here. I can't begin to explain how it's done, but the reason might be to show a particular country that we can do whatever the hell we want. thereby forcing them to support that desire or face the consequences. Or something like a hurricane or tsunami might be a way of moving public attention away from something the military doesn't want them poking their noses into, and instead shift their focus onto a disaster. There's something in Alaska called HARP. Well, you probably don't want the details, but we are capable of controlling not only the planet. We have the ability to control the mood of thousands of people, or we can focus down on one individual. There are secret military psychics. It's hard to escape from them around here, and they can make your life a living hell inside or out. But I want you to know I am not proud of that. And one thing you have to understand is that anyone who comes to work in this facility doesn't know what they're getting themselves into, and they never leave. When they die, they're cremated here.
You're telling me I'm going to die here? You say weakly, your whole body trembling.
No, I'm not saying you're going to die, at least not right away. But I do know one thing. Pretty soon you're going to pass out. I gave you one powerful dose of this stuff. I'm sorry, you're going to be really sick, but that means they'll have to take you to the infirmary, and there they'll remove your suit. But you'll understand soon. Now listen to me,
Phil adds with new strength in his voice.
This facility is protecting something. I don't know what it is, but I've heard the sound of exotic birds, and I've smelled flowers coming through the ventilation system. We're far, far underground, but if you get the chance to escape,
he says, something in his voice hinting that there will be no chance involved,
get yourself into the ventilation system. When you feel a fresh breeze, just go toward it. I don't know what's there, but I know there's something. I know we're protecting something, whatever it is. And I would try myself, but, well, I have an implant that makes me easy to track. But you don't have an implant yet, because the suit you're wearing is all they need to keep track of you.
But you don't understand, you say desperately. My friend is in a coma. It's a medically induced coma. And if I don't get back to him, he might die.
So you're planning to find him, sneak up to his room, and wean him off of the chemical cocktail streaming through his veins without being seen and without harming or, God forbid, killing him accidentally. And even if you pull that off, do you have a plan for how you'll escape?
No, you say, your eyes focused on the floor.
Well, maybe you'll find help if you follow that fresh air I told you about. Like I said, I don't know what's there, but it has to be better than no plan at all.
With that last effort, Phil suddenly passes out. Everything is hopeless. Nothing you learned from Asha or the portal will help you now. Phil is right. There is no way that you can find Matthew and help him now. If you somehow manage to escape, your only choice will be to find the tunnel with fresh air and try to get help. But even if you escape, what are the chances that you'll be able to find your way through the desert, get help, and then get back inside? You lay on your side in a fetal position, with your head on your arm, wishing you would just die. Opening your eyes, you become aware that you are now in a dimly lit hospital room. Terrified, you force yourself to focus and suddenly recall how you had come to be here. As Phil had predicted, your blue jumpsuit has been removed, and you can once again feel your feelings. You also remember Phil telling you to find the air ducts. You look up at the ceiling and see nothing, and though you can't see the floor from your position,
In your mind's eye, a metal grate materializes, and you find you can move through it and down a shaft and into the main system. Had the drug Phil given you made you super psychic, you wonder? Or are you making it all up? A short Hispanic man, dressed in gray scrubs with a shaved head and intense dark eyes, walks in with a needle and syringe in his hand. Your body tenses, preparing to receive the shot, but instead he looks over his shoulder, draws the bed curtains around your bed, caps the needle with a plastic lid, and slides it into a pocket of his lab coat as he pulls out a key from the other. He swiftly unlocks your manacles and hands you a note.
Don't talk. Phil sent me. None of us can escape from here. Everyone is either wearing a suit that can't be removed or has an implant. But we knowingly chose this life, not like you. And I know it will ease some part of my conscience for the horrors that have taken place here, if I am able to help you escape. Phil thinks you can make it. I believe in you too. There's a grid in the floor that leads to the air ducts. There's enough light to see and no cameras. But once they know you're gone, they'll send psychics into the tunnels to find you. I've blocked the camera in this room, but you'll only have a few minutes. I removed the screws already, and I'll be on the lookout while you climb in there. Your clothes and shoes are under the bed. Run as far and fast as you can. The minute they know you've escaped from here, they'll be looking for you. No one has ever escaped. Just go in the direction from which the air is coming. If there's more than one choice, go where the air smells fresher. I'm not sure what's there, but it's where our air comes from, and no military personnel are allowed in there, not even the out-of-body psychics. So if you make it, they won't be able to follow you. If you somehow get back to the surface, will you mail a letter for me? Angel. P.S. I had to guess your size, and sorry I couldn't get you any underwear at the commissary without being noticed. In the pockets, there's a penlight, a screwdriver, and a bunch of different heads, a Swiss Army knife, and protein bars.
After reading the note, you look up at Angel and nod that you understand. As you hold out your hand, palm up, Angel hands you an envelope with an address and takes the note back from you, stuffing it in his pocket. He then steps outside of the curtain to give you some privacy. Shakily, you get out of bed in your hospital gown and kneel on the floor. You have a fever and just want to lie on the cool tile, but you force yourself to keep going. You have already seen the clothes in your mind's eye, hanging on the metal springs. Without even looking, you reach down to the exact spot and pull on the clothing with a brisk jerk. Army fatigues and a pair of regulation boots land on the floor with a slight thud. You quickly put on the pants and a tank top that clings tightly to your body while tying the arms of the shirt around your waist. The pants are a bit big, but the belt holds them up, which is a good thing because the pockets are heavy. And the shoes are snug, but you would have left naked and barefoot if that had been your only choice. When you step out from behind the curtain, Angel is holding the metal grid open for you in the exact spot you had seen it in your mind's eye. He hands you a small bottle of water contained in a pouch and helps you secure it to your belt. With a flashlight, he silently shows you foot and handholds where you can climb down. You surprise Angel with a quiet kiss on his cheek and then climb down into the shaft. As he replaces the grid and screws it back into place, you descend carefully downward. When you reach the bottom of the ladder, you find yourself in something that makes you think of an immense drainage pipe. The floor is flat, but the sides and top are round and about 15 feet high. It is strangely clean and fresh-smelling, and you head in the direction of what you hope is a breeze. But you can't tell for sure, except for the fact
that in your mind's eye you are seeing nature. Tall trees, singing birds and blue sky. Not at all like the desert, but still, it seems to be the way you should go. You begin running slowly at first, expecting that you might not be completely over your drug-induced nausea. But just as Phil had said, it is as if you have gotten rid of a weight in your mind and body, and now you're beginning to feel alive and free. It feels incredible to run, though a bra would have been nice, but at least your tank top is tight, so that helps a little. You don't know how close you're getting, or how you'll know when you get there. You just know that the air will smell fresh. And for a moment, that's exactly how it seems. You would swear you can smell eucalyptus trees, something you remember from a trip to California with your grandparents. But there aren't any eucalyptus trees in the desert, so that makes no sense. But what else can you do? You run and run. With every split in the tunnel, you can sense and feel and smell the proper direction to go. You know without doubt that you're on the right path and getting closer and closer to your destination. You pay no attention to the tunnels passing by until you come to an unusual split in the pathway, one branch leading into total darkness. You think it must be for an area that is no longer in use, but just as you walk by it, a sudden image of Matthew floods into your mind. Instantly you feel overwhelming pain and shock, and you know something horrible is happening or is about to happen. As you stare into the darkness, there appears a subtle golden glow of light about 30 feet away, and though several times you fight the urge to go back the way you came, you soon arrive at the source of the light, a round metal grid, a bit larger than a manhole. You force yourself to slide your fingers through the square holes in the grid. Then, with a stiff tug, you get it to move. Still, it takes all of your strength to shift the grid. Back and forth, pushing, pulling, heaving, until a metal lip on one side is released, and you are able to drag the grid across the floor of the air duct, just enough so you can see more clearly what's below. The grid is easier to move now that it's sliding along the floor, though it does so with a disconcertingly loud scraping noise that echoes in the tunnel. You open it enough so you can squeeze through the opening, and then hang on to the grid. A stuttering bang reverberates loudly down the air duct, as if an entrance to the tunnel above is being accessed, and bright lights are switched on. There is no going back. Your only hope is to stay ahead of whoever is coming. Moving as quickly as you dare, until at last your trembling body reaches the solid rock floor. You find yourself in a low, hand-carved tunnel, dimly lit by a flickering light from a round room about 10 feet away. Slowly, tentatively, you bend down to walk beneath the low tunnel ceiling, clinging to the wall for security, until you find yourself in a taller chamber, also hand-carved out of red rock, where you can finally stand up. An amber-colored electric light is flickering brightly from a metal and glass casing that hangs on the wall, as if it will go out at any moment. Just below the light is a staircase, hand-carved out of stone. Standing completely still, you count 13 steps down to the next landing. You take a deep breath and tell yourself to just take one step at a time, which seems almost comical to you until you see a rat shoot past, and, with a barely stifled squeal, nearly fall down the entire stairway. You are so focused on avoiding rats, you don't pay attention to where you're placing your hands on the wall, until you come to something soft and sticky, and with a slow, settling terror,
you realize you've put your hand into a massive spider's web. Involuntarily, you let out a horrified scream, and scream even louder when you see the hideous, black, fist-sized spider that lives on the web, only an inch from you, where your hand had previously been only seconds before. In the same moment, you're sure you hear drumming coming from somewhere beyond the landing below. Shaking uncontrollably, you press onward, the sound of drums becoming clearer as you reach the bottom of the stairs. You find yourself in a long, narrow passageway with no lights. You reach into your pocket and pull out the penlight. You're standing on a dirt floor, and though you try to move quickly in the direction of the drumming, the ground is uneven, and the yawning tunnel that reaches endlessly before you seems to swallow the tiny beam of light, making it difficult to move without tripping or falling. You can see light coming in through a series of holes in the wall, which allows you to take in the view of an immense cavern from several different positions without being seen. The cavern is lit up by giant torches, each supported by black metal bases that have been molded into grotesque shapes. Rows of benches that could potentially seat hundreds of people filled the space below a ceiling that is so far out of sight, it is literally enveloped in darkness. As you continue carefully along the passageway, peering through the various holes in the wall, you observe crude tribal masks and relief carvings depicting horrible acts of violence. Erratically placed statues of smiling skeletons, snakes, gargoyles, and other hideous-looking creatures, all with vicious faces molded out of gold, silver, and copper, cause ghostly shadows to dance eerily across the cavern walls. Farther down the passageway, you finally are able to see drummers, their eyes closed, heads bobbing and swaying, all bare-chested, and their black skin shining with sweat. The voices of hundreds of men erupt from a location you can't see. Soon after it begins, you see a man walking in a slow, ceremonious manner down the center aisle between the benches, wearing a black robe, and covering his face is the head of a mountain goat, with a black candle burning between the ram's 3-foot horns. Following him are 4 girls. They seem to be in a hypnotic trance, wearing necklaces laden with gold, and dressed in long, sheer black dresses, silhouetting the forms of their naked bodies beneath as they pass by the torchlight. The first girl wears a snake with blazing emerald eyes. The next wears 2 salamanders with deep-set ruby eyes, and linked at the tail with their heads meeting to form a V around her neck. The third girl's necklace displays the figure of a man's full body, with the head of a goat and huge wings splaying out upon his back. Between the horns of the goat head is a golden torch, and the flame of the torch is represented by a diamond. The last girl wears a necklace with the sun, the moon, and the planets. Small diamonds, emeralds, and rubies represent stars and dangle from a golden collar held by gold threads. The girls walk slowly down the aisle, carrying black velvet pillows. Each pillow holds a different object. The first, an ebony-handled dagger. The second, a sword. The third, a wand. And the fourth, a 5-pointed star. Hundreds of men wearing animal costumes ooze into the cavern temple, down every aisle, clamoring and crying, climbing over benches, howling, grunting, and snuffling as they shuffle unsteadily forward, swaying wildly. As the freakish congregation assembles, the girls all line up around a wide central platform. Removing the goat's head, The priest places it upon a darkly imposing altar. He then begins the Mass by holding an upside-down cross in his right hand and making the sign of the cross with his left. The congregation also use their left hand to make this sign, and they all repeat aloud,
Ghost Holy the, and Son the, and Father the, of name the in.
They then repeat the Lord's Prayer backwards, with the exception of the opening line where they say,
Our Father, which art on earth.
The high priest raises his arms over his head as the congregation sits back in their seats. Some fall off the benches and struggle to get back up. But when they are all finally seated, the priest walks around the altar and down to 2 circles on the floor. Without a word, the 4 girls follow him and stand just outside the circles. Removing the 5-sided star from one of the pillows, the priest steps into the middle of the center circle and places it on the floor. One at a time, in succession, each girl leans forward, proffering a pillow. First, the priest takes the ebony-handled dagger and thrusts it into the leather strap he wears around his waist. Then he removes the sword with his right hand and the crystal wand wrapped in copper with his left. The girls all move in one accord backward to the altar as the priest holds the wand and sword over his head and begins chanting,
Belial, Belial, to you I sacrifice the blood of innocence. I give you the blood of life for the blood of my enemy's life.
Still in a trance, the girl wearing the snake necklace walks stiffly up to the stone altar. With a flamboyant swirl, the priest removes his robe, revealing a broad, well-defined chest and narrow waist with impeccably toned muscles, which instantly arouses a deafening cacophony of animal noises from the crowd. Like a performer drinking in his audience's mounting cries for more, the priest whisks the girl off the platform and into his arms, and then reverently lays her on the sacrificial table. He stops momentarily, taunting his followers with the twisted promise of what is to come, and everyone goes wild, their anticipation exploding in a fit of screaming, dancing, yelling, and jumping, as the drummers drum louder and louder, faster and faster, as he pulls out his ebony-handled dagger. The priest then throws both arms in the air, and the room drops into a dead silence as he chants,
This blood sacrifice is the atonement between man and Prince Lucifer.
The congregation begins to chant his words over and over again as the priest sways back and forth in a trance. Suddenly, the priest stands still, and in one fluid motion, he poises the dagger over his head, ready to plunge it into the girl's breast. In that moment, you find an opening, hidden from the temple worshippers by a heavy drape, and you burst out from behind it screaming, "Stop!" You hear Matthew shout your name in a clear, strong voice. He is wearing a black hooded cape and throws off the hood when he yells for you and tries to run in your direction. But he is quickly caught by several pairs of hands as he struggles to reach you, as whinnies, grunts, and other animal noises erupt from the congregation. All eyes turn back and forth between you and Matthew. The drumming stops, and the priest whirls around to see what's causing the disturbance. Upon seeing you, his face lights up.
Ah, here's my true prize. I was hoping you would come. Won't you join me at the altar
In that moment, you realize you have no plan. What did you think you could do? What were you thinking? But it's too late to go back over your actions and try again. In little more time than it took you to regret your decision, you are roughly seized by two towering men, their faces masked by paint and tribal ornamentations, and you are paraded through the maniacal hordes. A man dressed as a horse and using his hands as hooves rears up, whinnying and pawing in the air like a stallion. But like a man, he makes violent pelvic motions, showing you his dark intent. Yet no one touches you or even tries, and you are delivered to the priest and held tightly in front of the altar. The priest does not address you, nor does he even acknowledge your presence. Instead, he begins to chant in a deep, rasping voice, his eyes turned upward as if peering into his own skull.
I conjure and command thee, O Belial, to appear forthwith and show thyself to me, here, outside this circle, in fair and human shape, without horror or deformity, and without delay. Speak to me visibly, clearly, and without deceit. Possess my mind and my body. Answer all my demands and perform all I desire. Do not linger. The King of Kings commands thee.
Immediately, the priest falls into a deep trance, his chin dropping to his chest. A moment later, his head jerks up, eyes open wide, and he steps outside of both circles without touching them, as two men join him at the altar. One man hands the priest a piece of chalk, and he proceeds to draw a triangle on the floor. The other man puts evergreen boughs around the outside of the triangle, along with some skulls from horned animals. The congregation begins chanting as the priest takes a drink of wine and then sprinkles it over the triangle. In the meantime, one man grinds up some herbs and powder with a mortar and pestle and hands it to the priest, who places it in the triangle. You have now been brought within a few feet of the altar.
I work to the destruction of you.
The priest hisses, fury seething from him as he points his dagger viciously at you. His voice is softer now, like a feeble old man, yet filled with venom, as he takes a chunk of clay and begins molding it, while saying your name over and over again. When he finishes, the priest engraves something into the doll and chants,
In the name of Belial and the spirit of destruction and revenge, O creature of clay, become the girl before me,
he says, looking directly at you. He then takes the doll and places it at the tip of the triangle. Finally, he stands at the tip of the triangle, crossing his arms over his chest, and chants,
It is not my hand that does this deed, but that of Belial.
He then takes a long needle in his left hand, viciously stabs the doll with the needle, and yells,
So mote it be.
Gasping for breath, searing pain exploding in your body, your world turns black. You know this is death. And with that realization, an intense rush of emotion swells beneath you, raising you up until you find yourself hovering above your own limp body.
You see yourself being lifted up by 2 hooded men and placed carefully on the stone altar, as Matthew struggles in a futile attempt to escape his captors and reach your side. From above, you try to get Matthew's attention. "I'm here. I'm fine. Please don't worry," you beg. But you are slipping further and further away as Matthew gives up and stands stricken with shock and overwhelming dread. A wave of loss swells beneath you, suddenly lifting you higher and higher, until it seems that time and space can no longer contain you, as you plunge into the depths of an unknown yet strangely familiar realm. You know you're both dead and alive, and you wonder what you should do. As if summoned by your thoughts, your best friend, Delilah, who had died in a car crash, is instantly standing by your side. The moment you see her familiar dark hair, boyish haircut, and look into her beautiful warm brown eyes, you find yourself staring in disbelief. "I can't believe you're here. I thought I'd never see you again. And you're not a kid anymore. You look like you're 20. And you're so beautiful. Did you turn into an angel or something?" you say, bubbling with excitement as you hug Delilah. "Wait, you can't be an angel. You're solid. I just hugged you," you add in amazement. Delilah bursts into laughter. "You're no longer in the game program, Amelia. There's a whole new world waiting for you now," she says, her eyes bright. "What about Matthew? He's so sad. He has no idea I'm alive," you say, looking at him longingly. "You can stay here as long as you'd like, but there's nothing you can do. He can't see or hear you," says Delilah, gently taking your hand. As you continue staring at Matthew, you suddenly become aware of a blue-white light surrounding you and permeating everything as far as you can see. Then, to your amazement, you watch as the light gathers itself into an immense sphere of concentrated white light that turns sapphire as it radiates out. As if you are watching a holographic educational film, you are shown how this blue-white sphere propels each player's soul into their avatar body while in their mother's womb. And a small amount of this light exists within each player, connecting every player to this source of light and to each other throughout the entire game. This invisible light force gives life to each player, beating their hearts, healing their wounds, and breathing each breath until they die out of the game. And in that final moment, the light within each player is drawn out of the avatar body by the blue-white sphere, which then launches the player's soul essence into the spirit world. You understand that this is what happens every time, and though you can stay as long as you care to, you suddenly feel disconnected from the earthly scene and ready to let go. Delilah understands your wishes immediately. "Here, take my arm. You can put your arms around me. This might seem a bit overwhelming, so it's okay if you close your eyes. But I promise you there's nothing to fear." As you take Delilah's arm and close your eyes, a floating sensation drifts through your body, as if you are dissolving and expanding all at once, with every moment holding infinite possibilities. Your mind is perfectly clear and alert, and you have this sense that you are moving rapidly. But after a short while, your movement slows down, and soon you feel solid ground beneath your feet. "Open your eyes," says Delilah, giving your hand a light squeeze.
You are in a large park, standing on soft green grass, facing a huge sign. "What's this?" you say. Delilah laughs. "It's a little between lifetimes reminder you created for yourself. Read it. See if you remember." You read the sign aloud. "Game reminders, details every player will forget. The game is known throughout the universe as the Great Experiment. Forgetting who you are and your purpose for being there is part of the experiment. Just like any drama, the more that goes wrong, the more you like it. Note, please remember this is only true in the playwright phase. Your enthusiasm for problems will shift dramatically when you are playing the part you wrote for yourself. Dramas that change you are essential for playing at higher levels. You will be afraid of change, and things change. Is there any way I could take that with me into the program next time?" you say, laughing. "I think it would help me a lot more there than here." "Well, you memorize it every time you're between games. Who knows?" says Delilah, giggling. "It might just stick one of these times." "Where are we exactly?" you say. "Many people call this the spirit world, because everything we experience here is created instantly in the spirit of how we think, act, and feel." "So that's why everything's so beautiful?" you exclaim, finding it hard to believe your eyes. "In this place, yes," says Delilah. "But this isn't the only place that exists. There are places here that accommodate all thoughts and beliefs, because the spirit world is a world of thought that takes immediate form. In other words, whatever you believe, you will see instantly." "Come, there's so much I want to show you," says Delilah, holding out her hand. "We can travel as quickly as we're able to imagine where we want to go. But since you're new at this and you've never been where we're about to go, we'll hold hands." You smile, nod, and take her hand. In the next moment, you are standing in front of several stately buildings. But unlike cities, where the buildings stand side by side with little space between them, each building is surrounded by magnificent gardens with tall trees and glittering crystal-clear pools of water, which reflect all the colors of the rainbow, as well as colors never seen on Earth. "These are the halls of learning," says Delilah, spreading her arms wide. "This entire city is devoted to the study and practice of the arts. Everything is free and available to everyone. Would you like to start with the Hall of Painting?" You nod your head enthusiastically as Delilah takes your arm and excitedly leads you inside. You step into a long gallery where every masterpiece known on Earth is hanging before you. "These paintings are the direct result of the thoughts of the artist," says Delilah. "Each painting created here is an exact duplication of the artist's imagination, what they envisioned prior to actually transferring their ideas to canvas on Earth. So if the artist was imagining a certain color that wasn't available at the time, the color shows up here exactly as imagined." As you walk to another part of the building, you stop to watch the art students. Being an artist takes on a whole new meaning when you can create easily, effortlessly, and quickly, says Delilah enthusiastically. You'll discover that you already know every method and technique necessary. How is that possible? You ask. There are no earthly restrictions or physical limitations here, says Delilah happily. Whatever you can imagine, you can create. Come on, I know how much you like to read and write. I'm taking you to the Hall of Literature, says Delilah, taking your hand. Instantly, you're standing in a light-filled library composed of small rooms. You can read the books,
Or you can simply hold a book and feel the contents, says Delilah. What does that mean? You ask. Well, try it. Here, says Delilah, taking a book off the shelf. Don't look, just hold it and tell me what happens. Blinking in astonishment, you say, It's a history book, but it's not like any book I've ever read. It's in 2 parts. The first part is American history. I know a lot of this from school, but I feel like I'm at a computer that could answer any question I ask, and that I could ace any test I have to take. But the strange thing is that right alongside the history I'm familiar with is the actual truth of what happened. You say, amazed that you can comprehend everything all at once. Some of Earth history has been passed on by those who are ignorant of the facts, says Delilah. But more often than not, the truth has been suppressed through deliberate intent. Every word contained in the books is literal truth, because nothing but the truth can enter into the spirit realm. You smile and say, I can't believe what I'm seeing. The people responsible for historical misinformation on Earth are the ones who write the true history in all of these books. Yes, says Delilah, and they're always happy to do it and set the record straight. Then, as if she had just received a message in her mind, Delilah says, Oh, there's a concert that's about to begin. Taking your hand, she leads you out the door, across an expansive lawn, and past a vast amphitheater sunken down beneath the ground like a gigantic bowl. Looking over the edge, you see the concert halls surrounding the stage, with hundreds of rows rising upwards and seating for thousands of people. The seating farthest away from the performers is on the lawn at ground level, and the entire area is surrounded by the most beautiful flowers of every color and hue, while the outermost borders had magnificent trees. Let's sit here on the grass. I know it's far away from the performers, but I think you'll be happily surprised, says Delilah with a mysterious smile. Leaning back on her elbows, she adds, Just like the Hall of Painting, the College of Music has a library containing every masterwork ever created on Earth, as well as altered versions created by the original composers, based on newfound inspiration. You can learn every branch of music from theory to practice. That sounds wonderful. I love music. I really do, you say. I've always wanted to just sit at the piano and start playing, but as you remember, I never made it past chopsticks. I think it's just that I don't have the patience to be a beginner. Well, you're going to love being a musician here, says Delilah, grinning. You'll discover that you already have the necessary dexterity in your hands and you know every technique, so you can skip right to the creativity part. Before you know it, you'll have the mastery to join an orchestra, or you can be a solo performer, or just play for the fun of it. Almost as if by magic, a great audience materializes all at the same moment. And then over 200 musicians take their places as the conductor steps up to the podium. How does the audience manage to appear just like that? You say, fascinated by the timing and precision involved. The organizers simply send out their thoughts to the people who are particularly interested in this concert. That's how I got the message. And everyone just shows up at the appointed time, whispers Delilah. The moment the music starts, a sheet of bright light begins rising up from the orchestra and continues until it is level with the uppermost seats. The light then grows in strength and intensity and rises up until it looks like a solid dome ceiling of iridescent, shimmering light, covering the entire amphitheater and the park itself. Because the amphitheater is below ground level, you can't see the audience or the players in the symphony, but you can see, hear, and feel music as never before. You lay back on the grass and watch as the coloring of the dome responds like a chameleon and changes from one shade to another, as if it knows how to intuitively blend a number of colors according to the theme or movement of the music. Even when the music ends, the rainbow colors continue interweaving with each other, then finally fade away in the same amount of time it would take for a rainbow to disappear from Earth's sky. Quietly, Delilah says, "Here, all music is color, and all color is music." Students don't just learn about music acoustically, they learn to build light and color architecturally. You smile and already imagine yourself studying at the Hall of Music. "Come, I want to show you something," says Delilah, leaping to her feet and offering you her hand as she leads you to some nearby flowers. You kneel together in front of the flowers, and Delilah cups her hands around a white lily. "Do it like this," she says, as you mirror her. Your face lights up. Not only is the lily vibrant and fragrant, you can hear a lovely tone that emanates from the flower. The combination fills you with a gentle yet life-giving force. You try this with other flowers and discover every color has a matching tone, and all the colors and tones harmonize perfectly with one another. Delilah leads you to a bubbling brook which is singing too, and exhaling a life-giving force that perfectly combines with the colors and sounds from the grass and flowers on its shores. Even the rocks are singing. As you walk along the brook, Delilah points to a large, elegant building and says, "That's the Hall of Science. There you'll find every scientific study and discovery, and solutions to every unsolved earthly mystery. Every new invention, every new discovery originates here and is sent via thought form to open-minded scientists on Earth. Sometimes humanity benefits, but because these inventions have often been perverted or used against mankind in some way, the inventions have been held back until only recently. However, an entirely new generation of game players has been coming to Earth over the past 20 to 30 years. They aren't trapped in the old paradigm. Their hearts and minds are balanced. And that's why you may have noticed so many teenage prodigies making phenomenal discoveries." Delilah takes your hand and says gently, "You do know you need to go back, right?" "Go back?" you say, puzzled. "Go back where?" "Back into the game," says Delilah. "Oh, no, 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 no," you say fervently. "There's nothing I can do if I go back. It's impossible to do anything or change anything or help anyone. And besides, I love it here. It's better than any heaven I could ever have imagined. I mean, I was afraid of death. I was afraid that Matthew would die, but now I'm not afraid." Warmly, Delilah says, "Everything that has happened to you is all part of what you programmed before playing the game, even your trip here to the spirit world. But you planned to go back to help Matthew, because, you see, he won't die for quite some time." "What will happen to him?" you say desperately. "I can't tell you that, but it won't be anything like your experience here." Noticing the horrified look on your face, Delilah says, "I wasn't going to tell you this, because this is something you only discover when you're fully out of the program, with no chance of going back into your lifetime. But this is important. Right now, there are parallel versions of you. There's a version that went back and experienced past lifetimes, or more accurately, past games you've played, and so on. There's no limit to how many parallel games you can play at the same time. Everything happens simultaneously, but it's even more than that, says Delilah slowly. You are capable of playing every character in your game simultaneously, with no knowledge that you're doing it, at least while you're on Earth. You narrow your eyes. That's not possible. I don't know what other people are thinking or doing. How could I play the game for them, even if I could get my head around it? Delilah smiles and says, "Okay, I'm going to tell you, but only because you won't consciously remember any of this when you return to your physical avatar." Taking a deep breath, she continues, "When you're in your avatar body, you completely forget that there's another aspect of you that's multidimensional. This real you is like the ocean, and the part of you playing the game would be equivalent to a drop of seawater." "You mean like same qualities, different capabilities?" you say, shaking your head. "That's it exactly," says Delilah, laughing. "So the quantum player that you are is capable of playing every character in your game in multiple realities all at the same time. Sort of like the way the ocean can handle every drop of water." "Okay, that's totally tripping me out," you say. "All right, I'll make it simple," says Delilah. "Pretend you and your quantum player are like identical twins going out onto the ocean in a glass-bottomed boat. You put on all the necessary equipment for deep-sea diving and jump in, while your twin stays in the boat and observes what's happening below. She might suggest that you turn to the left to see a pod of dolphins, or she might warn you to be careful of the sea urchin you're about to step on. But it's up to you what you want to do." "Are you saying that this quantum me has been playing the role of every person I've ever met?" you say, wincing. "I'm saying the quantum you is capable of playing all those parts. But that doesn't mean that's what you choose every time. Sometimes you might kick back and play as a drop of water, or a puddle, or a stream, or a lake. And sometimes you might want to be the entire ocean. You are completely unlimited. When you're on Earth, your thoughts and feelings create your experience. But there's a time lag, usually about a month, which gives you the opportunity to make new choices and refocus. You can observe cause and effect. And the program teaches you how to play while you're actually playing the game. Here in the spirit world, your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs are created instantly. It's as if you broadcast a signal, and everything you see, every experience you have, is a match to that signal. "So everywhere you go here, it's beautiful like this?" you say, admiring the view. "Well, everything for you is beautiful, but every person creates their own experience. So the environment that surrounds each individual is a perfect match to what they deeply believe at the time of death. They instantly see an outpicturing of where their attention is focused and what they truly believe, and they see and experience others with matching thought forms. For instance, if a person was cruel or cared nothing for others, no matter how religious or powerful or successful they may have appeared to be on Earth, when they come here they live in a world of their own making, a world that is uncaring or cruel. Thy will be done,
is the prime directive in the spirit world as well as on earth. But here, everything happens instantly. There's no pretending. You are who you are. And you see a world that perfectly mirrors whatever you deeply believe. And this is what Thomas is afraid of. He can send remote viewers anywhere within the game program, but he can't penetrate the spirit world. That's why he sent you here. But I'm sure that Thomas was behind the satanic ritual. He wanted me dead. That's why I'm here, you say fervently. Yes, Thomas wanted you in the spirit world. But if you think about it, your body is unharmed. And that's because he wants you back. I refuse to do anything for him, you say angrily. He knows that, says Delilah knowingly. But you would do anything for Matthew. Instantly you see yourself in a game you had once played, growing up as an only child in a small town in the Welsh countryside. You don't know the exact year, but you're wearing a long fitted dress and boots that are laced up the front that are dusty from walking on the dirt roads in the village. You're holding a package from the market, wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. In this lifetime, your father is a retired professor, and your mother is the only teacher in a one-room schoolhouse. You immediately recognize Matthew when he shows up in your memory. You have known each other since childhood. He is the oldest in a family of 6 boys, and he is bright, charismatic, and handsome. But more than that, he adores you, and you've never loved anyone else. You have the ability to feel everything in an instant. Even so, you find it surprising that you're able to fast forward and see events unfold more quickly, as well as slow them down so you can focus on the specific details. So you move ahead to your wedding day. It is springtime. You are outdoors on soft green grass beneath a canopy of ancient oak trees. Sheep dot the hillsides, and clouds drift like wisps of white smoke. Each person in the wedding party holds a single silky ribbon of a different color. Women and girls are skipping and dancing clockwise around a 20-foot pole, while the men and boys move counterclockwise, everyone ducking under the ribbons coming toward them. As they dance around the pole, a beautiful rainbow-colored pattern is woven from the top of the pole down to the very lowest point where they can all still move in and out while holding the sparse remnants of remaining ribbon in their hands. You discover that you can zoom in on the tiniest details from that day. You can see the embroidery on your dress, the roses on your wedding cake, and even Matthew's unabashed gaze as you say your vows to each other. Though his eyes are different, hazel, flecked with gold, and more widely set beneath heavier brows, there's no question this is Matthew. The scene shifts quickly to your move to England as you watch the verdant countryside speckled with brightly colored wildflowers speeding by from the train window. Once you arrive at the main terminal in London, you manage to make your way a bit farther on to your new home amidst the hustle and bustle of the city. It is a humble dwelling, but you are not poor by any means, and your father has lent his financial assistance as well as extending his business and social connections. You observe the quiet elegance of the horses, their riders, and the many carriages traversing in Hyde Park, where you and Matthew often walk together, hand in hand, radiantly in love. And then, quite unexpectedly, time begins moving forward swiftly. You see every nuance of your life together. Your father's money and connections, combined with Matthew's brilliance and charismatic nature, land him at the top of his class in London's best college.
When he graduates, he is already well connected socially as well as in business. You see yourself dancing and dining with him at elegant parties, where he is sought after for his acumen on a variety of subjects. Yet, regardless of the amount of attention he receives, nothing changes Matthew's humble nature or his deep love for you. However, everything in the sparkling world of Matthew's rising star paled in comparison to the day you gave birth to his daughter. Even at night, after a long day of work and study, Matthew would untiringly hold his infant daughter in his arms and sing lullabies to her until she fell soundly asleep. He would then return to bed, gently placing the baby between you and himself, and though he should have felt exhausted, he could barely sleep from all the love he felt for you and his daughter. And then you see a memory of a time when your daughter was 2 years old. The little girl could have been your twin at the same age, angelic with her pink cheeks, rosebud lips, and eyes the shade of bluebells. Matthew commissioned a portrait of her as a cherub, complete with a halo and feathery wings, which hangs prominently in your parlor. On this particular day, Matthew was galloping two-legged through Hyde Park with his daughter perched on his shoulders, her shiny blonde ringlet curls bouncing in time with his stride. He whinnies and snorts, shaking his head like a stallion while pausing to paw the ground as his little rider giggles in delight. You see yourself basking in the pleasure of that moment. Then all at once, pain grips your entire body so intensely you double over in anguish. You then see yourself hovering above a graveyard as Matthew, numb with grief and sorrow, buries your body at the family's church in Wales. Though the daughter he so loved and cherished is crying and clutching at his leg, it is as if he is in another world and has forgotten all about her. But you can see that his daughter reminds him agonizingly of you, and he can't bear to look at her. Before the ceremony is even over, Matthew wanders away from his family and friends, leaving the churchyard in a state of silent shock. He mindlessly boards a train bound for London, but doesn't go home. Instead, he wanders aimlessly through the city streets, eating nothing, sleeping in doorways or under bridges, until at last, mercifully, he dies. But in the next moment, a new set of images come into focus, as if there is more for you to understand about who you and Matthew are to each other. From what you can tell, it seems to be the late 1800s in England. You are 17, and your father is a widower, raising you alone. Although you live in a beautiful, modest estate, your father has lost his fortune and is living off of past credit that is quickly running out. To save you both from poverty, you have agreed to marry Matthew, a wealthy landowner nearly twice your age and crippled from birth. Matthew is a capable man, but his mother has been running the estate all of his life and has decided it is time for him to marry so she can train you to eventually take her place as mistress of the estate. You watch the scene unfold before you on the day you arrived at your new home, riding in a carriage through miles and miles of property, surrounding an immense 3-story stone manor with over 100 rooms. Nearly 20 staff members are lined up in the driveway to meet you, but there's no sign of the man you are to marry, or his mother. You have no idea what to expect because you had agreed to marry him sight unseen. In fact, Matthew was so reclusive, no one outside of the estate had any idea what he looked like. And this led to much speculation and many harsh rumors amidst the elite social circuit, linked to both his physical appearance and his demeanor. You had prepared yourself for more of a monster than a man. You are ushered into a study where Matthew is sitting in a wheelchair with his back to you. But even as you approach him, you can tell he hasn't been confined to a wheelchair for long. Unlike people who have been crippled for quite some time, he seems remarkably robust, and his legs are not yet emaciated. As he turns to greet you, you're shocked. He looks much younger than you'd expected, and is quite handsome, with full lips, intensely blue eyes, and softly curling ginger hair. But even more surprising is the strange recognition you feel when you first look at each other. You both seem to recognize an inexplicable connection that exists between you. The intensity of it takes your breath away. In spite of the fact that you are about to be married, and you know it's impolite to continue staring into Matthew's eyes, yet you struggle to look away. He matches your stare unwaveringly as well. Suddenly, a loud ahem breaks the spell as Matthew's mother enters the room. Matthew quickly turns away. At first, you feel confused, then embarrassed, thinking you must have imagined the whole thing. And then you mistake his reaction as one of arrogance. But from your current perspective, lifetimes away from that moment, you realize that Matthew isn't being arrogant or egotistical. Rather, he is intensely shy. And then you discover you have access to his mother's thoughts. And it is clear that his mother has manipulated him from childhood as a means of maintaining control. You become aware that this woman has taught Matthew to believe that his birth defect, a minor malady which could have been highly improved if not cured over time, would cause any woman to reject him. This belief is so firmly ingrained from his childhood that Matthew is uncomfortable looking any woman in the eye. So he was as shocked as you when you held each other's gaze with unexpected recognition. Yet as you stand next to him on the day of your wedding, idly listening to the minister repeat a marriage ceremony that he had doubtlessly given until it was rote, Matthew withdraws into a lonely world of his own without the slightest glance in your direction. Standing there, you forlornly recall your girlhood fantasies and what you dreamed your wedding day would be like. The carriage and horses, the splendor, the dancing and royal guests. But just as quickly, you banish the thought, determined to make the best of your new life. In this lifetime, you had been raised by a wonderful and loving father. You have always been kind-hearted, and in some ways, Matthew seemed like one of the many stray animals you'd taken in over the years. As his wife, you felt you'd have the opportunity to love him, and that he'd soften. But Matthew wants nothing to do with you. You are young and beautiful, and even though you're married, Matthew believes you have nothing to offer him other than pity, and he's too proud for that. Bound by etiquette, tradition, and the laws of the day, feelings were mostly kept privately within. But as you watch that lifetime unfold, every single thought and feeling is laid bare before you. In your science class, you learn that light travels into infinity, never ceasing to exist. And you wonder if it's possible that human thoughts, feelings, and events continue unchanged as well. It's both strange and disturbing to think that your own thoughts you believed were completely private, might be accessible in the future, and that you couldn't lie or try to make up a good story, because the truth would still be there somewhere, amidst all the other
infinitely shining light. Anyone accessing the information would know the truth, exactly as it happened. Immediately following your wedding ceremony, Matthew retreats directly to his bedroom suite. You are assigned a room at the opposite end of the house, and Matthew's mother wastes no time as she proceeds to instruct you in regard to your duties as mistress of the estate. A profound sadness washes over you as you watch years go by, with the knowledge that at another time and in another place, you had once been deeply in love. You can see that even though you have no conscious memories of other games, there is actually some level of unconscious emotional transference from one game to another. Matthew treats you politely in passing, but never entertains an actual conversation with you. You can't understand why he is so distant, and why he has no desire to have a child. You feel like a caged bird, but the door to that cage flies open and sets you free when Matthew's mother suddenly falls ill and is bedridden in a wing of the house far from the daily activities. In the end, there is nothing any doctor can do for her, so the staff is advised to keep her as calm and quiet as possible for the remainder of her days. You now find yourself as mistress of the estate and at once effectively turn the household staff upside down and inside out with your new plans for the life you want to live. Much to the initial shock and dismay of the head butler, you no longer sit alone at the mahogany dinner table that seems to reach out to infinity. Instead, you begin dining with the household staff. This, of course, is unthinkable and, frankly, never done, but there is no protocol for such behavior. When you first appear in the servants' dining area, everyone feels awkward and uncomfortable, but by the end of your meal, echoes of gay laughter peal through the halls of what had previously been nothing short of a mausoleum. You begin singing and playing the piano, which had never been allowed by Matthew's mother. You fall in love with gardening and learn all about the farm, insisting you be present for the birth of the farm animals, even if it's in the middle of the night. In no time at all, you're able to deliver a calf or a colt as easily as milking a cow. You learn to ride and hunt and jump horses, but you dispense with the side saddle and wear breeches so you can ride astride the horse like a man. In this particular game, you had been married into the highest position in society, yet you weren't socially inclined to have friends that would criticize you. Everyone on the staff adores you, so it really doesn't matter to you what the outside world would think. As you played your part in this game, you assumed Matthew simply didn't care for you. But now, as the observer of that game, you are able to see what had been invisible to you in that lifetime. Every night, Matthew ordered his meal to be delivered to his room, but he would secretly sit at the top of the stairs in his wheelchair, listening and smiling as laughter erupted from below. He swore the staff to secrecy as he moved from room to room, watching you as you worked in the garden or as you rode the horses or played with the young farm animals. He would close his eyes and listen with delight as you played the piano and sang. In truth, he adored you and longed to be part of your life, but he was afraid to show his true affections, for fear that you would find him repulsive and that he would lose you in the end. As the years progress, you watch as your desire to love Matthew and have his child transposed into love for the farm animals and nature. Every spring you poured love out to all the new babies on the farm and spent the summer and fall delighting in their growth. Even though you had become quite content to finally let go of what you thought your life was supposed to be, You felt a profound sadness that Matthew never opened his heart and allowed you to love him. And then, one beautiful summer day, Matthew becomes extremely ill. The doctors predict he will die within a week, but you sit with him resolutely day and night. You eat your meals in his room, and though he is unconscious, you read poetry and prose, and sometimes sing songs. Believing he is unable to hear you, you share everything you hold in your heart. You speak of your favorite flowers blooming in the garden, and describe how the sunlight magically glitters on the pond as you watch the swans sail elegantly throughout the day. You tell him charming stories about the staff members and all the animals on the farm. Then one day, his eyes flicker open, and for the first time he smiles at you. His smile is weak, but it is genuine, and love fills his watery eyes as he says,
You've been with me all this time. I heard every word and I felt every beat of your heart.
You dissolve into tears and lay your head on Matthew's shoulder as he reaches out tentatively to stroke your hair. Miraculously, he's in remission. You don't know how long you'll have together, so you make every moment count. You share poetry and painting. Matthew joins you in the garden in his wheelchair, and for the first time you eat your meals together. At night you lie in bed next to Matthew with your head on his shoulder and your arm across his chest as he strokes your hair. Then, one morning upon waking and feeling his hand gently resting on your shoulder, you see the light in Matthew's eyes flicker as he gazes upon you with unfathomable love. And in the next moment, he is no longer there. "I'll do it! I'll go!" you say in tears as you reach out for Delilah. The moment your hand touches Delilah's, you are instantly standing in a place with very little color. The sun has already sunk below the horizon, and looming gray clouds hang heavily overhead. Ill-nourished flowers, faded and sickly, are here and there in the midst of parched yellow patches of grass. Everywhere you look, the countryside surrounding you is in a gradual state of deterioration. As you continue on, the sad-looking vegetation gives way to barren rocks. The light steadily diminishes, and everything surrounding you appears in dismal shades of gray. Even your clothing looks gray. Before you, a rocky pathway winds its way downhill through massive boulders, and on into what appears to be a land of deep, black, impenetrable darkness. Looking deeply into your eyes, Delilah says, "I can't go any further with you than this. You won't get lost, just keep heading downhill. You will eventually come to a place that is at the very bottom of a deep crater." "And that's why Thomas sent me here? That's what he wants me to see, some crater?" "Yes, it's the place he fears above all else. He doesn't know for sure what it's like there, but he's heard rumors, and he's terrified." Your body shivers uncontrollably. "I have to go?" "If you don't go now, Thomas will find a way to send you back again," says Delilah. "But I have 2 gifts for you. One is this rose quartz," she says, handing a polished, pink, heart-shaped stone to you. "It will protect you, so don't lose it. My second gift is that you won't consciously remember any of this when you come back to life in your avatar body." "But if I can't remember, how will I tell Thomas what I saw?" you say anxiously. "Thomas will pick up your experience telepathically," says Delilah,
wrapping her arms around you and hugging you tightly. Hanging on for dear life, you close your eyes tightly and wish away whatever is to come. But in the next moment, Delilah is gone. Your heart sinks as you walk along a hardened pathway that crosses over barren, colorless land. A dull gray sky looms lifeless overhead, and the temperature is dropping quickly. When you were in the realms of light, surrounded by beauty, the idea of doing this on your own seemed viable, heroic even. But now you're all alone, and your feelings of vulnerability and helplessness gather strength as you climb to the top of a rocky hill and find nothing below but a towering bank of mist. You look around desperately for another way down, but the fog spreads out as far as you can see. Fear seizes you all at once as you follow the path into mist that wraps itself around you like a death shroud. You can barely see the ground as you slowly and carefully pick your way down the slick, rocky hillside. The fog gathers in density until it transforms into swirling, damp, heavy clouds that press upon you like cold, dead weight. Nervously, you wrap your fingers around the pink heart-shaped stone in your pocket, and to your surprise, you suddenly feel warm and a bit less frightened as well. Gradually, the clouds dissipate until they vanish altogether, revealing a bleak landscape with no trees or grass or plants of any kind, leaving only small square houses that look completely uninviting and even a bit sinister in their utter plainness. Every home stood solitary and forlorn, without a single adornment, as if each were housing people who lived in extreme poverty. As you pass by the houses, you see a middle-aged man standing on his porch, dressed in what might have been worn in the 1800s by someone very wealthy. But each piece is completely tattered and threadbare, leaving him with nothing more than an air of faded prosperity. With no effort at all, you clearly see an overlay that shows you the kind of person he was while on Earth. He had been a very successful businessman, and though he made sure that everything he did was legal, he was ruthless in his treatment of others. At home, everyone was subservient to him. He gave generously to charity and his church, but only if he saw a financial or social advantage for himself. He was solely motivated by selfishness and greed. Though the man doesn't seem to notice you, you give him a wide berth as you walk quietly past his house. Even so, you can hear him muttering to himself about the injustice of it all and how much he is forced to suffer in this place. Suddenly his eyes narrow and shift upward until he is staring suspiciously in your direction. Instinctively, you stop in your tracks. He stares for a moment longer, and then looks away and continues ranting about his pathetic existence. You know that the stone is protecting you from the cold, but is it causing you to be invisible as well? Testing the situation, you carefully draw your hand away from the crystal in your pocket. The instant you lose contact with the stone, the man's head jerks up. Licking his lips, he stares greedily at you, as if you're about to be his next meal. Jamming your hand back into your pocket, you grab the stone. Instantly, the man's eyes go blank, as if you had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Silently, you continue on. You are still unseen by the man, but you are able to hear him grumbling for quite some time. Gradually, the path seems to disappear as you pick your way through rocky formations. The grey light diminishes rapidly from the darkening heavy black sky. There isn't a soul or any sign of life whatsoever.
Everything surrounding you is colorless and empty, as if you had just wandered into another world. Dimly ahead, you can see some dwellings as you pass through rocks and nothing else. Here and there, you see people sitting silently, their heads bowed down, filled with gloom and despair. These structures are nothing more than shacks, so utterly worn down and disheveled, it is distressing just to look at them. But it's infinitely more unsettling that these repulsive places are the end result of someone's lifetime on Earth. You jump as a man suddenly appears out of the darkness and speaks to you.
I'm sorry if I frightened you,
He says gently.
but my dear, this isn't where you belong. If you continue in this direction, you may not return to the world of light for a very long time.
You stand quietly for a moment, staring at him. Are you someone who tries to help these people?
Yes. There are many of us who continually attempt to rescue those who end up here. But we find it impossible to succeed if they don't want to be rescued.
How do you know they don't want to be rescued? Why would anyone want to live like this? You say, aghast.
If the person doesn't have a glimmer of light in their mind, or even the slightest desire to step forward onto a different path, then nothing, literally nothing, can be done. The desire to change has to come from deep within that person. People here are revealed for being exactly who they are, and so they punish themselves, choosing over and over to be right. But there always comes a time, even if it takes thousands of years, where they finally realize they've punished themselves long enough with their own thoughts and convictions. And when the darkness they've created no longer holds any attraction to them, they finally choose to let go. And in that moment, they are immediately transported out of the darkness and into a place where they can begin to heal. It takes time because they have to acclimate to the light realms. But we've never lost anyone, says the man, smiling as he answers your unspoken question.
But why did you say that I might not be able to get back to where I came from? You ask anxiously. If I came in this way, why couldn't I get back out?
Let me explain, says the man kindly. Have you noticed that there's nothing keeping these people here? There are no walls, no prisons, no restraints of any kind.
So why don't they just leave and go to where it's beautiful? You ask, as you think of how miserable life must be in this place.
Think of the spirit world like a mountainside. When a person exits the game, they instantly find themselves on a part of the mountain that matches their most deeply held beliefs on Earth. But no matter what level you are on, if you try to enter a level that is higher than your own frequency, it would be very much like trying to climb Mount Everest without acclimating to the lack of oxygen. You simply come to a point where you can't breathe, and this causes everyone to turn around and go back to where they came from.
But if I came from a higher part of the mountain, then why can't I go back? You ask.
My dear, the reason I suggest you don't continue any further is because you are empathic. The discomfort you experience is caused by your ability to feel the thoughts and beliefs of others. It's manageable now, but it will get far worse the deeper you go, and you're not trained to be here. I too am empathic, and I understand your reasons for being here. But please listen to me. If you continue on, you will be surrounded by people who are drowning in their own misery. And if they see you, if they have any awareness of your presence, they will grab hold of you and energetically take you down with them.
you will forget who you are and how you came to be there. Their world of darkness will become your only reality. Petrified, but trying not to show it, you thank the man for his concern and continue walking, afraid you will lose your nerve if you stay with him for even a moment longer. Gradually, you become aware of rancid odors, smelling like rotting meat. Large bands of malevolent souls pass you by, all with hideously malformed bodies, reflecting their distorted minds. And though you hold your crystal heart tightly in your hand, and are therefore completely invisible to them, you know everything about each person that passes by. Some of them have been here for centuries, but their ghastly appearance isn't caused by the passage of time. It is their ongoing malicious thoughts which appear etched on their repulsive faces. As the sounds from the groups match their horrendous surroundings, everything from mad, raucous laughter to shrieks of torment inflicted by others as demented as the person being tortured, you clearly see an overlay hovering around each person. Everything is completely transparent. Whatever is created and held to be true on earth is now outside for all to see. And though a person may have escaped moral justice while playing the game, in this place there is a self-created, strict, unrelenting justice. Trembling with fear, you continue walking unseen through the roving bands, until they eventually diminish and you find yourself enshrouded in darkness. Without thinking, you pull the heart-shaped stone out of your pocket and discover you can see in the dark with perfect clarity. Grasping the stone tightly, you climb down over large rocks and boulders, covered in a revolting, noxious-smelling, dirty green slime, hoping desperately the stone will protect you from falling. After climbing down for about a mile, you look up. Towering above you, treacherous and menacing, with a circumference of several miles, you realize you're inside a massive crater. Rocks and boulders are strewn everywhere, as if there has been an enormous earthquake, and everything has hurtled into the depths below, scattering in all directions, forming natural caverns and tunnels. In the center of the crater, a dull cloud of poisonous vapor rises up, as if a volcano is churning below on the verge of erupting. Dimly through the haze, you see what might have been human beings at one time, crawling on all fours over the surface of the upper rocks. Hovering above each one, you see the regrettable lives they had lived on Earth. With your heart hammering frantically in your chest, and your legs shaking with exhaustion, you force yourself to keep moving until you reach a part of the crater that is the most densely populated. Each person is frighteningly distorted from their limbs to their faces. Some are seated on small boulders, conspiring together with a clearly evil intent. Others are lying face down on the ground, as though exhausted. Small groups torture those who have fallen out of favor, delighted in their victims' unbearable shrieks. Everywhere you look, there is unspeakable cruelty, and you are not yet even at the bottom of the pit. Horrified, you step back, trip over a rock, and as you fall backward, you open your hands to catch yourself. The pink stone drops to the ground, skitters across a large flat rock, and as you desperately reach out to save it, the crystal falls into a cesspool with a heart-stopping plunk. The moment the protective stone leaves your hand,
a man's eyes flash open. Suddenly able to see you, he focuses on you with laser-like attention as you struggle to get up. Slowly and laboriously, he inches his way up the slimy incline, edging his way toward you. On hands and knees, you try to scramble out of his way, but instead, you slip on the rocks and tumble down the incline toward him, landing on your back. The man reaches out and grasps your ankle with a fierce, crushing grip. You scream as you flip over with your hands on the slimy rocks and struggle to pull your foot out of his grasp. But he is unbelievably powerful despite the deplorable state of his physical body. You burst into tears as unbearable pain shoots through your ankle and up your leg, as if you are bound by an iron shackle. The man looks up at you with beady, penetrating eyes peering out of a monstrous face. His repulsive mouth is more like a gaping, cavernous opening, with yellowed, dripping fangs rather than teeth. He exudes the odor of rotting flesh, and the remnant of clothing he wears is nothing more than a filthy rag, hanging so precariously from his body that you can see most of his grey, lifeless-looking flesh. His skin is paper-thin, and you expect to see his bones pop out at any moment. His hands are talon-shaped like a bird of prey, with fingernails more like claws. Everything about him is so distorted and malformed, he seems barely human. Screaming and yelling only make the man more powerful, so you do your best to stay calm and quiet despite the lightning pain shooting up your leg. Though you try not to look at the man, you can't help but see images of the mental and physical torture he had caused, hovering all around him, floating in the mist. You can see that every crime he committed against others, he is now experiencing himself, living daily with the indelible memory of everything he had done, while feeling all of the pain and anguish he had callously caused, both directly and indirectly. His body and spirit are the visible expression of cause and effect. Yet even with all the pain he suffers daily, it is also clear that given the strength and opportunity, he will continue torturing others, yourself included. His mind is creating a self-fulfilling prophecy over and over again. Desperate to escape, you try to grasp the slick-coated rocks beneath you while attempting to gain some leverage to help you stand, but your fingers slip through the festering slime. Although the man is lying on his belly without the strength to move any further, it seems he has the ability to channel all of his strength into and through his hand. And there is nothing you can do but fight back the terrifying feeling that you will never escape, and no one will be coming to save you. You try to remember what you've been taught, and take a deep breath, only to gag on the putrid air weighing you down, constricting your breath, and causing a terrible squeezing pressure in your chest. Tears well up in your eyes from the searing pain in your ankle. "Let me go!" you yell with as much authority as you can muster. A hideous sound gurgles out of the man's throat, and you realize he is laughing.
It's been so long since I could touch and taste and suck the life out of one as innocent as you. Rare birds like you never land in a place like this.
Anger and disgust twist through you
and even the smallest movement on your part sends needles of pain searing into your ankle as the man tightens his talon-like fingers, digging his claws into your flesh. Laughing at the expression of intense pain on your face, the man says in a deep, ominous tone,
"You think you're such a little lamb, don't you? You don't even think you belong here. But even lambs lose their innocence. Sooner or later they're taken from their mothers and slaughtered. For you, it came sooner. That's why you're dead. That's why you're here."
Furious, you hiss, "You're wrong! I'm not like you! I don't belong here! I came here for a reason!" A sputtering laugh erupts from the man's throat as green mucus dribbles from the corner of his ghastly mouth.
"You are what you see. All of this is you,"
he says, indicating your disgusting surroundings with a slight nod of his head. A swollen, nauseating wave of grief and anger threaten to overtake you. What if this repulsive thing is telling you the truth? How long will you be doomed to stay here? But then a thought flickers through your mind. Thy will be done. "No!" you scream. "You're wrong! I don't belong here!"
No. You're saying you don't hate the man who killed you? You don't despise him for what he's done to you? All that he's taken from you?
Says the man with a monstrous, satisfied grin.
Oh, wait.
He says, as if reading your mind.
Don't tell me you believe that you are a multi-dimensional being, capable of playing within multiple avatars at once? That's such an amazing con. If you were really playing the part of your opponent, then what if you are me and I am you? Isn't that a horrifying thought?
He says in revolting delight.
Does that mean you're not the least bit infuriated that I can do whatever I want with you? That I have the little tigress by her tail?
He says, jerking your leg with such intensity you shriek in pain as your entire body scrapes along the rocky surface. Shaking and filled with rage, you bite your lip and wordlessly glare at the man, wishing he would explode on the spot.
Yes,
he says in a low, hissing voice.
There you are. The angry little lamb. The self-righteous, judgmental little lamb. Ah, let's see the vindictive you come out.
You shake your head, nauseous with anger and disgust. I'm not staying here. I only came to get information, you say vehemently. A gurgling chuckle bubbles out of the man's throat.
Oh, I'm quite sure you'll be staying,
the man says slowly and deliberately.
I'm afraid no one's coming to save you.
You can feel the man's strength returning to his body as you are being drained of yours. Black, all-consuming hatred rises from your stomach and up into your throat as suddenly everything before your eyes turns a dark, muddy red. As much as you loathe this revolting creature before you, you despise Thomas even more. But now is not the time to worry about getting back at him. You need to escape. And that makes you wonder, if thy will be done works in the dark realms just as it did in the game, then my deepest wish is for these two monstrous men to spend eternity suffering over and over again for every bit of suffering they've caused.
Ah, little lamb. Be careful what you wish for. I told you that you belong here with me. And this is where you'll stay. I can guarantee it.
He grips your ankles so tightly you scream in agony.
And fear will keep you here. You are in my world now.
Sucking the life out of you, the man gains more and more strength as you thrash about, trying to kick him and free yourself. Yet you find yourself utterly powerless. Burning pain courses through every inch of your body as he drags you slowly over the rocks. You flap about helplessly like a bird with a broken wing until he draws you fully into the cesspool. With one last gasping breath, you are drawn below the surface and into the depths of the foul, fetid liquid. How is this even possible? You are a good person. How could this wretched excuse for a human being, or whatever he is, manage to drown you? After a short period of struggling, you involuntarily exhale, and in one spasmodic breath, the decaying liquid fills your mouth and windpipe, completely flooding your lungs. Half conscious, you do everything in your power to claw your way to the surface. Anything to stop the horrific sensation of being smothered to death. But darkness closes in on all sides. Your body goes limp, your lungs give out, your mind is blank, and there is nothing to do. The man releases your body as you float lifelessly far below the surface. You can't move or breathe. You want to die, and it seems your body is dead. But now you fully understand the truth. Death does not exist in the spirit world, and it will just be a matter of time before you regain your strength, and then that hideous creature will be waiting to drown you again and again and again. Minutes feel like hours. But finally you can move your eyelids, and without thinking you open your eyes. Somehow in the dense liquid, you are seeing the ghostly grey faces of people who had fallen into the cesspool. Their flaccid bodies are alive, but barely moving as they drift about, staring aimlessly into the grey depths, waiting for the strength to crawl out. The grotesque man floats nearby. He has used all of his might to hold you underwater until you drowned, and now he is waiting to have enough strength to overpower you again. Rage eats its way through your body, consuming you from the inside out. This is all because of Thomas. He had you killed, and he's planning to indiscriminately kill as many human beings as possible in the future.
You can only imagine the Machiavellian schemes he has been responsible for in the past. Thomas knows he's the one who deserves to be here. This is his hell, not yours, but he sent you instead. Apparently, he thinks he can avoid this place. But you do feel a certain satisfaction, knowing there will come a day when Thomas will no longer be able to hide behind his power, position, or politics, and he will suffer like this for eternity, if you have your way, and you will happily watch. A woman drifts by underwater with a hungry look in her eyes, as if she is craving the anger exuding from your body, hoping to suck in the sensation while she waits until the time is right. You close your eyes tightly. You can't breathe. You can't think. A grey mist clouds your mind, and yet somehow you know you have to remember something. What is it? How have you come to be in this place? Remember, remember, remember. You feel nothing but dark, dank liquid surrounding you and filling your lungs. You barely remember your own name, but you know one thing for sure. You are powerless to change anything. Slowly, your leaden, numb body sinks through thick, murky layers until you settle on the slimy bottom, face down, arms outstretched. But you are beyond caring. Then, to your surprise, a gentle sensation pulses through two of your fingers. You press them in the direction of the warm current of water and feel something hard and small. You have just enough strength to pick it up. A soft, tingling feeling spreads through your hand, up your arm, and flows into your entire body. In the palm of your hand is the heart-shaped stone. Suddenly your mind becomes perfectly clear and alert. "Help me!" you scream silently. Instantly you see a vision, almost like a dream of yourself standing next to Thomas. But rather than seeing physical features, you see energy radiating from both of your bodies, swirling around you in muddy colors. Around your own body, you see variations of dark reds and browns, and the words, angry, vengeful, hateful. Black and red light erupt from your heart as the words, guilty and vindictive, float on the surface of the colors. None of it makes any sense, so you focus instead on the dark, rusty colors that surround Thomas's head, accompanied by a strange halo of words. You can literally see words such as prideful, indifferent, demanding, scornful, floating in and out of the dark, muted colors. Blackish-brown colors envelop his body along with the words shameful, despised, miserable, humiliated. These words describing Thomas made sense, except maybe the humiliated part. But you don't understand what you're seeing around yourself. You aren't a vengeful, vindictive person. Well, perhaps a little when it comes to Thomas, but he certainly deserves to suffer for all the terrible things he has done and is about to do. Still, there is that energy of guilt flowing out of your heart. But you have no reason to feel guilty. You haven't done anything wrong. So it has nothing to do with you. Instead, you focus intently on Thomas's faults. And you know for a fact that your anger is completely justified. So you have every right to be vindictive, and he deserves pain and suffering. As your rage blooms, you discover that you feel better. Yet you can't help but notice that the colors swirling around your own image are becoming darker and darker.
until suddenly you are sucked into the image and find yourself standing inside a massive clear glass globe. But this globe isn't filled with lovely white fake snow. You are standing in raw sewage up to your knees, with rats paddling around madly looking for refuge. You let out a blood-curdling scream as the rats begin climbing up your legs, but you can't move because your feet are glued to the bottom. Terror and rage storm through your body, shaking the globe furiously as sewage and rats rain down on you. "Please help me," you scream desperately. "Please." Instantly, you find yourself standing in a blackened tunnel. Petrified, you spin around, looking for a way out, and see nothing. But as your eyes adjust to the dark, you notice a tiny golden light, as if someone is holding a candle at the far end of the tunnel and walking slowly away. You follow the light steadily downward as the tunnel spirals deeper and deeper into the earth. At last, you catch up with the light as it expands, and you find yourself standing in front of two massive and very old wooden double doors, each with their own round iron handles. You don't know where you are or what you're supposed to do, so you grab one of the handles with both hands and pull with all your might. The heavy door swings silently open, revealing Thomas sitting with his back to you, in front of a huge holographic image, playing what appears to be a video game. You step cautiously into the dark room, lit only by the light emanating from the hologram. You quickly realize you are invisible to Thomas, so you move closer and stand right next to him, watching as he runs a series of game programs at lightning speed. Gradually, the images slow down, and you realize Thomas is watching himself play the game through a single lifetime that somehow spans across thousands of years. It quickly becomes apparent to you that he is trying to locate and fix a problem he created in the past, because he keeps saying over and over, "Causal seed, as past games flash back and forth, showing different scenarios. It seems as if he is trying to achieve a different outcome by going back in time and choosing an alternate path that would take him into a parallel reality. Unable to find an answer and completely exasperated, he focuses on a moment in time prior to being born into the game. To your surprise, you watch as the spirit world flashes onto the image, a vision of Thomas walking through a gorgeous park and talking with the most exquisite woman you have ever seen. She has thick, shiny black hair that falls to her waist, and a golden light encircling her head like a halo. Her hands and feet are adorned with jeweled rings and bracelets, and she wears a long flowing dress studded with emeralds and rubies that seem to light up from within, causing the dress to sparkle and glow as she moves at a walking pace, floating just above the ground. Her face is so beautiful and luminous, it seems as if a goddess from India has come to life.
"Naya, I know what I want to accomplish, and in this lifetime I'm going to end all human suffering,"
says Thomas wholeheartedly. Shaking her head gently, Naya says softly, "Thomas, I understand your desire to choose a game lifetime that has the potential for you to understand how to navigate the program. But with power comes great responsibility, and as you know, you won't remember your original intentions. There's a much better chance that your newfound power will cause you to manipulate the program
rather than try to benefit mankind. And if you do, you will become irrevocably disconnected from any feelings of empathy for your entire lifetime. Do you see the problem? Without empathy, you won't care what happens to anyone else. You'll make selfish decisions from your mind, not your heart. And you could very well create the opposite of what you're now intending.
But the game is an illusion, says Thomas emphatically. It's temporary. There are no victims or victimizers. There are only pre-game agreements that are fulfilled or unfulfilled. You yourself taught me that every action and reaction has a purpose. So what does it matter whether I disconnect from empathy or not? Nothing happens without a prior agreement, and even if there is unavoidable pain, suffering isn't necessary. It's always a choice.
Thomas, that's easy to say from the perspective of the spirit world with light shining all around, says Naya knowingly. But as you well know, suffering doesn't feel like a choice when you are the one suffering.
Well, that's true, and I should know,
says Thomas.
I have certainly had more than my fair share of suffering. All those lifetimes as a woman where I had plenty of empathy but no power,
says Thomas indignantly.
It didn't help me or anyone else. Just suffering and more suffering, and then there's childbirth, but I won't even get into that.
You burst out laughing, clap your hand over your mouth, and then remember Thomas has no idea you're there. Just the thought of Thomas choosing multiple lifetimes as a woman was enough to make your head spin. And though you know he had been a woman, you still have the image of him going through all of the inconveniences of pregnancy and childbirth as a man. It is the most entertaining thought you've had in a very long time. I understand what you're saying, says Naya kindly, but I'm talking about what your life will be like when you return to the spirit world after a lifetime with no empathy. You must remember, Thomas, you have never played a game where you're a man with power and authority. Whatever you believe and feel when you return will show up instantly, and you know nothing of the dark realms.
Really, how bad can it be? No one stays there forever. Everyone can change their minds at any time. People are rehabilitated all the time. There's a hospital right over there, he says, nodding to a gleaming building just across a sparkling lake at the opposite end of the park. Yes, but before anyone is brought to the hospital, they must have a willing change of heart. And sometimes people would rather be right than happy for very, very long periods of time, says Naya thoughtfully. I know I'm taking a chance on this, but I've spent over 100 years in Earth time researching the game program, as well as past games I've played, and I'm certain I can change what's happening on Earth. I've even devised a way to stay alive in a human body, mine or someone else's, for as long as it takes to get the right outcome. And I'm not talking about a longer life. I'm talking about being able to stay for hundreds or thousands of years.
Staying in human form for longer periods of time is not necessarily better. There's a very good reason players have short lifetimes and fully disconnect from their avatar body. You need time away from the illusion to learn from your mistakes and to assimilate new solutions before you return and play again. A fresh start and a new body can be very helpful, even if you are required to forget.
But in the end, we're just talking about two different experiences, because the entire program is an illusion, a very convincing one, but still an illusion that's no more powerful than a dream. Of course, most people dream unconsciously, but there are lucid dreamers who know how to wake up inside the dream, and then they use their thoughts and feelings to manipulate what's happening. I'll have the ability to be fully aware that I'm living in an illusion, a waking dream, if you will. And that awareness will allow me to manipulate the entire program and help everyone on Earth.
It's a very slippery slope, Thomas, says Naya with a penetrating gaze.
Well, isn't the whole idea behind the game to sally forth where no man has gone before, while making colossal mistakes along the way?
Says Thomas jovially.
How else will everyone in the universe be able to sit back, watch the games we play, and know what not to do? How else will they come up with answers if we, the game players, don't create new problems to be solved? My idea is to find a way that we can create and solve problems without suffering.
It takes a moment for you to fully connect with the idea that this is Thomas talking. He is funny, light-hearted, and to your amazement, joyful. More like a person planning a trip to a theme park than someone contemplating a lifetime on Earth. I agree with you, Thomas, and many players share the same sentiment. But this brings us full circle back to the original problem. You will have a full mental understanding of the program, but you will lack empathy. It isn't just a matter of what you will do for others. What happens to you is just as important, especially when you exit the game.
I know I'll probably lose my ability to feel empathy, but I'll be able to feel love. And combined with my knowledge, I think there's a very good chance I can create a world without suffering.
Thomas, you have never managed to do that for yourself in any of your lifetimes. Remember rule number 1. If it doesn't work, stop doing it. What makes you think you could accomplish this for everyone playing on Earth when you haven't even managed it for yourself?
Well, we know that the program causes energy to slow down and appear as matter, according to the feelings of each player, which means each player creates their own world, their own reality,
says Thomas.
The illusion only exists when players see energy moving very, very slowly and perceive it as physical reality. However, perception is not the truth. There's a greater truth that's not subject to perception, and it runs the program. You see, most computer programs have a back door created by the architect, but the game program is just the opposite. The back door is the program itself. I've been thinking about this, and there's a way that I could alter the program so that it's more like the spirit world. Like-minded players playing together rather than a few players dominating the rest.
Thomas pauses for a moment. Go on, says Naya with the faintest hint of a smile. Enthusiastically, Thomas continues.
Energy is the combination of universal intelligence and universal love, which creates, connects, and is everything, including the game program itself. The game is programmed to cause a feeling of separation. How else could a player have an experience? If you know and love everything that has ever happened or ever will happen, nothing new can occur. There would never be the feeling of expansion or growth or creativity. So players perceive intelligence and love as two separate energies, and spend each game period trying to put the two back together. So, as I was saying, the program itself is the back door. You don't have to hunt around for the back door or figure out a special passcode. The program is pure energy, and it responds to resonant frequencies, just like a crystal glass humming along with a particular sound.
All right, Thomas, says Naya, but tell me, how do you get the program to hum along with you?
Well, it's something you always tell me between lifetimes,
says Thomas, grinning. Naya smiles. If you would only love more,
all limitations in your life would vanish,
says Thomas, finishing the statement. And how will that help you when you can't remember it? Says Naya thoughtfully.
Well, like I said, the program itself is the back door, so you don't have to know anything about it. Every player has access to it at all times. But of course, we forget everything. So I just have to have a compelling reason to love, and then I could work around my lack of empathy problem.
All right, I'm listening. What's your plan? Says Naya supportively.
In my research, I've discovered a game where I can be a high priest who learns how to perfectly navigate the program, to the point that I could even manipulate it, with love, of course.
Thomas adds quickly. Did you research all of the variables as well? Says Naya.
Yes, and you're right, the failure rate, at least in regard to my plan, is about 99.999%.
He says, rolling his eyes in acknowledgement of Naya's warnings.
But here's my idea. I will have a daughter that I dearly love, and to be sure of that, I have picked someone who I have loved in every game we've ever played, no matter what parts we've played. And she has always loved me as well. Of course, other things have gone wrong,
Thomas admits, knowing it is a complete understatement.
But I really believe this will work. Even though I won't feel empathy, I will consistently and powerfully be feeling love. I can't help but love her more and more as she grows up. And when a player loves like that, the resonant frequency in the avatar body will oscillate with the program, automatically overriding all limitations,
says Thomas, so proud of himself he's practically glowing. Thomas, you seem to be forgetting all the things that can go wrong. You're planning to play a game as a wealthy, powerful man in ancient Egypt. You've never lived in that time period. You can't possibly know how you will react. On top of that, you were talking about loving a child. Yes, that kind of love can last a lifetime, but human emotions can change. Children change. They grow up. They move away. They can disappoint you, and you don't know how you will feel when that happens.
I know, but that's not going to happen. I've already taken everything into account. I have contracts with everyone I'll be playing with as well. So there are certain things I know will happen,
says Thomas, with the enthusiasm of a child on Christmas morning. Patiently, Naya says, every time you've played as a man, you have plans to enlighten all of humanity, and then your ego kicks in. Someone does something you don't like, or something happens that you can't control, and you suddenly feel separate and disconnected. And you feel this so powerfully, your experiences go from bad to worse, as the program quickly and powerfully outpictures the intensity of what you feel.
I know I've made mistakes in the past, but I've learned from them, says Thomas earnestly. I've calculated the perfect time to go back and to make changes. My idea will change everything. I even have more than one alternate ending. And yes, there's a chance it won't work. But what if it does work? The alterations to the program would stop human suffering. I could make the game fun again, says Thomas, smiling hopefully. Naya, think about the real purpose of the game. It is designed to make us forget who we are. How much adventure could you have? How courageous would you be if you knew there was nothing to fear? People who want to play it safe stay here in the spirit world. They go to concerts and paint and write poetry. They never have to worry about ending up in the dark realms because they never go anywhere or do anything challenging. Game players are the cosmic, badass renegades of the entire universe, says Thomas, laughing. We don't go to Earth to play it safe. We don't go there afraid of screwing things up. All right, Thomas. Imagine you have manipulated the program and created this perfect world you're aiming for. People love each other. They play with other like-minded players. Everyone shares the bounty of Earth equally and fairly. There is no lack and you have no limitations. Everything and everyone is in perfect balance. Love prevails. Now, given eternity, how long would it take for you to get bored? How long would it take before you wanted a challenge? Not long, given eternity, says Thomas thoughtfully. That's why I'm telling you, again, you don't need to fix the game. The program isn't broken. It works exactly as it was intended to work. Smiling warmly, Thomas says, I do thank you for your advice, Naya. Your words of wisdom are always something I take to heart, he adds, putting his hand to the middle of his chest. But I'm sure you know I've already made up my mind. Yes, of course, Thomas, says Naya, smiling affectionately. You are indeed a cosmic renegade, and you have a beautiful, kind, and strong heart. As you can see, she admits graciously, I am one to stay securely in the spirit world and give advice. I'm happy to leave all of the audacious experience to badass adventurers like yourself. Instantly, the scene disappears. Thomas is back in his chair contemplating what he had just seen. Then a holographic image appears as if responding to his thoughts and shows Thomas playing out the lifetime he has been so eagerly anticipating. Everything goes as planned. As predicted, his ability to feel empathy is no match compared to his desire for power. But that is not unusual for an imposing, high-born man in ancient Egypt, and clearly it doesn't slow down his progress. He is rich, brilliant, charismatic, and very well connected. After his marriage, and with their combined fortunes, Thomas becomes one of the wealthiest, most influential men in Egypt. When his young wife dies in childbirth, just 9 months after their wedding, she leaves him with a healthy, beautiful baby girl, and that is all he really wanted. He doesn't remember why he wanted a daughter so badly, nor does he question his utter devotion to her. Standing quietly next to Thomas, you watch as the years pass quickly, and though you don't focus upon any specific point in time, you can see the energy exchange between Thomas and his daughter, and it is just as loving and pure as he had predicted. His life is going better than he could possibly have planned, and you wonder if maybe he's right.
Maybe there's something his daughter can teach him about loving and caring for others. Then the images slow down, and you see Thomas's teenage daughter, Juliana, standing on a balcony looking out over the ocean. She is a tall, stunningly beautiful and graceful young woman with vivid green eyes and long wavy auburn hair. And then a sudden, shocking recognition sweeps over you as you realize you yourself had played the part of Juliana in that lifetime. You adore Thomas, and he couldn't love you more. He continually gives you anything and everything you want. So when you fell in love with your father's champion chariot driver, you weren't the least bit concerned, because even though the object of your desire is low-born, he has brought the attention of Egypt's most elite families to Thomas's door, and consequently more money, power, and prestige has come to your own family. So Thomas loves this handsome chariot driver like a son, and has promised to help him rise up through the ranks to the highest position possible given his birth. In the meantime, there have been offers for your hand in marriage, but Thomas is in no rush to lose his beloved and only child. You take advantage of this by convincing your father to let you choose the perfect man, who will not only make you happy, but also add to the status of your family. That left Thomas more than content to build a palatial home next door for you and your future husband. Though you know your father is, at least on the surface, looking for acceptable suitors, you also know that sometimes parents would surprise their offspring with the happy or not so happy news that an engagement has been arranged. You think arranged marriages are barbaric and much closer to your father's breeding program for his racehorses than the way a young woman should be expected to enter into marriage. Besides, you are already madly in love, so you decide to take matters into your own hands. Early one evening, after the horses have been fed, and while no one is paying any attention, you sneak out of the house and wander through the barn until strong arms surround you and pull you into an empty stall. You throw your arms around a devastatingly handsome young man in his 20s, with dark eyes and hair, angular features, curly black hair, and a muscular tanned body. Though Juliana has no idea she's playing a game, you instantly recognize that Matthew is the soul inhabiting the avatar. As Juliana, you know that if you tell your father you want to marry Matthew, your father would say no, and there's a good chance that you would never see Matthew again. But if you tell your father how much you love Matthew, and that you are already pregnant with his child, your father could hardly say no. He had never said no to you, ever. Besides, your father is in a position to elevate Matthew's standing in society and could easily allow you to marry. And then, of course, you would simply move into the house next door. Your father would happily spoil his grandchildren, and you would have the best of both worlds. Your father's love and the love of the man you desire more than anything in the world. So you and Matthew became secret lovers, regularly meeting in deserted places or swimming naked in the ocean whenever you can sneak out in the middle of the night. You are so in love with Matthew, the time between your clandestine meetings seems to drag on forever, and you can hardly wait until you're married and can sleep together each night and wake every morning in each other's arms. So you are completely thrilled when you discover you are pregnant. But this is the moment when Naya's predictions begin to play out. When you reveal your pregnancy and plans for marriage,
You expected that your father might be a bit surprised, maybe even temporarily upset. But never in your life would you have considered the possibility that your own father, your hero, and the person who had loved you unconditionally from the day you were born, would treat you in the most horrendous way. Thomas is in such a rage and so humiliated, he has you locked in your bedroom. But from your current perspective, you can see that he has done this because of his pride and lack of empathy, and that he will never see or speak to you again for the rest of your life. You are also able to see everything that happens to Matthew. Matthew is hauled into the streets and publicly beaten to death. But rather than going to the spirit world when his soul essence left his avatar body, Matthew returned to find you. He quickly discovers it's impossible to communicate with you, because even though he can see himself and hear his own voice, he may as well have been in a different world. Gradually, he realizes he's living in some kind of strange parallel existence. He is as close to you as his own breath, but he can't make his presence known to you. He can see the future, but nothing good is coming, and he is powerless to change any of it. Then one night, as he is sitting watching you sleep, you pop out of your body, and for the first time, you are actually able to see him. Bursting into tears, you throw your arms around his neck, and to Matthew's complete and total astonishment, you can physically feel each other. That night, you make love all night long, but in the morning, when you awaken, you burst into tears when you realize it was only a dream. Your heart is breaking all over again. From your current perspective, you can see that though Matthew is invisibly present with you all day long, he decides it is best to leave your room after you fall asleep. And despite the fact that he wants nothing more than to be your lover again, he doesn't want to upset you, knowing that you would wake up in more pain than ever, thinking it was all a dream. So on this particular night, he drifts down to the local tavern, where inside it is business as usual. Prostitutes clinging to men who have the means to pay for their services. Some patrons are gambling, while others begin raising their voices as they become progressively more inebriated. However, being out of body, Matthew sees everything from an entirely new and strange perspective. Hovering around the men in the tavern are dark entities, those who had once inhabited human avatars, but who now are more shadow-like versions of who they had been prior to their deaths. As Matthew takes in this scene, it appears they are waiting for something to happen, as if they are dark moths who have been drawn to a flickering flame inside a lantern. In spite of their relentless efforts, they aren't able to get close due to an ethereal egg-shaped energy field surrounding each person. This energy isn't multicolored light that Matthew is now used to seeing emanating from avatar bodies. It is more like a barely visible protective shell. However, many of the shells surrounding the avatars in this place had become dull and somewhat opaque, with dark holes or tears on their surface. Matthew observes one man in particular who is becoming progressively more inebriated by the minute, as dark entities gather around him with great anticipation. The moment the man passes out, the most powerful entity among the group forces its way into his body through one of the tears in his protective shell. It is at that very moment that Matthew clearly understands the attraction.
this menacing being was savoring the feeling of inebriation. And even more than that, it is able to take control of the man's body as well. When the man eventually regains consciousness, he becomes angry and mean. But what he doesn't know is that he is literally not himself. The entity is controlling all of his words and actions. By the morning, the man will remember nothing other than a pounding headache and a hangover to prove he had far too much to drink the night before. From his current non-physical perspective, Matthew has already seen what is coming for you as Juliana. He knows your baby daughter will be taken from you and given to a trusted older shepherd, who will then leave the helpless newborn on a remote hillside to die. Matthew also knows there is nothing he can do without an avatar body. But that night in the tavern, he'd suddenly had an idea. And the next day, Matthew begins following the shepherd, who always has a flask of wine at his side. Every time the man gets drunk, Matthew attempts passing through a hole in his protective shield so that he can practice controlling the man's words and actions. To his surprise, passing through the shield and getting control isn't all that difficult under the right circumstances. But getting the man's body to do what Matthew wants it to is like getting on a horse and trying to ride with no experience or training. Day after day, Matthew continues practicing until he's completely able to control the man whenever necessary. But in order for his idea to work, his timing has to be perfect. The man has to be drunk enough for Matthew to project himself through the shield, but not too drunk for his avatar to function properly. And there is a limited amount of time Matthew can stay inside the man's avatar before he is automatically ejected by the program. When you give birth to your daughter, just as Matthew had seen, the little girl is torn from your desperate arms and given to the shepherd with instructions to let the child die on a hilltop far away. The man always did as he was told, but he had never been asked to do something this barbaric. Therefore he began to drink in earnest as he carried the baby along a familiar winding pathway next to a river, and then climbed to the top of a distant hill. This was far enough away from human ears that no one would ever hear the baby's cries. And though he knows she is going to die no matter what he does, he gently lays the sleeping newborn on the ground as the full moon begins to rise. It is a deep, blood-red moon, and he would have walked quickly away, but he'd had too much to drink. So he sits down heavily on the ground next to the child, and in a few moments he is sound asleep. Matthew instantly shoots into the man's body, but the shepherd is so drunk he can do little more than wait for the man's head to clear. Finally, he manages to open the man's eyes, and then Matthew notices coffee plants growing nearby. So he stands up carefully, and after a few unsteady paces, he gathers some beans and returns to his sleeping baby. There's little he can do in his current condition, so he sits in the moonlight, chewing on the beans one at a time, until his mind finally begins to clear. The moon lights up the landscape with a pinkish glow as Matthew gently gathers his sleeping daughter into his arms and carries her carefully down the hillside. He knows exactly where to go as he follows a path along the creek and on into a dense forest. Though he has drifted along this path many times out of body, it is far more difficult being inside the body of a fairly drunk shepherd with poor eyesight and moonlight that is barely able to penetrate the treetops. So he is grateful he had the foresight to spend plenty of time memorizing the path. The trail winds its way into a clearing of ancient, slender gray stones, towering 10 to 12 feet tall. They appear to be strategically placed into a large, perfect circle and stand looming like immense, silent guardians. In the center of this circle is a gnarled old tree adorned with all kinds of offerings, everything from flowers to food to crystals, all laid carefully at its base or in the hollows and crevices of its trunk. Matthew had been visiting here, out of body, for months on the evening of each full moon. He knew this was a sacred place, and that a small group of forest women would soon be gathering together to dance naked in the moonlight. For months, he had whispered into the mind of the most sensitive woman in the group that a baby was coming soon and would be left in their care at the next blood moon. And so when he placed his precious daughter in the center of the circle, he knew he was fulfilling the prophecy he had created. And he had already seen that his daughter would be raised with love and care in this hidden woodland world, and that she would ultimately possess a great deal of carefully concealed magic. Matthew stayed in the shepherd's body long enough to observe the women as they discovered his daughter sleeping under the sacred tree, bathed in moonlight, and then he moved as quickly as possible until he reached the stables at Thomas's estate in the dead of night. Moonlight, streaming through cracks in the walls, provides just enough light for Matthew to climb up a ladder into the hayloft. He sits down with his back against the wall and then exits the shepherd's body. Matthew knows that even if the man happens to recall some strange memories from the morning, or wonder how he came to be in the barn, he certainly wouldn't hike back to see what had become of the baby. Leaving the shepherd's body sleeping comfortably, Matthew is able to fly quickly back to you, just as you are secretly being taken out of your home in the dead of night. The next day your clothing, possessions, and portraits are all burned. Matthew stays with you night and day as the small caravan journeys south along the Nile. Though you are young, your body is weak, and you've never had time to recover. But what is even worse is all of the pain you carry inside. The loss of Matthew has been unbearable on its own, but losing your child and knowing your daughter is surely dead is more painful than you can bear. By the time the caravan reaches the temple of Hathor, you are more dead than alive. Your body is unceremoniously dumped in the dirt in front of the main steps leading inside. Several priestesses come to your rescue, and though you recover to some degree over time, you never regain your strength, nor do you leave the temple until several years later on a beautiful autumn day. The merest breath of wind blows puffy white clouds gently across an indigo sky as your body is ceremoniously curled into the fetal position and buried deep in the sand. As your soul lifts from your lifeless body, you see Matthew and realize he has been with you all along. Intense love intermingles with guilt and shame as you feel a deep and ancient aching in the core of your heart. In your lifetime as Juliana, you had been completely selfish, careless, and had caused much suffering. The truth is that you knew what would happen if a lower-class man was caught in an intimate relationship with an upper-class woman. But even so,
you had only focused on what you wanted. You had never considered what the fate of Matthew might be if your assessment of your father's goodwill was inaccurate. Instead, you had convinced Matthew to trust you, reassuring him that you knew how to handle your father. In the end, you betrayed Matthew's trust in the most horrendous way. You had been utterly selfish and irresponsible with the fate of someone you loved as if he shared your very heart and soul. You were well aware of the social norms and of the fact that people in your social class supported people like Matthew only so long as they stayed in their proper social and much lower position. In that lifetime, you hated Thomas for what he did, but you hated yourself even more for your own self-serving choices and for all the pain you had caused for those you loved the most. Thomas had reacted violently, but that was the way any father would have reacted in that time period. You were his dearest possession. That's all he knew. After your death, you chose to go immediately back into the game, though you were cautioned to wait until you were ready. You didn't listen and chose to be born into the Alex avatar, and you programmed yourself to choose Thomas to be a high priest, hoping desperately that your love would change him. But his heart is completely closed off from the time you were his daughter. And instead of relieving humanity of its suffering, as he had intended before being born into the program, he ultimately makes everything worse. From your current perspective, you now understand that Thomas had relied upon you to play your part by helping to remind him how to love others. But you failed him, and whatever would ultimately happen to humanity is now your responsibility as well. Thomas had genuinely believed that he could stop human suffering. He believed that his love for you would be an antidote to his disconnect from empathy. He had convinced himself that everything was just a game, and that his choices to help or harm made no difference in the long run. You are also able to see that by staying alive for thousands of years, he had never had the chance to step away from the playing field, to observe his mistakes, or reflect upon how he might have corrected them. And suddenly the strangest feeling comes over you as you realize that you are able to feel the one thing Thomas had never been able to feel: empathy. In the beginning, he'd had all the confidence in the world. He possessed a knowing that love would prevail, and that together you would play out your parts to end the suffering of humanity, as you agreed to do before either of you were ever born. And now you begin to wonder if everyone who enters the game does so with only the best of intentions, just like Thomas had done. How could you have forgotten that everything about life on Earth is completely unpredictable? It is more like a wild and rickety roller coaster ride, where the chances are far better that a player will crash and burn rather than survive gracefully. And yet you had willingly jumped back on that ride over and over again. You suddenly feel your body moving backward rapidly, as if you are being sucked into a vortex, only this time without the putrid liquid that had been previously surrounding you. You have absolutely no control over your own movement as you feel your body race past all the realms, beginning with the darkest and continuing on until you fly past people dressed in white. You think you see Delilah and desperately want to stop and tell her that you're okay, but you aren't able to slow down. And as you reach the outer limits of the spirit world,
your mind begins to reconnect with Earth time. Although you can still see Delilah, her body appears frozen, as if you had pressed the pause button while watching a movie. You are now out of sync with time in the spirit world, and you are connecting once again with Earth time instead. As if diving from a high cliff into water, you shoot between the dimensions and back into your body, with no memory of what has happened. But just like a stone being thrown into a still pond, your entrance from one dimension to another causes a ripple effect in the program, which translates into a deep, ominous trembling in the cavern. Your eyes open. Above you looms the high priest, swaying in a trance, his unseeing eyes rolling back in his head as the drumming surrounding you intensifies into something powerful and dangerous. But suddenly the music is cut off, and a panicked roaring fills the cavern amidst anguished yelling, as a violent shaking is accompanied by stones and boulders crashing down from the ceiling above. As bones crack and bodies shatter beneath immense stone slabs, ear-splitting screams pierce through a massive surge of panicked bellowing as the shaking intensifies and torches fall from the walls, igniting those trapped below, their faces contorting in pain. Within moments, the drug-laced smoke is mingled with the putrid scent of burning flesh and hair. Amidst the chaos, Matthew's captors drop his arms and flee as the sinister celebration transforms into a sea of men running, stampeding, shoving and trampling one another, until there is nothing but an immovable wall of bodies pressed tightly together. Pushing his way past men with glistening, crazed eyes, Matthew moves in the opposite direction of the horde, climbing over rocks and stricken bodies. When Matthew is just a few feet away from you, the earthquake intensifies. The high priest stumbles backward and trips over a thick slab of rock that has fallen directly behind him. His arms pinwheel momentarily until he lands flat on his back, hitting his head with a sickening crack. His body jerks once and then goes completely still as dark red blood spreads slowly over the rock beneath him. Matthew wraps his arms around you, protecting you with his body as he helps you sit up and slide to the floor, and then under the altar for protection. "It's okay, you're all right," he says, holding your shaking body in his arms. "How did you get in here?"
Your head is spinning, but you manage to collect your thoughts. "There's a hole in the wall behind that curtain," you say, pointing, "and a tunnel." When the tremor subsides, Matthew helps you stand up. Wrapping an arm around you, he steadies you as you climb over a massive rock slab and down the other side. He follows you along the wall until you come to a hidden opening. Terrified, you keep looking to see if anyone has followed you, but the cavern is now so dark it's impossible to tell. Matthew climbs up on a bench and yanks a torch from its holder. You hold the curtain open as he thrusts the torch into the tunnel and quickly moves inside, pulling you in directly behind him as the drape falls heavily back into place. "It's this way," you yell over the chaos. Matthew grabs your hand and you race along the passageway until the frantic screaming behind you gives way to silence, infused only with the sound of your own labored breathing. You both slow your pace a bit, but your entire body is still on high alert, adrenaline pulsing through you as you scan the cracks and crevices for any shapes that might suddenly materialize out of the darkness. Finally, you slow down and stop at a point where your path branches out into 3 separate tunnels. Gulping in the dank air, you know you had come from one of the tunnels, but at the time you were following the sound of drumming, and with only a small flashlight, you hadn't noticed the other tunnels coming out of nowhere. Matthew holds the torch aloft and walks slowly past the openings. But nothing looks familiar to you as each tunnel swallows the flickering light in shadow.
Do you recognize anything?
He says anxiously. Give me a minute, you say breathlessly. Trying not to panic, you close your eyes and take a slow, deep breath, breathing in through your nose. From one direction, you notice a musty infusion of things rotting and rodents, both dead and alive. Pointing to the tunnel on the left, you say definitively, "It's not that tunnel. We're looking for a tunnel with fresh air."
You think there's fresh air down here?
Says Matthew, bewildered. I know that sounds impossible, you say, but I was told to look for it, and I know it's here somewhere. You then focus on the middle tunnel as Matthew steps closer to the passageway on the right. A moment later, Matthew says excitedly,
I think this is it.
You move to the other tunnel and hold still for a moment. There is nothing more than the tiniest breath of air, but there is a hint of something fresh and alive. This isn't the tunnel I was in before, but I think it's where we need to go, you say breathlessly. The passageway slopes down steeply, and within a few hundred yards, you come to a dead end, in front of a massive ventilation system, at least 8 feet high, with a small vented doorway. Matthew turns the handle and opens the door.
You're sure this is the way?
He asks. You poke your head inside. I think so, you say hesitantly. 2 rows of tiny lights run along the ceiling. It isn't bright, but you can definitely see, so Matthew puts out the torch on the tunnel floor and pushes it out of sight in a small crack beneath the vent. Tentatively, you crawl through the small opening one at a time, and then stand up inside as Matthew pulls the door tightly shut and twists the handle securely back into place. You are already facing the direction of the breeze and say, It's this way, I'm sure of it.
Do you think this could be taking us to one of those parks we saw when we first arrived here at the base?
Asks Matthew pensively. Maybe, you say hesitantly, but I was told there would be a tunnel with fresh air, and that it would lead to a place where none of the soldiers were allowed to go.
Well, if it is outdoors, let's hope we can get out when we get there,
says Matthew anxiously.
For now, let's walk as fast as we can. If we run, we'll make too much noise, and we need to distance ourselves from that doorway.
You nod in agreement, and after walking quietly for about 15 minutes, you say, I don't think anyone's coming after us, do you?
If soldiers start running, we'll hear it echoing through the vent,
says Matthew as he stops and looks carefully around.
As far as I can tell, there are no cameras or sensors in here. Do you need a rest?
Maybe we could just sit down for a few minutes, you say wearily. Sitting side by side, Matthew holds your gaze and says softly,
I thought I'd never see you again.
I know, you say, blinking back hot tears. Matthew's fingertips skim across your forehead, outline your ear, trace along your cheek and down your neck. Moving onto his back, he gently pulls you down and into his arms. You lay on your side with your head on his chest and your arm around his waist. Warmth blossoms and swirls through your body as you place your hand on his stomach, accidentally touching his bare skin. Matthew unbuttons his shirt as you skim your hand along the unfamiliar landscape of his flat stomach and over his muscular chest, feeling the heat of his skin and his response to your touch. Everything about his body is so beautiful and breathtakingly different than your own. Matthew pulls you up onto his chest, your bodies pressing together as his warm hands slide under your shirt and along your back. Then he gently kisses you in a way you have never been kissed before. His lips, full and soft, barely touch yours, and every nerve in your body lights up the moment his tongue traces along your lower lip. Melting into him, you return his kiss, and your heart beats as if tiny hummingbirds are fluttering through your body, transforming into light as they escape through your chest. Nothing exists but the softness of his lips pressing into yours as he holds you tightly. Suddenly, Matthew stops kissing you and pulls back.
Listen,
He whispers urgently. At first, there's only silence, but then you hear something too. Looking at him puzzled, you say, "I'd swear it's a bird singing."
are you okay to keep going?
Says Matthew with concern. Smiling a bit awkwardly, you look into his eyes and say,
Yeah, I'm ready.
holding your hand as you walk, Matthew says quietly,
I haven't seen you in days. Where have you been? How did you end up at that satanic ritual or whatever the hell it was?
Without going into too much detail, you do your best to explain everything that has happened to you, from your experiences in the Montauk chair to the moment you appeared in the cavern yelling for the high priest to stop. Of all the things I've been through, you say, the strangest thing was Asha telling me that I could imagine the world of the Vedras into reality. I mean, she said it would be my own version of that reality, and that I have to focus on what I want instead of what I don't want. Honestly, I don't even know how that could be true, but if it is, I'm obviously much better at creating what I don't want, you say, feeling like a total failure.
Do you know how to drive a stick shift?
Says Matthew out of the blue. Caught completely off guard, you laugh and say, no.
Well, I read about it online. I watched my dad and I thought it would be easy. But it took more practice than I thought to get to the point where I could drive on autopilot. So maybe what you're talking about is kind of the same thing. Maybe it just takes practice. And then one day you'll be doing it without thinking,
he says kindly. You smile warmly at him and say, I guess you're right. I do overanalyze things sometimes.
I can relate,
says Matthew, laughing gently. So tell me what happened to you. How long did they keep you in a coma? You say anxiously.
A coma?
Says Matthew, surprised.
I was drugged and unconscious for a while,
he says thoughtfully.
But I don't think I was ever in a coma.
But I saw you, you say emphatically. You were on life support.
Well, here's what I remember,
says Matthew.
When I went with Trevor, she told me that instead of further testing, I could choose to be involved in a brief research project. She said I would be paid $20,000 and that you and I could live in military housing rather than the psych ward, and that it was a one-time offer because their test subject had just dropped out and they needed someone right away. She told me I would be temporarily unconscious, but that it would be harmless in the end. It was supposedly research being conducted on how we perceive time without seeing the sun, and they would keep track of me when I naturally slept and wanted to eat, stuff like that. And she said she would tell you so you wouldn't worry.
What did they do to you? You say uneasily.
I was taken to a room loaded with hospital equipment. They had me lie in a bed and gave me a shot. I don't know what they did after that, he says. Maybe they hooked me up to life support and then disconnected me. All I know is that when I came to, I was in a padded room, like I was in a psych ward again. I felt a bit lightheaded, but I don't think I was out for long, and all of the equipment was gone. I couldn't hear anything, not even sounds in the hall. When I was ready to sleep, I turned off my light, and when I woke up, I turned it on. If I wanted a meal, I put my dishes in a doorway in the wall, and then I'd close the door on my side, and it would automatically open with a meal. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't get fed.
How did you end up in that cave temple place?
You ask. I totally lost track of time, but at some point I found a black cape in the cubbyhole where they put my meals. I took it out and I wasn't going to put it on, but then they wouldn't feed me. So I put the cape on, and then meals appeared. I quickly figured out that if I wanted to eat, I had to be wearing the cape, which was just bizarre. And then one time I put the cape on, but rather than the meal appearing, the door to my room opened. I walked out, and it was like a hospital corridor. You know, like with fluorescent lighting and tiled floors, and everything smells like a hospital. But all of the rooms were closed, and it seemed like everything was completely deserted. And then I heard this steady drumming. I followed the sound, but I didn't feel like I was running away or leaving the experiment because there was no place else to go. I felt like a rat in a maze, but anything was better than being stuck in that room, says Matthew, shaking his head. And then I came to these two metal doors, double doors, just regular doors, and the drumming was coming from the room beyond. But when I opened the door, there was a thick curtain hanging about 6 feet in front of me. And when I went inside and opened the curtain, I saw the temple and ceremony going on. At first, I couldn't see a thing, but now that I think about it, it just seems so bizarre that these double doors in a hospital wing would open up into a cavern, says Matthew at a complete loss. I saw men in cloaks that matched mine, so I pulled the hood over my head and went further in. But then I saw those 4 girls down by the altar, and even from where I stood, I could tell they were hypnotized or drugged or something. I didn't know what to do, and I didn't know if it was part of some weird experiment. But I was afraid of what was going to happen to the girls, so I just started walking down the aisle. No one paid any attention to me until I saw you and yelled out your name. And everything else from that point, you know.
You shake your head and say, that ritual must have been some kind of bizarre setup. How else would you have a cape? And then suddenly your door just opens and the cavern is the only place you can go? Matthew is quiet for a moment.
You know, if you think about all of this like a story problem, you have to strip away the story to understand the equation. So if we forget about the ritual, how I got there, how you got there, and we only focus on what happened, there was one major occurrence. You died, and came back to life. "Oh my God," you say in a shocked tone. "Death is really just a trip to another dimension. It's just that people rarely come back. But still, that's exactly what Thomas did with the Montauk chair. He was trying to see if I could go to another dimension and return with information, and with my mind intact. And since the chair was destroyed, what if he created the ritual not to kill me, but to send me into another dimension with the idea that I would come back with information?" "That's pretty risky," says Matthew. "How could he have known that you would come back to life?" You close your eyes. Maybe he had plans to bring me back to life, but I came back first. "You and an earthquake," says Matthew. "That can't be a coincidence." "I'm not sure if I'm right or just making this up," you say. "But when I imagine Thomas without, an opinion, I feel this horrendous fear. Not like I'm afraid of him, but it's as if he's desperately afraid of dying, or afraid of what he'll find when he gets there. What if he set up the whole ritual to kill me, so he could pretend to save me and then ask me questions after?" "Do you remember anything at all?" asks Matthew. "I don't have any visual images," you say, "but I have a feeling I was there for a long time. And I think I know what he's afraid of, but it's only a feeling, not an actual memory I could describe." "What you're saying makes sense. And here's something else. Thomas can see the past and future with remote viewing. He's capable of knowing everything we say or do. What if it's all smoke and mirrors, and everything has been orchestrated with nothing left to chance? What if we're meant to think we have choices, but we really don't?" "It's just like you said. We're like rats in a maze," you say, freaking out. "Thomas can close and open doors until we go wherever he wants us to go. And every step of the way we do everything thinking we were choosing it, when in fact we have no choice." Stopping and turning to Matthew, you say, "What should we do?" "I don't know," says Matthew, shaking his head. As you stand there quietly contemplating what to do next, you suddenly hear songbirds singing all at once. "Oh my God, it's not just a bird trapped in a tunnel. Those birds must be outdoors," you say excitedly. "Wait," says Matthew, his head cocked, listening. Then he drops down onto his stomach, with his head turned to one side and his ear against the metal floor. Jumping up, he grabs your hand and whispers loudly, "Run! They're coming!" Weak and lightheaded, you try desperately to keep up with him. Though you can barely breathe as pain rips through your body, you race on with Matthew pulling you along. Within minutes you hear voices growing louder in the tunnel and the pounding, ringing sound of boots running on metal. Then a voice yelling, "This way!" Running full out, you and Matthew abruptly come to a dead end and are met with a vented doorway. Matthew skids to a stop and examines the door. There is no handle, so he tries kicking the door open with his foot, but it is securely bolted shut. Frantically, you spin around, trying to find another exit point, as beams of bright halogen light zigzag across the tunnel walls, dazzling your eyes. And then you see a small red glowing light on the wall next to what appears to be a dark mirror. You punch the button with your fist, as the soldiers bear down on you with huge blinding lights. You know there's no way you can make it past a facial scan, but there's nothing else you can do but stand there petrified as a long, slender light moves slowly from the top of your head to your chin and back. With the commotion of at least 10 soldiers running heavily in your direction, you never hear the quiet click or realize the door is opening until Matthew yells, "Amelia, come on!" as he grabs your hand. "Halt! Halt! Stay where you are!" a voice echoes from 20 feet away. Matthew pulls you through a round portal that is in the process of spiraling open. Squeezing through the exit, you find yourselves on a narrow cliff in a world you could never have imagined. One of the soldiers, racing at top speed, beats the others to the opening, but stops dead as the portal begins spiraling closed. Though he could easily have stepped through the opening, he stands there, gradually joined by the others, as they all stare dumbfounded at the scene before them. Terrified and unable to move, you wait for the soldiers to come after you. But instead, the opening continues to close in its spiraling motion, and to your surprise, blends perfectly with the surrounding rocks and moss. Why aren't they coming after us? Where are we? You say in astonishment. I have no idea, says Matthew as he leads you quickly along the edge of the cliff. Overhead, an intensely blue sky is layered with white cumulus clouds, tinged with dusty rose. Even the dense forest canopy nearby is dotted in pink, but it is the hot pink of a raucous bunch of Australian galah parrots, gabbling like hundreds of ladies at tea with their feathery white hats, speaking a language all their own. A trembling sensation shakes the ground, and the flock rises all at once, circling above the treetops as they spin out of sight. You and Matthew cling fast to the rock wall for support, as stones and small rocks skitter down the hillside above and below you. As you both head down a winding path, you say, "This can't be the desert." Matthew shakes his head. I've hiked here since I was a kid. I've never seen a forest like this. And where did those tropical birds come from unless they all escaped from a zoo? Looking at you, he confesses, I'm as confused as you are. We did a lot of traveling underground in the base, but even if we traveled hundreds of miles in any direction, we would either be in the desert or the mountains. The trail leads you to a point where it crosses over a bubbling brook, wending its way along the edge of the forest. Whether it is safe to drink the water or not, you both drop onto your stomachs and drink cold handfuls from the creek until you're both fully satisfied. You both sit on the soft grass bordering the creek. You take a deep breath and close your eyes as the warm sunlight filters down through the trees, turning the leaves bright green as it dances across your face. Your body hasn't felt relaxed in days, but now the sun is shining. The birds are singing and everything feels fresh and new. You open your eyes and smile at Matthew, and then begin sobbing with relief. Matthew gently puts his arm around you and says quietly, Are you okay? Yes, you sniffle. I'm just so happy. Matthew's eyes are glowing as he looks at you, and then he wraps his arms around you, and you both burst out laughing. You laugh until finally you both just stretch out on the grass and close your eyes. You feel your body drifting off to sleep, when suddenly you're sitting bolt upright, fully alert. Matthew sits up too at once as you hear the thundering sound of galloping hoofbeats. You both jump to your feet, and moments later, a pure white stallion with a long mane and tail jumps over the creek and comes to an abrupt halt in front of you. Astride the horse is a freckled-faced girl, about 13 years old, with penetrating blue eyes and long dark auburn hair, riding with no bridle or saddle. "I'm Sophia," she says, jumping off her horse. I'm Matthew." But before he can introduce you, the girl says, "Yes, I know. Father sent me to get you." Then, without any further explanation, she adds, "You're safe here. The soldiers won't come after you, but we need to hurry. There's not much time. Follow me," she says, as she walks toward the trail that borders the forest. "Where are you taking us?" says Matthew, walking quickly to catch up. "It's right down that hill," says the girl. "What's down the hill?" you ask, confused. "The settlement," says Sophia. "But we have to hurry. We've been having earthquakes, and they're not stopping. We all need to be someplace safe." "But aren't we safest being outdoors?" you say. "We're not outdoors," says Sophia, walking even more quickly. "This is a biosphere." "What?" says Matthew, shocked. "It's 150 miles in diameter. The sky is holographic, but there's a layer of rock above that, and that's why we're not safe. Hurry," she says, as her horse jogs slowly next to her. A few minutes later, the forest just sort of drops away, and before you are velvety rolling hills, bearing vast stretches of wildflowers, ranging in color from sapphire blue to the most luminous yellows stretching out before you. In the distance are dense mountain forests that seem to embrace and protect the valley below. The girl stops suddenly, pats her horse on the neck, and then with the slightest motion of her hand, the horse takes off at a gallop down a narrow grassy path. Following Sophia, you and Matthew run along the crest of the hill until you see a sweeping emerald valley, complete with a languid river running through it, to a point where at last it pours itself into a sparkling clear lake. You both climb with ease down a wide path of soft grassy mounds squishing beneath your feet as you step carefully over small rocks and around colorful wildflowers. At the base of the hill you find a variety of tropical fruit trees and wild berries growing everywhere. Matthew surveys the scene and says quietly to you, "You'd have to make an effort to starve here." "If you're hungry," says Sophia, "Father will have plenty of food for you. It won't be long until we're there." You continue walking quickly for a few more minutes until you come to a settlement nestled into the valley. Widely spaced plots of land, dotted with houses, are surrounded by trees and gardens. You recognize everything you're seeing, and you wonder how the world of the Vedras has been reborn in this place. When you reach the small community, children run up to greet you, peppering Sophia with questions and staring wide-eyed at you. Sweetly but firmly, Sophia says, "Father is waiting for us. You can talk to our new friends later. Now go back inside where you're safe." Obeying her, the children run inside the nearest house. Finally, you come to a homestead at the outer edge of the settlement. Sophia calls out in a happy voice, "Father! Father!"
"Sophia!"
a voice sings out from the orchard as a tall man with a large mustache waves from beneath a tree where he is gathering apples. Striding toward you with long, purposeful steps, the man approaches, grinning from ear to ear. "Here you are," he says heartily to Sophia, you, and Matthew all at once, as if he has been expecting you. You notice that the man is a good 5 or 6 inches taller than Matthew, who is over 6 feet tall himself. He has a long nose, angular jaw, and short-cropped, jet-black hair, parted down the middle, framing his deep-set eyes and black, bushy eyebrows. There is a certain intensity about the man's appearance, but all of this is softened by his dark brown eyes, sparkling with kindness and permanently creased at the outer edges by smile lines. Matthew leans toward you and whispers, "He looks exactly like Nikola Tesla when he was young." The man beams at Matthew and says, "That's because I am Nikola Tesla." Matthew's jaw drops. The Nikola Tesla I'm talking about was born in the mid-1800s. 1856, to be exact, says the man warmly. Matthew stares at him skeptically and says, "The Tesla I'm talking about died as an old man in the 1940s. "I know. That's what most people believe," he says enigmatically. "Will you excuse me for just one moment?" he says as he motions to Sophia. "If there's a tremor, just run inside the house," he adds. Then he begins talking quietly to the girl as they walk together to the main pathway. When they are out of earshot, Matthew says excitedly to you, "Do you know who Nikola Tesla is?" "I've heard the name, but I don't know anything about him," you say, shaking your head. "I wrote a paper on him last semester. He's one of the most brilliant men who ever lived. He's like the father of electricity," says Matthew, his voice filled with admiration. "If this man is Tesla, he's the one who invented the first radio, the AC motor, vacuum tubes, and hydroelectric generators. He developed a way to give free electricity to everyone in the world. But the funding was pulled out, and the power plant he was building was closed down before he was able to finish. And then his plans disappeared. Supposedly, all of his papers and experiments were stolen by the FBI when he died. Maybe everything just came here," Matthew adds in amazement. "I mean, it makes a strange sort of sense given everything else going on here. The military wanted his work. Tesla's technology and discoveries are connected with missiles, particle beam weaponry, satellites, and nuclear fission. It makes sense he'd end up here and they'd cover it up by faking his death." "Isn't he the one who created an earthquake machine?" you ask. "Apparently he didn't create it on purpose. He was experimenting with resonant frequencies and accidentally caused an earthquake, nearly flattened an entire city block." "But that doesn't explain how he could be 150 years old and look like he's 40 at the most," you say emphatically. "I know. That's the part I don't understand either," confesses Matthew. "But if he is telling the truth," you say, "what could explain him becoming young?" "Well, Tesla won a Nobel Peace Prize in medicine," says Matthew thoughtfully. "I thought he was a scientist, not a doctor," you say, now feeling even more confused. "It had something to do with deep heating tissues with high-frequency alternating currents. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was all about increasing blood circulation in a certain part of the body and getting rid of tumors." "Very good," says Tesla as he rejoins you. "Now you can guess my secret.
The truth is that your body has brand new cells replacing old cells constantly. Some organs are completely replaced in weeks. Your brain requires only a year to replace itself. A perfect cell gives birth to another perfect cell. The problem is that cells begin to malfunction, and then they pass along this information to the new cell, and that's where disease and aging come from. I discovered a way to identify the resonant frequency of a diseased or aging cell. Then, with alternating current, I matched the frequency.
Tesla pauses for a moment and says,
Think of it this way. When a high-pitched sound carries the same resonant frequency as glass, the glass shatters when the sound becomes too loud. In the same way, I shattered the cells carrying misinformation and left only perfect cells to create more perfect cells. Because I was already 86, I had to go slowly, gradually building up the healthy cells. But within a year, I looked the way I do now. Needless to say, the man found dead in my apartment wasn't me. The powers that be arranged for my supposed death and subsequent cremation, so no one could ever prove it wasn't me. And then I was given full control over this biosphere. There is no disease,
he adds enigmatically. Looking around, you say, Have you ever heard of the Vedras?
Yes,
says Tesla, smiling.
Everything you see is based on the world they created thousands of years ago.
Did you read about them somewhere? You say curiously.
No, there's no recorded history of the Vedras,
says Tesla.
I discovered their culture quite accidentally through remote viewing.
And that's how you created all of this? You say in amazement.
Yes, this biosphere is the most highly guarded secret in the world,
says Tesla, using both hands to indicate everything around you.
Only a handful of people know this exists.
Are you planning to share your secret with the world? Asks Matthew.
I had hoped to create a perfect utopia, and that's exactly what this is. But we've had an unforeseen turn of events,
he says miserably.
I'll explain what's happening with the earthquakes as we walk. But we need to hurry. It's not safe out in the open. Come with me.
Quickly, you walk across a grassy meadow to the edge of a tall cedar forest, just as the sun is nearing the horizon.
I'm going to try to answer your questions and fill in some gaps.
Then, as if reading your mind, Tesla looks at you and says,
You're wondering how you got in here, yes?
Smiling, you nod.
With remote viewing, I knew you were coming, and I programmed the scanner to let you in, says Tesla.
Why? You say, grateful but confused. Why did you let us in if this is such a big secret?
Well, some highly unlikely events have been occurring. And to be honest, we need your help,
says Tesla frankly. But how did you know exactly what was going to happen? Asks Matthew.
Aren't there alternate or parallel timelines that would have taken us someplace else? Yes, of course,
says Tesla.
But there are certain timelines that hold the most potential. Remote viewers follow those timelines while keeping track of what is actually occurring in real time. So you might turn left in a situation where going right held the most potential. A remote viewer would psychically follow you down your path to the left and then continue on the most likely path into the future. So there is a lot of adjusting that's constantly taking place, and that's how it works, at least most of the time. There are exceptions.
Looking at you, he says,
Do you know that you actually died and came back to life during the satanic ritual?
"You know about that?" you say in a shocked tone.
Yes, I was tracking you. I saw the ritual remotely,
says Tesla. "Do you work with Thomas?" you say, horrified.
I don't work with Thomas. The biosphere has been mine to create without interference, but he is the one behind it. He created the biosphere. I don't know where the technology came from. I only know that he brought me here and gave me the freedom to create everything based on the world of the Vedras. If it was successful, the plan was to show its success to world leaders and bring this way of life to the rest of the planet. But now the biosphere is on the verge of collapse.
"What's happening?" you ask fearfully.
Well,
says Tesla with a wry smile,
it actually has something to do with you.
"With me?" you say, shocked.
You may not remember this, but when you died, you visited the spirit world and returned to your body in a matter of minutes.
"I was really dead," you say, still unable to fathom the idea.
Yes, of course you didn't feel dead, because there is no such thing as death, but you were in another dimensional reality and unable to connect with anyone or anything on the third dimension.
"I do remember being above my body," you say, "but I don't remember anything else."
That's not unusual,
says Tesla.
I don't know exactly what happened to you, but wherever you went, the frequency of that dimension caused a great deal of disturbance upon your return.
"You mean I'm the reason the biosphere is collapsing?" you say, horrified.
No, your entrance was more like the straw that broke the camel's back,
says Tesla lightly.
You see, Thomas has been using my technology underground.
"He's trying to access the inner earth," you exclaim.
I know,
says Tesla, exasperated. Suddenly, you feel strangely lightheaded and off balance. And then rocks and stones begin falling from the sky above.
Run!
Yells Tesla.
Under the trees, right up against the trunk.
You race into the forest and stand directly under a large branch, with your arms around the tree for support, as Matthew wraps his arms tightly around you, sheltering you with his body. Rocks and boulders crash down through the treetops around you and explode a few feet away in the field. You both hang onto the tree as the ground beneath you sways and surges with an unstoppable force. Even as the final tremor settles to a stop and no more stones are falling from above, you are still shaking and holding tightly onto the tree. Rubbing your back, Matthew says gently,
I think we're safe now. Come,
says Tesla briskly.
There's a much safer place ahead. It's not far.
As you all begin climbing a small hillside, Tesla says,
At the lowest level of the biosphere, we're several miles underground and very close to Thomas's tunnel. The tremors that he set off were barely noticeable on the desert surface, but we felt it here right away, and every part of the biosphere was affected. I warned him to stop immediately, but he wouldn't listen. Thomas used remote viewing to see the future, but the probability of what happened was so small he never looked for it or even considered it.
But What exactly happened? Asks Matthew.
Well, in the same way that a high-pitched resonant frequency can cause glass to vibrate and eventually shatter when the frequency is loud enough, my device causes the earth to vibrate. If the vibration is controlled, they can easily dig out the tunnel. But if the frequency gets too loud, everything collapses instead.
Looking at you, he says,
When you passed between the dimensions, your entrance created a resonant frequency, a sound wave that instantly magnified the frequency of my device to the point that it collapsed the tunnel. And though the device is buried, it's still running.
But can't they dig it out and stop it? Asks Matthew.
No, the tunnel would just continue collapsing.
But then why are we here? You ask in a complete panic. What can we possibly do?
Come with me a little further,
says Tesla.
I'll explain everything.
With only a few more steps, you reach the knoll of the hill, and on the other side, in the valley below, there stands a magnificent golden pyramid, hundreds of feet tall. You and Matthew both stop in your tracks, staring wide-eyed at the spectacle before you. Tesla looks at you and says,
Thomas built this pyramid out of solid gold over 70 years ago, before I ever came to the biosphere. Everything he's accomplished, along with all his current plans, is directly connected to this pyramid. For years, he's tried every frequency known to man to activate the gold, but with no success.
What do you mean? How do you activate gold? Asks Matthew.
Imagine you lived in the North Pole and only knew of water in the form of ice. That would be similar to what we know of gold. Now imagine all of the things you can do with water and steam. Well, that's the idea of what happens when gold is activated. Come this way,
he says, leading you down the hillside.
Everyone from the biosphere is meeting here tonight.
But you said that Thomas built the pyramid 70 years ago. How's that possible when he's only in his 40s? Says Matthew.
That is, unless he's been using your technique with alternating currents to stay young. No, that's not Thomas's secret,
says Tesla. Then pausing for a moment, he looks at you and says,
Do you remember the high priests you trained in your lifetime as Alex?
You nod. Yes. How do you know about that?
I've been using remote viewing to piece together Thomas's plans for quite some time, says Tesla frankly. Thomas was one of the priests you trained and taught to build the pyramids. He looks quite different now, but not because he's been born into the program repeatedly like most players. The truth is that he has played one single game for thousands of years by taking over different adult bodies.
I don't understand, you say.
Well, there's more to the game than you realize. Because life on Earth holds the possibility of a great deal of pain, physically and emotionally, and players are never forced to stay in the program. If you want out badly enough, the program will arrange for you to leave one way or another. An accident, a fatal disease, war, things like that. But if the player's exit takes place without destroying the avatar body, it's possible for another soul to jump into the avatar at the exact moment the original soul exits, and before the avatar body has a chance to die. It will often appear that the person exiting was on the verge of death and has had a sudden miraculous recovery, when in fact the original soul is no longer there and has been replaced by a completely different soul. But only the most advanced players are capable of such a thing. They're sometimes referred to as walk-ins.
But wouldn't people notice the difference in their personalities, even though the body looks the same? You say?
The new soul, the one who steps into the avatar, retains the memories and abilities of the original soul. But you're right, the personality will be different. And for this reason, all walk-ins have a unique, unbreakable agreement. Much like your agreement to forget everything when you're born into the program, they agree to only change their circumstances in a gradual way. And this is because people who know them will accept a change in personality as long as there isn't a radical, immediate change in their outer world. This protects the new player and also helps to assure that no one will suspect there has been a soul exchange. The high priests, and Thomas in particular, mastered this ability, and they've been able to overtake unwanted bodies as needed. That's how they've managed to control and manipulate the program all this time.
But then why are we here? Says Matthew.
Have you ever had a plan, but then everything turned out quite differently?
Says Tesla.
Of course,
says Matthew.
Well, I don't collaborate with Thomas or agree with most of his methods, and he reveals very little to me. But from what I've seen remotely, it seems that everything is somehow connected to this pyramid.
Looking at you, he says,
as far as I can tell, Thomas is convinced that when you died as Alex, you took the secret of the true purpose of the pyramids with you. I also believe that when you were Alex, you used the science of imagery to project the world of the Vedras thousands of years into the future, and that this is the time and place where you sent the energy. This pyramid was built to be a portal into that reality.
Tesla opens the door as you all step inside to walk along a glowing golden corridor, lit sporadically with beeswax candles in small carved wooden holders on the floor. Considering that everyone in the biosphere is supposed to be here already, you think it's surprisingly quiet. You can't hear anything but the sound of your own footsteps echoing down the passageway. Finally, you come to an immense doorway that swings silently open. As you step inside, you are shocked to see hundreds of people sitting on the floor, silently meditating. But what surprises you even more is the fact that everything is glowing and light is streaming through a clear capstone at the top of the pyramid. Your body involuntarily shivers from the energy that is surrounding you and coursing through your body as Tesla leads you onto a platform that rises a few feet above the floor. Whispering, you say to Tesla, "With rocks falling from above, won't the glass break?" Tesla replies quietly,
"It's not glass. The capstone is a single, flawless diamond."
"But the base of it must be at least 6 feet across," says Matthew incredulously.
"That's right."
As a tremor shakes the building, Tesla says,
"Just sit right where you are. You'll be fine."
Matthew sits with his arm protectively around you. Light still pours through the diamond capstone, but nothing happens. You only hear the muffled sounds of large rocks crashing onto the capstone. You lean into Matthew and whisper, "When we first arrived in the biosphere, I was thinking, oh my God, I'm so awesome. I created this, just like Asha said I could. Here it is, the world of the Vedras. I thought I had finally gotten it right," you confess quietly. "But now we're in this perfect place that's everything I imagined, and the sky is literally falling. And it's because of me." "It's not your fault," says Matthew, holding you close. "But it is," you whisper desperately. "If I had just stayed dead and not come back, that earthquake wouldn't have happened, and Tesla's device wouldn't have been buried, and this biosphere wouldn't be collapsing. And those people are all looking at us like we're going to save them," you say anxiously. "But I don't know any secrets. I have no idea what to do." Walking over to you, Tesla says, "Everyone in here is perfectly safe." Then, reaching out for your hand, he says, "Can you both stand up for a moment?" Taking Tesla's hand, you stand up and look tentatively at Matthew. All eyes are instantly focused on you. "These are the two I promised you," Tesla announces to the audience. You shoot a worried glance at Matthew as everyone in the pyramid smiles warmly at you. Strangely, no one seems concerned about the boulders dropping out of the sky. If you didn't know better, you would have thought you were attending a family reunion, just a really, really big one. Directly in front of the platform is a group of children. They don't look the least bit frightened. In fact, it seems they are eagerly anticipating what is about to happen. You wonder if the opportunity to hear Tesla speak is a rare occasion, because the children's eyes are all lit up as they look up at him with excitement. "As you all know, it's impossible to stay here any longer. It may seem like a loss, but our biosphere has really been more of a cocoon. Admittedly, we didn't see this coming," Tesla concedes. "But what caterpillar would spin its cocoon if it knew it would turn into liquid before becoming a butterfly?" he says, smiling broadly and winking at the children in front of him. "So sometimes not knowing is part of the bigger plan. It gets us where we need to go." The adults smile and nod as the children giggle. "We thought we could continue living here indefinitely, and that in time we could move to the surface and share with others. But humanity is still not ready to live this way. So of course you may be wondering where we'll go and what we'll do in a world that is now completely foreign to us. None of us knows exactly how this is going to work out, any more than a caterpillar can conceive how it will ever be capable of flying. There's nothing to do but trust the process. In our meditations, we've seen clearly that this pyramid is a portal, and though we don't understand the mechanics, I believe these two," he says, indicating you and Matthew, "carry the memories that will lead to activating the portal." You have no idea what Tesla is talking about. Looking past him, you see that all eyes are focused in your direction. Heat rushes up your neck, turning your face bright red with embarrassment as you realize that you will personally be letting down hundreds of people, eagerly anticipating some kind of miracle that you can never deliver. Quietly, Tesla speaks to you and Matthew. "Please sit down where you were." You both sit down Indian style, a few feet from the edge of the platform facing the audience, as Tesla speaks to you quietly. "I know that neither of you have a conscious memory of how to activate the pyramid, but I believe you hold the information unconsciously in your DNA, which holds the records of every game you've ever played. So just trust that you already know and silently say to yourself, if I knew how to activate the portal, what would I do? That's it. Just allow yourself to make something up. You don't need to say a word to anyone here. Just let images flow in and out of your mind. Everyone will telepathically recognize the answer when it comes through. Even if it makes no sense to you, they will understand.
At first, you can't stop worrying. All of these people are depending on you. And to make matters worse, if they are all telepathic, then they certainly know that you're clueless. Of course, everyone could survive in the pyramid when the biosphere collapses, but they'd have no food or water. Everyone would die, and it will be your fault for not remembering anything useful. Taking a deep breath, you try to remember everything you learned from Asha and Richard and the portal, but your mind is a complete blank. You try to remember the cheat code that Asha had taught you. What was it? It was so simple it probably wouldn't work, but everything else you've been thinking definitely isn't going to help. But whatever it is, the cheat code is gone. Then to your surprise, you feel Matthew slide his hand beneath yours. Opening your eyes, you see him sitting directly in front of you, gazing deeply into your eyes without looking away. At first you feel awkward and embarrassed, and then you find yourself looking steadily back into his eyes. Suddenly, it seems as if Matthew's face is shape-shifting into someone familiar, yet completely different, with deep brown eyes, smooth dark skin, and thick black hair. It seems as if he is staring at you through an opening which becomes smaller and smaller, until, to your horror, he slides a single brick into the opening and seals the wall shut. You blink. Suddenly, you remember him from your lifetime as Alex. Matthew had been Aman, the high priest who sealed you into the pyramid prison thousands of years earlier. Then, to your surprise, you are shown an overview of Aman's lifetime after the moment when he had sealed you into your tomb. It was bizarre, but not. Like watching a movie, only the movie would automatically speed up through unimportant events and then slow back down for anything you need to see. You are in awe as you observe your mind movie begin to play out quickly. It is initially focused on the time period that Aman was becoming more and more powerful. And as the years go by, you watch him selfishly take possession of one body after another. But then the movie slows down to a time when Aman had been living for well over 100 years. Even though he didn't appear to be more than 35 or 40, he knew it was time to let his current body go. Aman desired the closest genetic match possible, so he waited patiently for a son who would possess the qualities he desired. And when that son was ultimately born, he made him heir to his entire fortune, leaving everything to him exclusively. However, he was unable to take over his son's body unless his son's soul wanted to leave voluntarily. So Aman waited until his son was deeply in love, then covertly brought about so much emotional devastation. His son refused to eat or drink and was waiting longingly at death's door to be released from his broken spirit and heart.
Amon made a tremendous show of begging God to take his own life, so that instead his son might live. And that is exactly how it appeared to the general public. But in reality, his son did die, and as the young man's soul left his body, Amon's soul stepped in to his son's place. To those looking on, Amon appeared to be dead, while his son miraculously came back to life, inheriting all that had been his father's. But in truth, Amon simply carried on with his life, only now it was in his son's body, and for this reason Amon was never close to his sons. The women he married were chosen for a specific purpose, and nothing more. Love had nothing to do with it. But this time, when Amon took over his son's body, he had devised an extraordinary plan. Over a span of hundreds of years, the 6 priests sent out their minions to sow the seeds of fear and obedience to authority into the minds of mankind. And though they eventually accomplished this, no matter what they did, they could not influence the minds of the Vedras. Alex had taught them well, even as he taught the priests themselves. Amon telepathically scanned the future until he saw a window of opportunity. He had waited over 100 years for this opening, and now, having his son's young, healthy body, would make the event he had planned even easier. Using his psychic abilities, Amon was able to witness the battle between the Vedras and the Roman army. He saw Sasha and knew she would tend to the wounds of the Roman soldiers. Amon's son was extraordinarily handsome, so the fact that Amon had taken possession of his son's body gave him even more confidence in his ability to attract Sasha's attention. But the moment Sasha looked into Amon's eyes, something happened that he had not expected. A feeling arose deep within him. Sasha reminded him so much of Alex that even though Alex had been dead for hundreds of years, Amon felt pain rip through his soul as if he had been stabbed in the heart. He had never wanted Alex to die. Alex had been his teacher and mentor for years. They had different desires, and Alex stood in Amon's way from time to time, but he never ever wanted Alex to die. It was only a ploy to manipulate information from a man facing death. Sasha had Alex's eyes. Amon couldn't take his eyes off of her, and he knew that at some unconscious level, she recognized him too. He followed Sasha as he had planned. His idea was to infiltrate the Vedras by marrying you and having a child together. Amon knew you would be capable of reading his energy, and this was the very reason he took his son's body as his own. Amon's face and body prior to his death exuded cold detachment. But in his son's body, the look in his eyes still carried the vibration of one who knew what it was to be deeply in love, something Amon had never experienced. The plan Amon had projected across his window of time unfolded exactly as he expected it to. You fell deeply in love with him. He had successfully kept his true thoughts and intentions from you. But in pretending to be part of your world, Amon never expected that he would fall in love with you and the world in which you lived. His focus had been on taking over a body with the best possible genetic match. But his son's heart was full of love for his beloved, and that feeling of love continued without abating, even after his son's soul had left his body and Amon had taken over. The beautiful simplicity of your world and the depth of your love for him astounded Aman. He had infiltrated the enemy camp only to discover that his own life and ambitions were meaningless. He had no desire to go back. On your wedding night, you asked Aman if he would like to have a son. He smiles warmly at you, knowing that he would never decline any wish that you put before him. The next morning, Aman felt as if he was floating above the ground. He kept looking down to assure himself that his feet were still planted solidly on terra firma. As he remembers kissing you the night before, the most extraordinary feeling takes over. Although he tried, he wasn't able to stay in his body. And as he rose up into the night sky, you rose with him, radiant like a star. A blur of light shot toward you both, and materialized as a young boy who looked exactly like his son did in Egypt. Aman instantly felt the horror of what he had done. He was responsible not only for his son's broken spirit, but for the death of the woman his son had loved so deeply. For the first time in his life, Aman wanted to apologize. He wanted his son's forgiveness. But before he could say anything, his son spoke. "Father, do not fear. Love has its own plan. I see it more clearly than you do. If you and Mother will invite me to be your son, a new star will light up in the heavens. And as we live together, our combined light will go up to our star on the wings of love and be reflected back to everyone on earth. A single glance at our star will fill hearts with unimaginable love." Aman's heart was ready to explode with joy. But the next thing he remembered, he was waking up to the most glorious morning he had ever experienced. He thought it would be impossible to love you more than he already did. But when your son was born, Aman's heart was as big as the universe, and he loved you even more. He would have stayed forever and been content to be buried in the forest near your little pond. But once again, the Roman army was planning to invade the Vedra's colonies. Aman saw a plan which involved you and his son. He knew the plan would work. He had anchored it across the window of time and saw the outcome clearly. And then you see Aman's side of your shared memory. It begins with Aman staring into the night sky until the stars blink out and a rosy hue from the unseen horizon is mirrored in the pond. He gently moves his arm from beneath your head and lays your sleeping son in your arms. As he kisses Alexi's curly head, you open your eyes. It is as if he is seeing you, truly seeing you, for the first time, and yet somehow feeling as if he'd known you throughout all eternity. Tears fill your eyes as Aman smiles and looks at you with all the love in the world shining from his own glistening eyes. In that moment, he knows why the priests will never understand. They were surrounded by the answer, but they would never see it because they didn't know what it was to love. They only wanted more and more power. But as Aman looks proudly at his sleeping son, all aglow after his day of battle, he suddenly understands. His son is only a young boy, yet there is already a look of nobility and accomplishment about him. Even in the boy's sleeping face, it is evident that something has irrevocably changed in the way he sees himself.
If he, Amon, had faced the Roman commander on his son's behalf, his son would have looked up to him and seen his father as a hero. But as his father, Amon wanted Alexei to see himself as strong and brave and incredibly capable. And that is why you both agreed that you would pretend to be Alexei's sister, and only the two of you would meet the Roman commander. Suddenly it occurs to you that the game is set up the same way. Every challenge is actually an opportunity for players to experience themselves as more than they thought they were capable of being. And because games often span multiple lifetimes, perspective is everything. The instant the idea of perspective comes into your mind, you see yourself outside of the pyramid, gazing upwards. But you aren't looking into the sky. You are gazing up at the apex, just above the capstone, along with hundreds of other people. Blinking, you blurt out, "I see it!" Matthew smiles, squeezes your hand, and says,
I see it too.
Simultaneously, you both turn to face the audience, but the pyramid is empty. Tesla smiles warmly and says,
They're all waiting for you outside.
"I don't know exactly how it works," you say anxiously, "or what's going to happen, but that's all I can see."
You never have to worry about how something will work out,
says Tesla warmly.
You already know far more than you realize.
Standing up, you and Matthew jump off the platform, run down the corridor, and rush out of the door. You see your vision taking form. Everyone is already standing around the pyramid, but even though there are hundreds of people, including all of the children from the biosphere, except for babies and very young children being held by their mother or father, there are large gaps between all of the people. You watch in amazement as everyone follows the images you'd seen in your mind. They are all looking up to a point just above the apex of the pyramid, and they're singing Om. The sound Ah, Om resonates up the sides of the pyramid and into the enveloping night sky, bejeweled with sparkling stars. Every face is alight, and not just in the reflected glow of the candles, but radiant with love and joy as they sing. Suddenly, a fiery, glowing sphere of light, 15 feet in diameter, white at the core and sapphire as it radiates out, appears directly above the diamond capstone as the thoughts and intentions of every person converge into one place. The energy is so powerful you feel lightheaded and a bit dizzy, yet you continue staring at the glowing ball as it grows in size and intensity. In your mind, you hear the words, union of opposites. You need opposite modes of thinking. And then, to your surprise, Thomas appears, strangely dressed in the robes and jewels of an ancient Egyptian high priest, along with soldiers clad in army fatigues. You turn to see streams of dotted candlelight flowing toward you from high on a hill above you as hundreds of soldiers walk down the various paths that lead to the pyramid. Like Tesla, it seems that Thomas had also seen these events unfold through remote viewing, and he knew that soldiers were meant to fill the gaps with their opposite modes of thinking. With perfect precision, the soldiers step into the spaces between the men, women, and children, and though they look around uncertainly at first, they appear to have been told what to do. Because as most of them eventually gazed upward at the fiery sphere of light above the pyramid, which had now doubled in size, and they began singing, Ah, Om. The soldier who steps into the empty spot next to you seems so uncomfortable, you reach out to hold his hand and smile warmly at him when he looks uncertainly at you. For a moment he seems to relax, but then he quickly looks away. You understand his mixed emotions. Though you've had many new experiences between your Vedras lifetimes and everything leading up to this moment, even for you, the energy swirling around and penetrating everyone is more intense than anything you've ever felt. Some people experience the energy as intense heat. Others are freezing cold, while some are shivering and sweating at the same time. And though some of the soldiers, like the ones standing next to you, remain rigid and seemingly unmoved by the intensifying energy, the vast majority of the troops and all of the others begin feeling strong emotions as the dreams that matter most to each one of you, many long forgotten over the years, flow into everyone's imaginations. Some are laughing, some are crying, yet everyone continues singing to the best of their ability. As you all stand shoulder to shoulder, one of the soldiers, looking into the intense glowing light above the pyramid, is so completely overwhelmed by the energy that now flows through and seems to radiate out from his body. Tears begin to silently roll down his cheeks. In that moment, a little boy with curly brown hair looks up at him and reaches out to hold his hand. The soldier looks down at the boy and smiles as tears of delight flood down his cheeks. But he doesn't seem to care. All he knows is that he has never felt love like this in his entire life, and it is something he has wanted more than anything in the world. Then a little girl reaches up and holds his other hand, and if he had been hovering above the pyramid and looking upon it, he would have seen that children and adults both are reaching out to the soldiers until everyone is holding hands all the way around the pyramid. And most of the soldiers are feeling very much the way he does, a deep feeling of love and peace they had never known before, but which had been in their nature all along. When this happens, a whirling vortex of golden light begins spinning around the base of the pyramid and forms into a tornado-like funnel. Light pours into the ground, into the sky, and into the top of your head, filling up every cell in your body. The energy then explodes out of you as radiant golden light.